Something wrong, Colonel? You look upset.
Not an emergency, but a situation. I've just had word that an American officer has been murdered. In Mayfair, for God's sake. Seems to be some sort of poof incident. He was that way inclined. Millie said nothing. Her face darkened. His name was Alan Hedgepath, WWII broadcast specialist. Can't be war-related as he held no secrets other than what Eddie Murrow was leading with. Did you by chance know him?
I think I met him at a party in New York.
My dear, I must say, you look shattered. Chapter 36. The Hunter. Karen in white. She never tanned like the British women, but instead freckled, so that in high summer she looked like a boy on a raft in a vast American river under her strawberry hair, her body lithe and swift, her eyes dark and luminous. Except her Negroes were everywhere about her, in love and awe, living for her smiles, for that was her effect. Then bright sun, the umber earth, the crush of heat, the song of the insects, the crackle of the dried brush, the spoor, the tracks, the smell of blood exciting the boys, their eagerness, his rectitude and care. The process demanded care. You do not rush when gunfire pulled him back. He blinked awake in the darkness, hearing the roar from close by. Suddenly, the tent canvas shrouding him shivered as fire laced through it, a burst of submachine gun, he reckoned. And as part of the same phenomenon, it left a sweep of punctures curving across the canvas where the bullets had sought him. He grabbed his long rifle, rolled left, pushed his way out from under the edge of shelter, half-pegged into the earth. He emerged at exactly the moment the tank exploded. The noise was a spike to the ears of even one as experienced as he. A stab of incandescence pierced the night as the turret of the beast twisted under the strength of the blast, seemed to rise a bit, then fell back, hopelessly askew. The proud gun was useless. Smoke and some flame began to bleed from the wounded steel. The smell of burning rubber as the hoses melted in what turned into conflagration. Someone was still shooting. The air was full of the whine and whisper of bullets overhead or striking nearby, plucking dust to float and haunt the night air. Screams, echoes, wild shots, yells in German as Scharführer Ubrecht tried to impose some sort of order. The raiders quit shooting, but for another full minute the Panzer Grenadiers of SS Das Reich kept their fire up. Eventually it dawned on them they were shooting at memories. Everyone lay quiet, waiting for someone to take initiative, but the only initiative demonstrated was by the flame-eating SS Obersturmfuhrer Rothmann's beautiful machine, an ace T-34 killer that had met its ignominious end somewhere in France. Eventually, the dust settled, the smoke and gas drifted, the wind blew clarity across the scene, and it revealed the chaos of post-attack. Many of the tents felled, men either clutching wounds or dead, a few urgently seeking equipment in fallen tents. The air stunk of spent powder and blood. He rose, found Rothmann in command of 5 men gearing up for pursuit. "Herr Obersturmfuhrer, no, don't go," he said. "Did you see what the bastards did?" replied the young officer, his face in pain. "I lost 11 men killed outright, another 10 wounded, plus this vehicle. And fucking intelligence said no activity tonight. Nothing like this ever happened in Russia." "These are different people," he said. "Normally, it's not like the American soldier to be so aggressive. The paratroopers, perhaps. But these are now line soldiers with no interest in heroics, so this bunch is quite proficient." Rothmann quit fiddling with his MP40 and lit a cigarette. The flare of his match displayed 5 hardcore Waffen-SS stormtroopers, weapons and hardness in place. Their combat tunics wearing the dapple of the woods, faces grim with sweat and dirt and anger. It was a scene from the movie Leni Riefenstahl had yet to make. "Whatever. They tore us up terribly and the attack is off. It's back to lines on foot, with wounded on stretcher. God, what a fucking mess. But first we must catch—" "You cannot catch them," he said. "They're too far gone. You'll lose control of your men in the dark. You'll make noise. Maybe they'll set up an ambush and you'll lose yet more." "But Herr Sturmbannführer, we cannot just slink away. I cannot report to our officers that we were ambushed by American devils in baggy pants or whatever, who destroyed us and went home to bacon and pancakes. Of course not. Get your wounded to medical. I will track them in the dark, and I will make them pay. The young officer looked at him. Go ahead. Heil Hitler or whatever you prefer. Just kill them. Kill them all. Unlikely, but I will kill their leader. He was alone now, preferring it that way. He knew the land, having daily explored and mapped it for over a year. Rain, shine, night, day, fall, winter, spring, summer. He knew each hedgerow by shape and height, where its soft, penetrable places were, the organization and sequence of the checkerboard units of the meadows, how the sunken roads crossed the land, how deep the streams were, how thick the trees were in the small patches of forest that still survived from medieval times. He didn't need a moon to hunt. He didn't need any scientific apparatus, as rumor predicted. He needed only his 5 senses, his ability to look at a landform and project from that a map, his understanding of how an animal in flight would read that land instinctively and make certain choices inevitably. But mostly, he needed his vision. It was and always had been remarkable. He could see at a level of detail in low light as no one but a few he had ever met. He could identify airplanes at 10,000 feet. The spin on a football traveling at him, he had been a top goalie off this gift, so as to understand how it would curve as it flew at him. But the rifle was his natural métier, the most perfect expression of his gifts. His father was a hunter and had the gift of vision too, but it had eroded long before the old man died. You will surpass me, his father had told him at the age of 12. Every small gift I have, you have twice as large. Every strength I have, you have twice as much. You can track all day and never miss a sign. You can memorize the land and the habits of your prey, and you have the hunter's calm at the moment of the kill.
What then should I do, Papa?
He had asked. You must leave. You will never be happy here, nor express a tenth of your gifts. Your gifts will destroy you here. All gifted men lack humility. They understand their superiority. It's hard for them to show patience, solemnity, and dignity when among the inferior. That is to be expected. Thus you must travel. This place cannot contain you. You must go where others of your skill will go, and only among them will you feel comfort. You cannot be responsible for idiots as you would be here. Go elsewhere, where the land teems with animals. Learn the ways of the most dangerous of them. Only in testing yourself against death at its rawest will you become who you can be. You will draw their blood, but if they have not drawn yours, you will not have had a full life. He had had a full life, as his scars signified. Ripped, raked, trampled, nearly drowned, twice. His body looked like a big cat scratch pole, which in some ways it was. But he had survived grievous wounds, secretly enjoyed the agony, the blood, the urgent gravity of the surgeons sewing him back together, the life-giving relief of the penicillin. Pain was life. Death was life. He was the apex predator. And his proudest accomplishment, 1,000. Only a few had reached that toll. It took years. It took dangers undreamed of. It took discipline, knowledge, an unrelenting sense of mission, and most of all, will. You hunt the strongest, you must be the strongest. Otherwise, he smashes you and your guts are eaten with glee by birds, and hopefully you are dead by that point. He heard them. These men were far more skillful than any before. They made no extraneous noise. They left no track. They traveled swiftly without pause for drink or rest. They were, as he was, professional. Paratroopers. Perhaps they had returned. Or the rangers who'd climbed the rock face against fire at Pointe du Hoc. Those were soldiers. It could be either or neither. Who else would the Americans have capable of such daring and skill? They were not a warlike folk and would be only victorious on an immense tide of supply that could not be stopped. But these, he thought, these were interesting. His ears told him probably 4, no more than 5, moving in a vertical line at the lee of the hedgerow 2 units over. They would leave no sign, for whoever led them knew about sign, just as he knew about noise, and did not fear the night. His eyes, too, must be superb. He knew pursuit was not an option. If he followed them, they would arrive at their own lines before he could close the distance for a shot. That would not do. Thus, he had to arrive before them and wait, not by any means his favorite tactic. Still, one must adjust. Knowing the land, he knew the meadow the raiders traversed was a line to take them off to the right, and if they stayed on that line, where the travel was easier and the security of the wall of brush to the left more attractive, they would travel 1,000 yards to cover 500. His solution was simple. He would just travel the 500. He raced ahead, veering off to the left, plunging centrally across a meadow, unconcerned with security. A sniper could take him, a machine gun position could finish him, a fusillade from a patrol could down him. But there was no sniper, no machine gun position, no patrol. He reached a road, dashed across, climbed the other embankment to find trees, but rather than detouring around the trees as most would have done on a dark night, he charged ahead, knowing there to be little undergrowth among the scrub pines whose layers of fallen needles closed other vegetation out. And he emerged a minute or so later into a wider field. Ahead lay a line of trees, which suggested a creek, and just behind that, the American line. Having examined the line with binoculars, he understood where the most likely approach would be, where they'd close in enough to issue the password and be admitted without gunfire. There was no shot from cover. From the trees where he was, it was too far, in what would be low light. From either edge of the field, the angle was too extreme, and he'd be shooting at a moving target, in the dark from way out, the angle of deflection being all but impossible to read. The solution? He would lie flat in the field, still as death. In their joy at being so close, they'd pass him by. A fatal mistake. But they'd halt at the stream bed, feeling themselves safe. They'd put out the password and one by one slither across to that breakfast of pancakes and bacon. But the sun was beginning its rise. A glow had begun to suffuse the eastern sky. He checked his watch and knew that it would break just about perfectly, giving him light to shoot. Chapter 37. Happy. It might have been the happiest day of his life. Better than Coney Island. Better than the top of the Empire State Building. Better than hearing his first joke on the Izzy Morton Radio Music and Comedy Hour. I blew up a German tank. That was the totality of it. He, Gary, who had never made a basket in his life, 117 pounds, 5'6", freckly, frizzy redheaded, 2010 in both eyes, avoided fights like a crazy man, mocked even by Ma and Pa, to say nothing of Uncle Max and Aunt Sylvia, scared of the roar of the subway downtown, scared even of downtown. Joke writer, sort of. Actually, 3 jokes sold. Total income off of comedy, $12.50. Little Gary. He had blown up a German tank. Hero? Well, sort of. Alone on the turret, the Germans shooting at him, he'd stuck to the job long enough to get the baseball taped up and insert the fuse, and recalled remembering how to manipulate the fuse. The pin came out, the lever sprung away, he dove for cover. The noise. Who would have thought it would be so loud? It was so loud. Cowering shakily under the thing, he swore he felt the earth move, heard the rip of steel rupturing, experienced the bright light of noon in the vividness of the flash, smelled the smoke, felt the heat. Maybe he was inventing a few sensations. It hadn't really started burning for a while, so maybe there was no heat. Smoke? Sure, probably, but did it actually smell? Well, whatever. Next he was up, and there was good pal Jack stretched across the barbed wire like an overcoat across the sofa. He felt fleet and graceful, hit Jack full speed, and was over in 2 bounds. Then he and the lieutenant had pulled Jack off the wire. Nice going, Gary, said Jack. Are you all right? The only thing that hurts is my whole body, so no big deal. Suddenly, Major War God was there, calm, southern, fully godful in all respects. Let's go, before they figure out we're not the 101st Airborne. Of the next, he had only vague impressions of following the Major through the dark fields, squirming through holes in the bocage, dipping down into the troughs of roads, sliding through belts of trees. He had no idea where they were going because he was replaying his heroism. Heroism? Yeah, maybe. Bravery? Suppose so. Capability? Definitely. In his mind, and trying to figure out how he could work the experience into a routine without seeming obvious. Something like that is so much better, he understood, if someone else tells the story and it just gets known. Say, are you the guy? Oh, that? It was so long ago, I can hardly remember it. Actually, he did, and would forever remember every single thing about it. He remembered how high the tank felt and how he stretched to climb up off the step of the drive wheel. He remembered how sharp the steel of the rear of it was as he squirmed along. It cut his knees, bruised his shins. He remembered how slanted the turret was. He remembered the waves in the steel, the crudity of the welding, the smell of the gasoline that drove the thing. All those details. Yet oddly, he had no picture of the tank itself. So he replaced it with some memory shifting with the Tiger he'd seen under more opportune circumstances. It was pretty much like a Tiger, wasn't it? What did the Major call it? Yeah, a Panzer IV. Oy vey, so much bigger than a 3. I'm telling you, a 4 is one giant piece of Goyish machine. It's as big as a subway car, only with a gun. Hold up, said Leitz. The 4 stopped as on a darkling plain. Maybe a glow to the east, where soon enough the sun would peak above the rim of the earth. Cool wind, almost soundless, no cows, little rustle to brush or trees. Gary stopped, was surprised how much he hurt. He hurt everywhere. Memo to self, in future avoid barbed wire. Major Swagger slid to him. Hear anything? No, sir. He asked Archer the same question, then reached Leitz and the two had a whispered conversation. He gestured for them to join. Okay, we're about 500 yards out. See that line of trees? Can you make it out? That's our line. How do you guys feel? I'm okay, said Archer. How about you, Killer? Holes everywhere, but I've got at least 500 yards left. Sir, did you hear anything? Archer asked. I don't think so. I think we made it clean out of there. Okay, listen up. In case there's shooting, I'll move on an angle to the right. Then when you hit the trees, work your way back to your outfit. Do you think there'll be shooting? Old Gary blurted. No patrols on our heels. We'd hear them coming. One guy, I don't see how he could have gotten here so fast. But Germans, who knows? So we play it calm and slow. No sudden moves. He might not see us, but he'd see movement, and that's enough target for him. Stay low. High as death, low as life. Just this last little bit, got it? I want to get this done before the sun. Yes, sir. Leitz, I'll take point. You herd these dogies along. Yes, sir. They went, low, bent onward. In the lee of a hedgerow, the last one for this adventure. Ahead, the trees, the stream that ran through it, and the happy arms of Dog 2-2. No fatigue. Pain dulled by the morphine of survival. A whole new world awaited, and it would be a good place for all of them. A last bit of naked field. A little like crawling across a bullseye, but everywhere in all the universe, it seemed, stillness prevailed. They were completely alone with the fading night, the dimming stars, the rising sun, the softness of France in high summer before the day's heat clamped down. Even the birds were quiet. Made it. Got to the tree line. Incoming, Swagger announced, in what could only be called the paradox of a loud whisper. Password? Boise. Countersign. Idaho. Okay, Leitz, you first. The lieutenant, a big man, made like he was small, as low to earth as he could get and yet still be bipedal. He crouch-walked through the stream to the sandbag revetment and toppled over. Appearing in 1 second behind his Thompson, he was safe. Now Archer. Same drill. No problem. Ready, Goldberg?
Yes, sir.
No comedy, got it?
Got it, sir.
But comedy was gold. A line hit Goldberg. It was too good a line to let lie, and it had to be delivered at this moment or the timing would be all fucked up. And in comedy and war, timing is everything. In midstream, he rose, not far, just a bit, and proclaimed,
Toto, there's no place like...
The bullet hit him 2 inches to the right of his left ear. Chapter 38. Pistol. He knew nothing about guns. On its barrel, the thing said Mauser, and then 7.65. He thought the first was the maker, obviously, German or Dutch or something, and the numerical must be a size designation. It was a hunchbacked thing, its wooden grip curved around the handle. Short, blunt barrel, most angles squared or somewhat squared, surprisingly heavy for the smallness of the package. He'd bought it from a dissolute soldier in an alley in Lambeth in 1934 at £1.10 for the tattered box of ammunition, pale brown, on which the script read, Selbstlader Pistolen, and above that, Cal 7.65 millimeter. That box, designed for 25, only held 19. Perhaps an earlier owner had his own professional needs. The bullets were perfect little sparrow's eggs, each in its separate partition. Again, heavy for size, the bullets had a pleasing solidity to them. They rested heavily in the hand, and it only took a few minutes in the daylight of his rooms the next day to figure out how the system fit together, the bullet sliding into a spring-driven box which slid into the handle and locked. Then another sliding enterprise, this time a kind of cover to the thing. Draw back, let pop forward on yet more springs. A satisfying mechanistic click as the whole thing reached full potential. He had tested it on a sleeping vagabond near the river, saw enough blood to know it worked admirably. Since then, he had fired it 7 times, leaving 11 more bullets. Each time it had worked perfectly and his target had been felled fast, stilled forever. His technique was simple. Get close, then get closer. Point to head or heart, pull trigger. Then depart. It had never failed. It wasn't always by pistol, of course, but when it could be so done, he had done so. Easier than the knife, no mess or spatter, as in poor Hedgepath's case. Much easier than the strangler's knotted scarf, no struggle, no hideous festival of choking and gagging, no bowel release at the ultimate second, no nightmares afterwards. It was now in his Macintosh pocket, and his hand had closed about it, learning its contours. Was he to use it today? Unlikely. Still, it gave him comfort, and as he knew its deployment was upcoming, he wanted to refamiliarize his fingers with it. But today would not be about killing, only watching and following, learning and plotting. He wasn't sure if the target had returned from the front yet, and until and if Hedgepath's replacement made contact, he could only go on what instructions were found in the paper that the late Hedgepath had provided in the Chinese restaurant. He can be identified by the presence of a beautiful woman in well-tailored American uniform. She is tall and willowy. She could be in cinema. You cannot miss her. He is also tall, well-built, in the uniform of the American Army, where he is a lieutenant. He will have 1 bar on his shoulder epaulette, either gold or silver. He may have a bit of a limp from a recent war injury. His name is Leitz. You will probably encounter him leaving 70 Grosvenor around 8 p.m. They go to dinner, or at least have gone to dinner, twice a week when their schedules permit. Usually they walk, being young and robust still, and usually they choose a close-by Mayfair pub for repast, nothing fancy. He will then walk her to her rooms at Claridge's, where women of her position are quartered, and then return to his quarters at the Connaught. That segment of the journey would seem to be the most propitious for your enterprise. In time, the service across the street led out. It was held in an ancient church of Anglican denomination, not far from the headquarters here in American Mayfair. The spot was well chosen. It had that British dignity the Yanks always think is so fabulous. The get-together was a farewell to the same Mr. Hedgepath he had helped along the path to heaven. Mostly Americans in attendance, but a smattering of English, boys from the spy game and coppers, perhaps a mucky-muck or two. She was easy to spot. That would have been so in any crowd, but in this one particularly. She was accompanied by an older gentleman, quite dapper, himself in uniform, who was quite oblivious to her charms. But Raven's eyes went to her and lingered, as would anybody's. And as did everybody, he fell instantly in love with her, and that kind beauty of hers. Yes, beautiful, yes, decent. So naturally the love was infused with and driven by hate. It pleased him to take her lover from her. It was what all the beautiful ones deserved. Her tears would be many and bitter. She would know his pain. Chapter 39. Field Hospital. The Jeep was ready. Leitz and Swagger said their farewells to Dog Company, 2nd Battalion, 60th Regiment, 4th Infantry Division, 7 Corps, 1st Army. To everyone on the outside, it seemed they had a rousing success. A German tank destroyed, a German attack prevented. Intelligence obtained that pointed to success in the overarching mission that had brought the OSS officers to Dog 22's little part of the war in the first place. And now home by the same methods as arrival, only backward, to pursue newly uncovered leads. Yet neither Swagger nor Leitz felt sanguine about it. People die. That's why it's called a war. Even worse, people die for stupid reasons. But to die for a funny line? "He wasn't even that funny," said Archer, before they evacuated him to the battalion field hospital. Upon the shot, Swagger had pivoted, emptied his last 2 magazines into the dawn at the far bank of Hedgerow, where all evidence would have suggested the shot had originated. Meanwhile, all up and down the line, Dog had joined in. The hedgerow briefly disappeared in a blitz of impact dust. But a nervous recon that afternoon, Swagger led it, found no blood trails, no tracks, no spent shells. No other indications that the sniper had been there. It was as if the man had vanished. "Was he invisible?" Leitz had asked. "No. He just knows a little about this sort of thing. Advanced field craft. Lots of miles on this boy. He can move without leaving a sign. A dog might be able to track him, not a man. I thought we might find a shell casing at least." "Doubtful. There was no shell because he didn't eject one. They only fire once. They do not recycle the weapon, even if they have secondary targets. They have shooting discipline. They do not want us finding a spent shell. That would indicate what rifle they're using, which might tell us who they are, which might tell us how to kill them. Same thing on the headshot. Given the velocity of the bullet, the headshot will certainly exit, deviate, and disappear. No evidence. This thing has been put together very carefully." Leitz mulled Swagger's information. The major didn't give it up easily. He'd only tell you what you had to know. Who knew what was cooking away in that USMC brain? Now the Jeep was about to pull out, but Swagger told the sergeant major to hold it a few minutes. "What's going on, sir?" "I'm waiting for Archer to come through for me. He's torn, but he knows the right thing to do. He'll do it. He owes Goldberg." Leitz looked up to see Major Jackson, the battalion intel officer, racing to them from the company HQ tent. "Major Swagger?" "What is it, Major?" "I just got a call. Private Archer said he'd like to see you. He's got something he has to tell you." "Okay. Did you hear that, Sergeant Major?" "Yes, sir," said the salty old driver. "What's this about?" said Leitz on the way over. "He's going to tell us how they really lost the rifles. There's something funny about it, but he wouldn't spill because he was afraid it would get Goldberg in trouble, and Goldberg was always in trouble. Now it's time to spill." "Sir, you knew and you didn't say a thing?" "I've been around enlisted men enough to know when they're covering something up, but I also knew that if I poked them on it, they'd go silent and get defensive. I thought they needed room to rethink." "You don't miss a thing, do you?" "Wish I didn't, but I missed the German sniper," said Swagger. I only figured it out last night. He was SS and he was with the tank because he knows the territory so well. He was going to guide the Panzer and the machine gun crews in. He was in that encampment. Too bad our suppressive didn't finish him. But once we left, he realized that he knew the ground better than we did and he could beat us back. He did. He was waiting for us. We walked right by him. He was prone in the field, maybe 50 yards out. But when you fired at him, you fired at the hedgerow 200 yards out. That was the one smart thing I did. If I'd fired into the field, my chances of hitting him were minimal. More importantly, he would figure I knew where he was and was on to him. So it was a little misdirection on my part. He thinks we don't know a goddamn thing. In fact, we're breathing down his neck. Do you know who and what he is? I believe I do. I'll tell you when you need to know. A 50-cot tent filled with 100 cots, a nurse's station, some low-hanging light bulbs, sides up to vent in summer, sides down to heat in winter, a red cross emblazoned on the tent's roof. Wounded men white as sheets, their nostrils tight, their eyes rolled back. Wide bleeding lacerations, shattered limbs, internal injuries, faces in shreds. Some alert, some out cold. Some clenched in pain so extreme they had to be loaded with morphine. Some dead but as yet unnoticed. Nurses wondered what aisles were available, monitoring. Occasionally a doctor poked his head in. Occasionally a corpse was removed. The patient inflow and outflow seemed about right. It smelled of chloroform, alcohol, and blood. Swagger checked with the head nurse and found his way to Private Archer, staring blankly at the canvas above him. Since it was warm, the sides were up. The drama outside of men coming and going supplied a steady roar of noise, plus the continual traffic of patients in and out as the facility struggled with its duties. Archer? His words jolted the young soldier, who had at least 4 visible bandages, 2 on his neck, 1 on each arm. Sir, said Archer. How are you? If Gary were here, he'd say, holier than thou. How many? 19, sir. None too deep. All hurt, though. A few needed stitches. Although I think they gave me at least as many penicillin shots. I'll be okay soon enough. Good man. Sir, I heard you nominated Gary for a Silver Star. I did. For his parents. He won't get it, though. Maybe he'll get a bronze. All the silvers are reserved for West Point grads or generals' nephews. That's the way it works. I wanted to thank you. He would have liked that. It felt right to me, too. But Archer, that isn't why you asked to see me. I know that, you know that. I wanted to set the record straight. If you have to put me on report, that's your decision. I don't give a damn about report. Just tell me what you need to. It's about the rifles, right? Yes, sir. I never heard of 2 men losing both rifles, all 6 grenades, and both bandoliers of ammo. I hope you traded them for whores and whiskey. No, sir. We were, captured. The Germans threw them in a pond. Very strange tank crew. That Tiger we reported. But they didn't shoot us. They, gave us bananas. He told the story, Swagger listening hard, nodding here and there, concentrating so hard you'd have thought his eyes would pop. When Archer was done, Swagger said, The Krauts pick up troops wherever they can. These guys weren't German. Maybe Latvian, Estonian, maybe Ukrainian. I don't know. But maybe their commitment to the cause was less pure. Getting you to a POW pickup point was off mission. They didn't feel like executing you. They thought Goldberg was about 9. You caught a break, I'd say. Yes, sir. I just thought... One thing. Let's go back. You said when they released you, they had a big joke that made them all laugh. The guy that spoke English. He told us the joke. They thought it was so funny. Can you focus on that? Archer made a show of concentrating when the word at the center of funny had never really left his consciousness. He said, Kurt says, beware of the...
Well, that's the odd part. He didn't put it in English, though his English was good. Somehow in his language it was funny. It was something like Najazniki.
Sounds like he was warning you against the boogeyman, the ghost, the vampire, some force that wasn't part of routine army stuff.
I thought so too, sir.
Spell it out.
Mostly N's and Z's with a big K and Y at the end. I guess N-A, then J-E-Z, then N-I-K, then E-E. Maybe Russian? Russian guys who hated Stalin and went over. Nicky sounds Russian.
My Russian's a little weak, Archer, but I'll find somebody who knows.
Yes, sir.
Chapter 40. The 266th. Of course he had a name. Administrative protocols of the Waffen-SS demanded one, and so, appropriate to this time and place, he became Martin Tausend. That is, SS Sturmbannführer Martin Tausend, of Sturmgruppe Tausend attached to SS Das Reich, the armored division that supplied muscle in 88 and 75 millimeter dosages to the German Normandy effort. Thus, as Sturmbannführer Tausend, he sat with a fellow officer at a table as the two picked over recent developments. Far off, small arms fire stuttered. The occasional big one detonated. Men fought and died. Another day in the bocage, Wehrmacht style. It was warm and friendly. Birds sang, cheese ripened, wine aged, and professionals Sturmbannführer Tausend and Oberst Pfefferkorn worked things out.
Herr Oberst, he said, Das Reich has lost a tank and 11 men killed. Worse, it failed in its objective to harass the Americans, who, as we know, are basically flighty troops anyhow. Such harassment was designed to make them flightier and destabilize them for any new assault formations.
I understand that, Tausend, said Pfefferkorn, battalion commander of Grenadier Regiment 897 of 266th Infanterie, now attached to 353 Infantry Division of 84. Armee Corps especially for Bushkrieg. He was a hard-as-Krupp steel professional, Feldgrau to the cellular level, a First War veteran who had stayed in the army after the betrayal of 1918, fought Bolsheviks in the streets of Munich in 1919, trained secretly using broomsticks for rifles in the Soviet Union, when the two nations cooperated throughout the 20s, came into the light in the 30s during brazen rearmament, and had spent 2 years, 3 wounds, in Ukraine and eastward.
Help me please to understand,
asked Tausend in SS camouflage, all brown spots. They looked like peas and melancholy black waves.
As I see it, the whole escapade came about due to faulty intelligence. I was told there was no American patrol activity that night. As a consequence, I advised Das Reich no actions were necessary, and his men should get a good night's sleep before the morning's fun. We were then raided. The panzer was destroyed. 11 men died.
I must therefore apologize, but equally explain with regret that some things are at play here that I do not myself fully understand. I do appreciate the fact that you have not sent screaming accusatory telegrams to Berlin demanding my return to the Eastern Front, which I have no desire to revisit. That shows a willingness to accommodate.
I prefer accommodation. It is my nature. And as you know, and since we are in private,
they were in 266's No. 3 Battalion's HQ tent, 20 miles north of still-defiant Saint-Lô, 5 miles east of the front, and between them on the table was not a Luger but a bottle of schnapps, nicely toasted, a little licorice bite to it after the German fashion.
You know that I am purely military, and not the kind of political who spouts mad nonsense and worships little men in little mustaches.
He was a mild enough specimen of Aryan features himself, blond though a bit pudgy, blue-eyed but reasonably calm. He had no appearance of craziness, malevolence, even turbulence. His slightly bulky body suggested prosperity, not strength.
I admit there was a mistake, Herr Sturmbannführer, but there are always mistakes, you see, said Pfefferkorn.
He had a radical scar running from left eye to ear. A Russian chap at Stalingrad had tried to bayonet him in the head and not quite gotten the job done. Pfefferkorn had finished him with 3 bullets from his P-38 and continued to lead his men until he passed out from loss of blood. Even 133 stitches had not knit the wound sufficiently. It looked like an open sewer. As he said laughingly to his wife, "Such is war." He was that kind of soldier.
"I have myself been assured that our source is extremely reliable," he explained. "I do not even know who and what it is. Radio intercepts, code breaking, or possibly a wretched believer in our superheated Aryan master race pornography, or someone with a weakness for Nietzsche. But whatever, however, whichever, his information can never be 100% accurate. The complexity of modern organization sees to that. You are saying, Herr Oberst, that the American war machine is rickety, feeble, occasionally stupid. Thus one component may not know what the other component is doing, and things never happen in coordination or even for a reason. In other words, just like our own." "Exactly. To require perfection, Townsend, is to quote tragic disappointment. You are to be commended on your success so far. The night patrolling has stopped. Kudos to Attack Group Townsend and to Operation Townsend. Your creation, I understand. We are therefore able to maneuver and fortify almost at will. It is a great tactical advantage, and it is one reason that while our armies retreat everywhere else, they do not do so in the bocage, and Saint-Lô is still ours. You would then recommend I view that day's activities as an aberration? Please do. As I have no authority over SS, I cannot insist. So I plead, do pursue your efforts aggressively. We of the regular army are in your attack group's debt. Assure your men the intelligence blunder was a rare, statistically insignificant occurrence. An anomaly, if you will. I am reassured and will return. To believe otherwise would not be healthy." "Meaning?" "If those Americans were there by accident or coincidence or bureaucratic incompetence, then yes, it can be dismissed. The other explanation is bad for morale, mine especially. And that is, that they were there for me." Chapter 41. Old Man. The word reached them before they reached an airfield. Plans had changed. Now they would report ASAP to 1st Army Headquarters at WWII, 4 miles southeast of Isigny-sur-Mer. Someone there wanted to talk with them. It turned out to be the big guy himself, Major General Omar N. Bradley, commanding officer of 1st Army. Though it was late when they arrived after another stop-start adventure on the turnpike of American vehicles that ran behind the front lines, the general saw them immediately. A lieutenant colonel of G2 took them to his command trailer, knocked, and yelled in, "Sir, the OSS people are here." "Okay, show 'em in. I wasn't sleeping anyway." Shock number 1. General in old West Point bathrobe smoking a cigarette. Shock number 2. No fire-breathing, boot-stomping, rah-rah, give-em-hell guy like some. Looked like a teacher, tall, thin, bald, lower jaw slightly oversized. Eyes small but fiercely intelligent. No trace of gifted ballplayer he'd once been. Only a haggard elder with big problems. The circles under his eyes looked like monsoons, the newly cracked wrinkles like arroyos in the Mojave, the slight palsy suggesting soul-deep fatigue and tons of pressure. It had been a long time since the GI's general had smiled, because too many of his GIs were corpses. Both Leitz and Swagger came too, but the ceremony of courtesy was waved off by the old man, who had no interest in it. Behind him on the wall was an 8-foot-high map of southwestern Normandy, his army's positions on it designated by pins. It looked as if it had been stared at so hard its colors had faded. "Gentlemen, sit. Smoke if you want. Need coffee? Long, hard pull over here, I'm told." "We're fine, sir," said Swagger. "I know your background, Major," he said. "How many islands again?" "3, sir. Guadalcanal, Bougainville, and Tarawa. Hard fights out there. Clearly you know your business." "Thank you, sir." I'm told you men destroyed an enemy tank with improvised explosives on night patrol a few days ago. Decorations should be presented."
"No need for us, sir. I've nominated the 2 enlisted men with us, one posthumous for silver, the other for bronze. I'd be most pleased to see those go through."
"I'll make a note of it."
"Thank you, sir."
"I like initiative. It's lacking, alas, in the goddamned bocage. The first time I saw bocage, I couldn't imagine it. Remind you of anything, Major?"
"Guadalcanal."
"So I'm told. Anyhow, I wanted this face-to-face, not for an update or a mid-operation brief and anything like that. I'll let you do your job. I just want you to know how important it is."
"Yes, sir."
"Here's the bigger situation. Ike is furious. The Brits are furious. The President is furious. General Marshall is furious. No one anywhere anticipated being hung up the way we are and taking the casualties we are taking."
"Yes, sir."
"Worst of all, in my view, is the toll it's taken on our troops. 1 in 4 of our infantry casualties, 1st Army-wide, is neuropsychiatric. We have more than 500 cases of self-inflicted wounds. Marines could take this pressure, as I'm sure you know, Major, and so could paratroopers and Rangers. But draftees who were behind a plow or a soda fountain 6 months ago are finding it difficult."
"Yes, sir."
"Sniper fear is everywhere. There are many ways to die in battle, gentlemen, but for some reason the sniper causes particular terror, particularly among fresh troops. I almost issued an order to execute any enemy snipers on capture. That's how serious I am and how badly they are hurting us. Did you hear that?"
"I did, sir."
"So I'm just saying to you, if you've been going 100 miles an hour, now you have to go 150. If you're working 20 hours a day, now you have to work 22. If you need any logistics support, travel, firepower, cooperation from other commands, ours or the Brits, let me know and I'll see it happens fast. But I need some sort of sniper victory, not sure yet what form it'll take, to give to my people."
"Yes, sir."
"I won't trouble you with details, but we've got a big breakout operation coming. New strategy, new weapons, new cooperation with the air forces, a whole new ballgame. But all that comes unglued unless the line troops believe they're not about to be shot in the head by a mystery man who can see in the dark."
"We'll get it done, sir," said Swagger.
As they walked to that night's quarters, Swagger said,
"Assuming we get back tomorrow on sched, you take that girl of yours out to dinner or something. Then the next morning have Sebastian drive you to Scotland Yard's ballistics lab and see what they can tell you about the composition of the round we recovered."
"Yes, sir."
"Do you have a friend in Brit Intel? One of those fancy guys who's a duke or a lord or something?"
"I know a lieutenant named Tony Althwaite, another Jed smart guy. Trained with him. He's back in London at MI6.
"Good. Get him to take you to some kind of foreign language department in Oxford or that other one. I'll have a word for you to translate. Not sure which language. Have to know what it means, not just exactly, but casually, in a joke. An old wives' tale, a fairy tale, something like that. Can you do that?"
"The etymology." "Yes, Major, of course."
"In private, drop the major bullshit. Earl is fine. By the way, you did real good out there. You're a good officer, Leets."
"Thank you, Earl. But can I ask you something?"
"Sure."
"Here's what I don't understand. You could have told General Bradley about the business with Tyne, and Tyne would be on his way to India tomorrow at dawn. Yet you didn't."
"Because if I do that, then I'm Bradley's boy. No idea how that plays. Maybe there's a Patton faction that hates Bradley, wants him out, and so their cooperation with us goes away. Maybe his reputation scares people so much that they hide rather than risk screwing up. We'll take care of Tyne ourselves when the time comes."
The time had come. Upon reaching their quarters, a runner brought by 3 radio teletypes. At 23:42 hours, Colonel Bruce had informed Swagger to report to his office at 10 a.m. 2 days hence. At 21:17, Lieutenant Fenwick told Lieutenant Leets that Tyne had photos and was boasting they would doom his career. And at 17:22,
Colonel Sebastian told them not only what Fenwick and Bruce told them later, but that Congressman Mulrooney had flown in as the enforcer. Part 3. Airstrip 1. Chapter 42. Coach and Horses 2. The man with the cracked face watched them emerge from her hotel. They walked slowly, as lovers do, shoulders rubbing, heads down, voices low and intimate. He seemed to loom over her as if offering protection. He particularly looked exhausted. His fatigue could be read in the tentativeness of his gestures, the suggestion of infirmity in his step. The front had therefore been an ordeal for him. This was all to the good, thought Mr. Raven. His reflexes would be slower, his attention less persistent, his energy much lower. In the aftermath, Mr. Raven would disappear into Mayfair's alleys, find a tube station, and head back to his rooms in Limehouse, enjoying the imagery of the beautiful woman's grief. He expected there might be a service for this Leets, as there had been for poor Mr. Hedgepath. He might attend, just to view from across the street the delicious ruin that afflicted her. How nice that would be. He stayed well back on the other side of the street as they drifted, though not without destination. It was a certain pub not far away. They entered. A nice glass of stout for relaxation, perhaps something light to eat. Then he'd walk her back to the hotel, and hence to his own hotel. That was where the intercept would take place. He'd scouted it already, worked the details in his head. He'd be beyond the big building, but not by much. Leets could only arrive on Grosvenor from one direction, and would be spotted a block away. Mr. Raven would time it perfectly. He was clever with details such as this. He'd walk toward him, head down, a dowdy little Englishman in bowler and absurd overcoat, and they'd pass on the sidewalk. Maybe a Sir Governor exchange in homage to the affinity of America for Britain would pass between them. One step past, he'd spin as the Mauser came out of his pocket, lurch forward to place it near the back of Leets's head and fire. Then it was another quick spin, a departure down an alley off Grosvenor, and then into the greater maze of London. Job done, money earned. A victory for himself over the whole world, in the sense of the world of the undamaged. He headed for Leets's hotel, the Connaught, to put himself in position well in advance of the action. It was always better to be early than late. Since it was always OSS night at this particular pub, that's where Leets took Millie. No Irish tribal gathering in the rear tonight. No waves of gossip riding the smoky air. Just a lot of tired spies hoping for a brew and a plate of chips to drown their troubles before another tough 4-hour day tomorrow. Plotting. Oh-so was only so-so social tonight. Each had a warm brown phlegm the Brits comically called beer, fought its brackish thickness to get a bit of relaxing buzz going. In the low light, she looked, if anything, more beautiful. Those luminous eyes, generally closed off to the world, were alive with sparkle, glitter, light, something like that. How do lashes grow so long? How is skin so smooth? How is symmetry so geometrically precise? How are lips so, red, plump, kissable? He didn't know the word, if even there was one. Gosh, you look great tonight. You look tired, Lieutenant. Blowing up tanks must be so fatiguing. He laughed. That was the Major's show. I was a supernumerary with a Tommy gun. It got the whole place abuzz. More heroics from Leets. A kid got killed out of it. Nice little guy. Funny. Nobody tells that part. Or if they do, they say, hey, that's war. But still, haven't felt so blue since Basil caught it. What I love, Jim, she said, taking his hand in both of hers, is that through all the ugly, you've stayed compassionate and sensitive. His death hurts you, which means the war hasn't crushed you as it has so many. I suppose, he said. So tell me about Swagger. He's the mystery man. Every girl in the office wants a date with him, and he doesn't go out, go to parties, go for walks. He's just duty 8 days a week.
With Earl, it's 9. On his off time, he reads technical intelligence reports on German tanks. Great soldier, the best, smart as they come. The interesting thing is, he's bilingual. Really.
French would be his second language? From Arkansas?
No, his second language is NCO. In the Marine Corps, he was profane, gruff, tough, what you might call super oaky. Heavy Southern accent. Enemy of grammar, but nevertheless unusually vivid in expression. Exactly the sort of sergeant warrior king any kid would follow up a hill. I had worries with how he'd fit in here on Society Hill.
And
he fits like a glove. I've never heard him bust a verb or crack an ain't or an it don't. He stays not only with, but a little ahead of every conversation. And the war, the sniper stuff, he can see into it. He figures out answers where nobody else even had questions.
You know, the colonel ordered an FBI check on him. He's clean as they come. But here's the odd thing. It examined his family, but it said of his father, Charles, we have no information on this subject. I've seen a lot of FBI reports, and I've never seen that before.
Said Leitz, calling for another glass of the brown beer-like sludge.
We did get War Department records, too, she went on. His father had 3 years of teacher's college, so Earl grew up in a home where correct English was spoken. But then Charles went off to war, not in 1917, but in 1914. He fought with the Canadian Army for 3 years. Then he transferred to ours, where he was highly decorated. Led trench raids, it was said, got out a major. He went on to become the sheriff of Polk County, Arkansas. Famous gunfighter. Died in 1941, shot in a meaningless robbery in some tiny town.
Maybe losing his dad to something stupid is why Earl never talks about his past, his family, his childhood, Arkansas. Hurts too much. The old man gets plugged in a heist after 4 years in the trenches. That's a rough one.
I have a feeling it's more complicated than that. Earl left home in 1931 to join the Marine Corps. Who knows why?
All I can say is, I'm glad he's on our side. The food came, they nibbled, and then he could no longer stifle his yawns.
You've got to get some shut-eye, Lieutenant.
I know.
The Tyne thing is tomorrow.
The Major has made it certain I'm not a part of it. He's got me out on errands.
Frank Tyne is a dog, she said. I wouldn't trust him to run a lemonade stand. I couldn't bear it if...
The Major doesn't seem worried. Maybe he's got it figured out.
Frankly, I worry about Colonel Bruce. He's a wonderful man, but a politician. He'll go the way the breeze is blowing.
They left, began a slow walk back to her hotel. This time, a little softened up by the stout, they drifted together, arms touching. Not much was said. Leitz enjoyed her closeness, her smell, her face in profile, perfect and precise. He'd never seen such a beautiful woman. Mr. Raven watched them standing close outside the hotel. Neither seemed in a hurry to depart, even though duties beckoned tomorrow. Would they kiss? He hoped. It would be a sort of l'envoi for the young officer, almost a movie scene, as much like the embrace of Mr. Taylor and Miss Lee in Waterloo Bridge as could be imagined. These two might even be more attractive than the cinema performers. But where was the background music? Mr. Raven had to imagine that for himself, and he felt it surge through him, rather jolly as in the flickers. Duty, his, not theirs, beckoned. It was time. He knew exactly the moment. He had timed it. It would take him 4 minutes through 2 alleys to get to Leitz's residence, and another to find his selected post in the alleyway just past it where he could linger in the shadows unseen. Leitz, walking a less secretive path, would arrive in 6. All auspices were positive. No coppers, few cabs. Now and then a soldier or two winding home from a night at the bar. But nowhere in this little universe was observation, much less detailed memory, probable. It would be clean. The snap of the pistol so unexpected here among the trees and the august stone buildings that any who heard would immediately deny it, roll over, and try to get back to sleep. He fondled the German pistol in his pocket. He was so ready for this. Oh, God,
he said, holding her. How I dreamed of this in the mud with the crouch shooting. You shouldn't have been thinking of me, Jim. You should have been thinking about not getting killed. The taste of her lips, the feel of her thin yet taut muscularity, the softness of her breasts against him, his need to crush her to him, to make her part of him forever. Please, 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 she said. Tell me you'll be careful. No more heroics. Let Swagger be the hero. You just take the notes. I'm hoping there's no more cowboy stuff. But you just never know how it's going to happen. Don't say it. All right. I was going to be so MGM noble, too. Duty, all that stuff. I just want Leitz in bed with me for the rest of my life. Won't that be fun? And how? Soon, darling. Now go home, go to bed. Big day tomorrow. Too big a day. I'm actually going to the office. I can bunk on the sofa. That gets me about an hour's extra sleep. What a smart soldier, she said. Chapter 43. The Flap. With turbulence in the forecast, everyone was tight. No eye contact, no handshakes, no joshing or fake collegiality. Just the four in the colonel's office. Swagger, the colonel, Tyne, all in fresh Class A's, freshly shaved, crisp as cornflakes. And Tyne's pet congressman. Mulrooney, New York Democrat, 5th. Looked like a crossbred 55-year-old leprechaun and gigolo. Irish in face and dress, complete to black suit and tie, white shirt, dark but shaven jowls, eyebrows like black swallows' wings, nose like a tiny ski jump. He was nevertheless rather handsome, even dashing. It was in a single harmony of dark Irish beauty. He had a big face like a movie dolt. His hair was sleek, wore its sheathing of pomade well, and boasted always desirable tinges of gray at the temples. One could see why, if not movies, the next best thing would be politics. Millie, coffee please, said the colonel, shooing them to his circle of chairs at the fireplace under the portrait of some wonder dog or other. Now, gentlemen, he said, I do realize there is some contention here, but I'm a great believer in the casual meeting. If we can chat in a friendly way over coffee on a beautiful London summer day, I'm sure we can work all this out. Millie brought a pot steaming and 4 cups on a tray. As she bent, asked about cream or sugar, she found the grace to turn to Swagger and mouth the words, good luck. He nodded. Sir, said Tyne, I'm just wanting to go on record here saying none of this is calculated as an attack on either Major Swagger or yourself. You're both fine exemplary officers with great records. I am only concerned with certain administrative tendencies that could attract undue attention in the middle, alas, of an election season. I know Tom Dewey and how he operates. I wouldn't be surprised if he had spies in the building right now, rooting for anything that could be called corruption or mismanagement. They could be used in the fall against the president. I wish we could keep politics at bay, said the congressman. But that's only in a pretend world. Here in this one, as I'm sure you realize, Colonel, politics are everywhere. November will be upon us soon, and Thomas Dewey means to take over. You would know this, being of our breed yourself, House of Delegates, Maryland, Virginia. You would know it's not possible to say, forget politics, win the war. To win the war, you have to win the politics. Anything to add, Major Swagger? Asked Colonel Bruce. I don't know or care anything about politics, said Swagger. Never have, never will. Believe me, young man, you may not be interested in politics, but they are interested in you, said the congressman. It was a treasured line, drawn from Trotsky, and everybody laughed except Swagger, whose face remained almost disinterested. Tyne then launched into his tirade, since practiced and polished, somewhat condensed, but basically the same. Special groups, unaccountable budget overruns, blurred standards of success, morale crisis for others in the building, all of it leading to lessened efficiency. I can see Tom wanting to know why in a strategic global war, we're frittering away men, talent, and money on ridiculous enterprises like blowing up small bridges that will have almost no impact on the war, said Mulrooney.
or funding secret groups with no professional supervision, no end game, no reliable gauge of their success, and increasing resentment from a rank and file held to more stringent standards. Major Swagger? I'm just doing the job as it was explained to me. As I understood it, they wanted me to be outside of all that. No politics, just a hard sprint toward an end. I made the calls, right or wrong. It's got nothing to do with anybody else. I have to ask then, Major, said Congressman Mulrooney. Can you perhaps define or elucidate your progress so far? Can you, in other words, justify what's been done? No, sir. That just opens me up to sniping, second-guessing. The involvement of too many folks who want to stir the pot. Too many bosses to please. It never works. It always hurts. That brought things to a momentary halt. Well, said Mulrooney, that's the sort of attitude that could bring on a congressional inquiry, even a hearing. You would have to answer under subpoena. So you gain nothing, Congressman Mulrooney, said the colonel. I'm sure we all want to avoid that. Tell us, what would you see as some gesture of responsibility that would have the effect of turning everyone's eyes elsewhere? Glances flew between Mulrooney and Tyne, but Tyne was the lead dog on this adventure in barking. Sir, it's my contention, and I've asked around quite a bit to support it, that as capable as Major Swagger is, he's fallen under the sway of an underling, his staffer Lieutenant Leitz. That is, First Lieutenant James Leitz, transferred in from the 101st Airborne because of his fluent French. Leitz is one of those careerists, shall we say, who sees the war as an opportunity to rise, not as a global conflict for survival to win. Can you be more specific, Major? Asked Colonel Bruce. Tyne unleashed his Leitz smear. It was like sitting through the movie again. He added some new touches. He had supervised the Jeds, and so he knew of what he was talking. Next, the days stall over the Bren guns, and he gave himself credit again for straightening that out. He dispensed with the attack quickly. It was a total catastrophe. Captain St. Florian, an able, even legendary British agent, was killed, along with perhaps dozens of French fighters. And while Casey did detonate charges at the bridge, they did not knock it down. German engineers quickly got it. How quickly? Asked Colonel Bruce. Very quickly. Meaningless overall. I don't think Schaeff would agree. Sir, let me show you. The pièce de résistance. I have obtained top-secret 8th Air Force recon photos that will document the supposed destruction of this bridge. He opened his briefcase, took out several heavy sheets of paper rolls, unspooled them to display the imagery, and proceeded to point out that the bridge was indeed not flattened but only twisted, and that a solid effort by the organization TOTE had it up and permitting passage to the beach area within 2 working days. Swagger wondered how much it had cost him. But no tigers? Said the colonel. No, sir, but tigers are irrelevant. The Panzer IVs and the Panthers raised hell with our Shermans. Major Swagger? I have nothing to say. Wasn't here for that. Wouldn't know a thing about it. Sir, said Major Tyne, the point is that Leitz and his pals promoted his little misadventure into a major success here in 70 Grosvenor when it wasn't. They have a clique thing going where each boosts the other, and that false reputation for success is what got him to Room 351, with its unlimited budget and its complete lack of accountability, and its potential for being publicized as an OSS waste, directly attributable to the president. This photo. He held up the picture of the twisted, droopy bridge, which did, in fact, look rather pathetic against all the other landscapes of vast ruin the war had produced. Could cost President Roosevelt the White House. That's all I'm saying. And your recommendation? Well, certainly Lieutenant Leitz has to go. Immediately, if not sooner. Then the Room 351 operation should be moved from special projects to my own operations team. I'll be able to supervise directly all of Major Swagger's findings and make the proper presentations to Schaeff when the time comes, and... The phone rang. Damn it, snapped Colonel Bruce. No one in history had ever seen him nonplussed before. I told her, he explained, rising. No interruptions.
He went to his desk, picked up. "Millie, I thought I told you." Whatever it was, it stopped him as cold as a bazooka rocket stops a tank. Then he blustered, "Can't they wait? What is so important?" "What?" "Oh, God. The Army." "All right, send them in. Let's get this over with." He went to the door, explaining, "I apologize, gentlemen, but I'm told this is urgent chafe business. Can't wait. I'll take care of it in just a second." He opened the door. There were 4 of them. They looked like the Notre Dame backfield outlined against a blue-gray November sky. Meat, lots of it, well distributed. Those brutality-inured faces, flat, almost phlegmatic, not registering much. The white caps, the white armbands, the white belts, the white holsters, the gray .45 automatics, the white lanyards, the white leggings, the black billy clubs. Every note sounded MP. She's it, the cops. A lieutenant, 2 sergeants, and a corporal. "Sir, Lieutenant Green, 130th Military Police, attached to Chafe. This is a felony arrest, and I have to advise you that during the performance of our duties, military protocol is temporarily suspended." "Lieutenant, what on earth? Which one here is Tyne?" The looks of the others identified Frank. "I don't," he started. Cops do not let perps dominate the transaction. That's the point of being a cop. "Mr. Tyne, Major Tyne. Mr. Tyne, you have been indicted by grand jury hearing on 1 count of felony murder committed against the person of one Reginald Bowie, known as Hot Fingers, of Harlem, New York, 15 November 1935. You are hereby remanded to arrest and incarceration, and will be transported immediately to the 1st Army Stockade at Bushy Park until transportation can be arranged for your return. But you are also hereby informed that all courtesies, protocols, special rights, and considerations due a major in the United States Army are considered rescinded. Please remove all signifiers of rank before we cuff you. You are as of now a prisoner." "Leo," Tyne said. "This is outrageous. You can't let them—" Congressman Mulrooney rose to launch an eloquent and shaming defense of his ally. It lasted somewhere between 1 and 4/10 of a second before he brilliantly executed a 180 so graceful it's still talked about today, riding and driven by the pure diesel of the 4 most powerful words in the English language. On the other hand, Frank," he said smoothly, "I'm sure this can all be settled at some future date," he added. "I wouldn't want to interfere with the law." How swift the wind doth change. How swift the politician doth read, absorb, process, develop new policy, in the blank blink of a smiling Irish eye upon what prevails. "Prisoner Tyne," said the lieutenant, "if you don't get that shit off your uniform, my men will do it for you, and they won't be gentle about it." Chapter 44. Childish Fantasies. After the brief stop at the Scotland Yard ballistics lab, where the twisted bullet remnants were dropped off for analysis, Outhwaite said, "I say, what's the driver's name?" "Sebastian. And that thing on his arm?" He meant the double-striped chevrons over the T. "Tech 5, meaning corporal in our army." "Excellent." He leaned forward. "Corporal Sebastian, your boss here has decided to give you the afternoon off. Can you spend it wisely, rob no banks, cane no Irishmen or bobbies, nor be caught naked at Trafalgar Square?" "I believe I can," said Sebastian. "He's good at that," said Leeds. "Excellent. Deposit us, please, at number 5, Lancaster Crouch End. Can you find it?" "Near Archway, sir?" "Indeed." And why wouldn't Sebastian know London that well? He was king of it, after all. In short order, he maneuvered the staff Ford through traffic to the North End and beyond, and located number 5 Lancaster, which turned out to be a modest place of brick and wooden struts, undamaged as yet by Doodle or 400-pounder, called Ned's Garage. There, Ned himself brought out Tony's car, which was a small dark green Morris Sportster, a miniature thing that repeated the British design aesthetic of boxiness. One could say it looked like a steel essay arguing against the streamline. It was distilled and diluted from the 20s trope of the cube, and thus presented an assembly of tinier cubes to the world, all in the career of adding as much wind resistance as possible. All angles, all fenders, all windshields were squared up to the breeze. The tires would have been square if possible, their spokes homage to the 19th century, and even the headlamps had the aspect of upside-down tea kettles welded to each fender. It was as aerodynamic as a coffin. Its canopy was down, the cockpit looking quite Sopwith camel, and Ned had taken care to rub it to its highest green gloss. "It's a Tickford drophead coupe," Tony said. "One of 251 ever built. Got it for a song from a major off to Burma. It's a dolly to drive. Care to take us to Oxford, chum?" Said Leeds. "The left-hand driving will get us both squashed under a truck before we get out of town. I'll just sit on the right and hold on to my hat." Off the boys went in the dashing toy car, which indeed, under Tony's effortless expertise, snaked around curves, opened up wide on flats, all while ruffling hair and raising dust. It was, as they coursed through the rolling and soon enough Oxfordshire hills and greens, almost as if there were no war on, the sun bright, the sky cloudless and unmarked by BF 109 or Spitfire contrails, and not a barrage balloon or a bomb crater in sight. One would have expected them to discuss poetry. Outhwaite had a mysterious fondness for Leeds. You wouldn't think his type would go for Yanks. They'd met at training at Milton Hall after Leeds had been seconded from the 101st. He was by no means as unflappably insouciant as Basil, but might have been called a fetal Basil. Give him time, and if he lived long enough, doubtful, he might even become the new Basil. However, as for now, he'd returned from his Jed foray, a nicely done job on a railway line south of Paris, keeping Jerry from shipping yet more armor to Normandy, to MI6, not SOE. In time, the medieval university town arrived. Well, they arrived, but to them, so effortless was the motoring, it felt as if it had arrived to them. It lay before them, steeples and domes, rather mauve in the haze of pollen and agricultural dust. Entered, it had the aspect of an intaglio etching, so many and varied were the textures, particularly as one buzzed through town and on to the seat of learning, a collection of cathedrals to knowledge, one might say, though arranged horizontally rather than vertically. The Bodleian sandstone was everywhere, each building seeming to present a different degree of weathering to the world. Since it was summer, flower life had everywhere invaded and vanquished, curling and spiraling up the odd stairways, brightening the greens between or fronting the colleges and the quads, all of it so alive under the radiance of an Oxford summer sun that one half expected a meandering Dodgson to come out to enjoy the toasting rays. The chestnut was a blossom, discordant to the cobbles, the cupolas, and the gables. Scholastic quiet? Hardly. Bells banging away, celebrating the passage of time, one supposed, or just that noise equated to life as only the living could make it, and only the optimistic could want to make it. The crowd was mostly women now, however.
"The girls have taken over. Actually, the government has taken over and it's largely girls now. Brasenose completely. Most of the other colleges are just office buildings, though bravely a few dons hold out against the deluge. Look quickly. You might spot an authentic undergraduate."
There were a few as yet spared the rigors of desert, jungle, or bocage, all with that languid undergrad posture that suggested power and wealth inherited, adored or abjured as the case might be, who seemed to poke their way through the distaff mob.
"Squint and make all the clerks go away, and it's still beautiful, eh?"
said Outhwaite.
"Sure is," said Leeds,
realizing that his own college back in Evanston in the Midwest had, like so many others, imitated the Oxonian cloistral hush, Gothic architecture, and vapors of both learning and yearning in its effect.
"Doomed, of course. Though the German bombs failed, the war in general will wipe it out. When we win, the common man takes over. Doesn't matter the system in the end. No more poofs and eccentric geniuses and barefoot poets. No wits like Oscar. No aristos ploughing the town girls untouched by shame, decency, or law, then loudly proclaiming their innocence. All gone, all drowned. Surprised this much remains."
Outhwaite was, of course, addressing himself and required no answer from Leeds, who in any case would not have had one. Tony found a car park outside of the one called Balliol, this one vast like Xanadu, with gables and a central if squared tower proudly proclaiming the year 1282 and all that. Parked and led the American in.
"Leeds, old man, look here. These lads can be snappish. They aspire to the worst expressions of English snobbery and will miss no chance to express it. He will be tart, dismissive, rather bored, and quite unwelcoming. And I don't even know who he is yet."
"I'll be harmless," said Leeds.
"Nothing personal. He's just playing a part these blokes have rehearsed for 1,500 or so years."
It was dark, musty, the Middle Ages in personification. Knighthood might still be in flower here, but so was urination, as it smelled of uncouth plumbing. Outhwaite knew the way and took them to a third floor that proclaimed itself the Department of Classics. Entering, they met a secretary who got a rather vague dean out of a nap, and he took them still deeper in the bowels to another room, which for all of it didn't look all that different from a modern language department at Adena High in the suburbs of Minneapolis.
"Bora's our polymath, wizard on languages, speaks and reads them all,"
said Dean Whatever.
"So smart that many despise him. He's cheesed off now because he felt he'd be elected Oxford Professor of Poetry to go with his other little university trophies. But the Day-Lewis bunch outmaneuvered him, and that post stays vacant till after the war. He broods and curses and plots and dreams. So if he's short, it's an example of what politics, faculty, or any sort can do to a chap."
Hence Bora, tweedy, balding, 50s, gravedigger face after 1,000 or so holes and too many rotting corpses. Bad teeth, skin the color of parchment. Rather unsavory. No Mr. Chips. Mr. Chits, as if the other world owed him and had not yet come clear.
"Professor Bora, 2 chaps from intelligence here. One's even a Yank, that's how important it is. Need some language help, something quite arcane. Can you have at the pitch?" "I suppose one must,"
Bora allowed, his face a dispatch of extreme annoyance. They sat, and without provocation, the professor said,
"I'd offer tea, but that would elongate the experience. I'm quite busy today avoiding work and prefer to get back to that important task. Please do rush sloppily on, as time is too precious to be wasted on anything except wasting time."
"Excellent start," said Tony. Then he endeavored to explain it all. Bora nodded as if he even cared. Then he said,
"All right then, gentlemen, unveil the mystery word."
Leeds made a stab at it.
"Was that an expectoration, sir?"
asked the professor. "Good one. Oxford 1, Northwestern 0. Leeds soldiered onward. I was trying for something that might be spelled Nejdzniki. Remember, the soldier heard it several times in German captivity, then waited a few weeks before telling my officer, who then told me. Obviously, it's eroded, in his memory, in the major's, and then in mine, and it was never too clear to begin with."
"Like a stone in a stream, worn smooth by the water's passage," said Professor Bora. "But enough remains. Actually, it's Czech."
"Czech," said Tony.
"Indeed. Sudeten Czech, almost certainly. Contested land between Germany and the Czechs, the Germans taking it over in the Anschluss of 1938. Its residents thus became, no matter how reluctantly, German citizens, obligated to German law, vulnerable to German conscript. Czech or not, these lads couldn't say no to Nazi conscription. That's how they end up in a German tank in France, fighting Americans barely speaking German at all."
"Do you know the word, sir?" asked Leeds.
"I do and I don't. I will specify the word but not the meaning, as Czech is a language in which word order is quite flexible, and that flexibility frequently dictates meaning. So the word's meaning might be useless without the sentence in which it was spoken, but one must do what one must. I will give you the word and many possible meanings. That is all I can do. It is up to you to carry it another step. I should think spies would find the game quite amusing." It's rather like a code.
Men's lives are at stake, sir, said Leeds, banking on Midwestern literalism to carry the day. Bad move.
But then it's a war, and men's lives are always at stake, are they not, young man?
Was the swift response. Leeds surrendered. What else was there? Unfortunately.
Well, let us try and save some, shall we? Nedzniki, the final I rendering it to the plural. Immediate meaning, then, raiders. Metaphorical possibilities depending on context. Invaders, road agents, bandits, highwaymen, thieves, pirates, any random group of nasties, brigands.
They were joking, said Leeds. They'd joke about something German that seemed particularly absurd to them.
Plausible, I suppose, said the professor. Not quite conclusive, though may I offer another approach? Raiders. Accepting the literal, who would the Czechs see as raiders? Not the Nazis, too recent. Not the Huns, too ancient. You'd have to know of something in between in Czech history, or more, its folklore. That is, its children's tales. Perhaps there's an aspect of raiders out of children's stories that these very tough men would share and find amusing.
Silence. Where on earth would we go for that? Asked Tony.
I know just the chap for you, said the professor. He was in the trenches in the First War. The Somme, all that. Possibly it affected him. He's quite brilliant. He's also barking mad.
Chapter 45. The Thin Man. What a good boy he was. Instead of spending the afternoon trolling for shop girls in the pubs, Sebastian returned to duty at 3:51. He had to know the outcome of the Tyne drama. Said one of his informers, another T5. They took him out of here in handcuffs and a T-shirt about 1100. It said Colonel Bruce seemed quite happy in the canteen. Major Swagger, as usual, went back to 351 without a word. Man, is he good, said Sebastian. That seems to be the consensus, said the fellow. But if Sebastian expected gloating and celebrating, Swagger didn't get the general order. Same dour concentration as he was looking through what appeared to be decrypts from some code-breaking operation of Brit origin. Sir, Sebastian said, announcing his presence. The lieutenant went on to Oxford by car with a British officer. He released me. Here I am. The major looked up.
Okay, Sebastian. I've actually got something for you other than waxing the car. You used a word to me to keep me from sending you to the 1st Ranger Battalion. Remember? I'd never heard it before. Because I went to college at the University of Banana Wars, it wasn't on the reading list.
Sebastian knew right away. Realpolitik?
That's it. Define again, please.
The way it really is, as opposed to the way everybody thinks it is or everybody thinks it should be. For example, we are holy crusaders against evil. Realpolitik, we're just another batch of scramblers, hustlers, con men, consumed by grudges, petty politics, ambition. Some of us really stupid, some of us...
Okay, now who would know about this stuff?
I'm sorry?
Who could look at a situation and give me a read on it from the angle of this realpolitik?
I would say you, sir. Major Tyne comes against you, he ends up in handcuffs. That's as realpolitik as it gets.
Forget that.
May I ask, sir, what is this in regard to?
Sure, you can ask. And just as sure I'm not answering. It's not for Tech 5s, or even Major Generals, yet.
Yes, sir.
Back on point. In London, who? Where?
Sebastian concentrated. Not in service. Not in spies. Journalism. Edward R. Murrow. William L. Shirer.
I think he'd have to be British. That is, to know the politics. Not parties, districts, that sort of thing. But, operating principles.
Culture.
I suppose.
Sebastian came up with a name.
Never heard of him.
On BBC. Lots of people hate him. Seems to call it straight. Not really the college type. He was a cop in Burma. Went on the hobo in Paris and London, spent time in coal mines, always trying to write stuff. Finally managed to get it published. Now he's well known.
Call BBC. Say you're me. Use your most polished voice. Get me in to see this guy. Tell him it's for the war effort.
They met at a pub not far from Broadcasting House, the odd ship-like building that was BBC headquarters, that had made its port of call Marylebone a few streets away. The pub bore the name The Lion and Unicorn, but inside it turned out to most resemble the pub that looks like all the other pubs. Its banality was only bearable by virtue of its darkness and the power of its hooch. Swagger entered, feeling completely out of place in such a dark English borough, but a tall Englishman stood and gestured. He looked like a Brit variation on Abraham Lincoln, the string bean with the tragic face and tweeds so baggy he'd slept in them for sure. Dark shirt, dark tie with stripes, a kind of rhapsody in brown indigo. Cadaverous, 150 pounds dripping wet. Fag hanging from mouth, its syrupy smoke drifting up into his smudge of mustache. Cheekbones like bayonets, a shock of thatch hair. And of course he had a bad cough, a hack that sent tremors of damage through his scrawny, elongated frame. It spoke of heatless rooms, thin coats, an icy wind cutting everything, being down and out in cities of full and plenty. He looked like he'd gone native in his own country.
Major, I'm Blair. That is my real name. The radio name's just a fraud. Sir, I'm Swagger. After the stick. I carried one in Burma. Nobody knows. Old family name. A mystery. Anyhow, thanks so much for this, Mr. Blair. Thanks so much for coming over and winning our war for us. I'm the sort who finds that sort of thing fun. As you so appear. Anyhow, politics. However may I assist you? Wait, do let me get us a jar. Please, said Swagger. He himself lit a Camel, laid a couple of packs down on the table as an offering to new friend Blair, and looked up to see the man with 2 glasses filled to the brim with brown amber, about 1/10 of an inch of foam as surface flotsam. Ciggies, said Blair, sitting. So appreciated. Now, how can I be of aid? I've got a situation where the sides aren't clear, not sure who represents who. As I apply myself to it, nothing makes sense. I was hoping you'd see something in it that might clarify it for me. Fascinating. It has to do with this thing called realpolitik. Said Blair. Might have an idea or two. Realpolitik almost got me killed in Spain. But do proceed. I'm trying to solve a problem, but the only answer I can come up with makes no sense. It boils down to one problem. How do you win by doing harm to your own side? Is it possible? Could you be more specific? Suppose someone on our side is giving information to their side. Seems straight up treason for whatever reason. Maybe the traitor is crazy, maybe a lot of money has been paid. Maybe he's got a thing for secrets. Wouldn't an investigator figure that out? Here's the strange part. This person doesn't consider himself doing wrong. He thinks it's right. But what normal person could think giving dope to the Nazis was right, unless they were cooked in Nazi cow shit for the past 10 years, and didn't know better, or were some kind of trained professional agent? And those 2 possibilities are out? Completely. Now it's coming clear, said Blair. Deep puff, the orange of the oxygenated burn suffusing his prematurely aged face, the drifting penumbra of smoke obscuring it, but still his brow went scrunchy, his eyes went narrow, as he put full brain into 4th gear. All right, he said. Maybe there's a 3rd player on the board, a secret player. News to Swagger. Had no meaning in any part of his life. Couldn't fix on it. 3rd player? I'm baffled, Mr. Blair, he allowed. Here's the dynamic. Your traitor hates the Nazis as much as anyone and would give nothing to them. However, this person's alliances are not to you, but to another anti-Nazi, a supposed ally of yours whom too many take to represent the hope of the world. No names, nothing spoken. But now Swagger grasped it. So you're saying he gives it to this third party? And the third party? He paused. The third party is the party of realpolitik. It sees an advantage on forwarding the information to the Germans. That's because it's not looking at tomorrow or the next year, but at 20 years on. It knows that harm done to you in this war will reverberate far in the future and sees its own benefit in it. Stagger stewed, parsing, holding pieces up to the light, turning them, seeing how it played out. Here's an example. I know it well, as it almost got me killed. Blair smiled. This was such fun for him. He liked this story. It explained so much. In 1936, there was a war in Spain. Straightforward thing. Believers in democracy on one side, believers in authoritarian rule on the other. Stalin rushed to the aid of the Spanish Republic, the democratic side, the good side, with men and supplies. So one would say, hooray for Stalin for supporting the Republic. What a good chap. And that's what many vegetarian free-thinkers and intellectual chrysanthemums and bad poets said. Swagger nodded. Stalin, as it turned out, didn't give a rat's shit for Spain. The only thing he cared about was the future of Russia, particularly of his enemies there. Do you see? I do. He used the Spanish War to draw them out. Fools and dreamers. I count myself among them. Maybe the biggest fool. They were drawn like flies to rot. But to his mind, they were unreliable. They were too undisciplined and therefore too likely to be driven by passion over loyalty. He knew what would become of them, how they would turn out. At the same time, in Spain as in Russia, he was consolidating power over the secret police. He who controls the machine guns controls the present and thus the future. You see, here's the brilliance of the bloody bastard. He saw his enemies of the future. He saw beyond tactics, beyond strategy. That's realpolitik for you. He knew that even if they weren't guilty yet, they inevitably would be. So he destroyed them, his allies, those on his side in all their foolish innocence. And as they faced the firing squads, they screamed, "But we are innocent!" "Yes, but you will be guilty soon enough," was the answer, followed by bullets. They came after you. I had a date with the wall. Nothing personal, just by classification. Lefty dreamer in a silly militia called POUM, which I joined carelessly, not caring what the initials stood for. Turned out to be Party of Marxist Unification. It represented Trotsky's dream of world revolution, not Stalin's dream of revolution in one country. The Stalinists suppressed it, arrested all, shot them. Learned my lesson, did I? Just barely made it out. Last train from Barcelona after the purge. I didn't think ahead. You must. So that means if I want to make sense of my situation, I ought to consider not the short-term effects, but the long-term. The results 20 years down the road, and what is necessary to achieve them. Your talent for grasping the core is vivid and sure. I'm guessing you're a splendid soldier. I'm still around if that's anything. That's the fellow, said Mr. Blair, interrupted briefly by a spasm that ripped him from lung to head. I'll now give you an adage to help you. When dealing with certain kinds of chaps, don't think 1944. Think 1984. Chapter 46. 20 Northmore. Tony slid the MG to the curb, killed its purring kitty cat motor, and said to Leitz, "They can be so trying, but are you ready for another Oxonian? If this boy's been in the trenches, perhaps he'll have a bit more humility to him." Wearily, Leitz said, "Let's give it a shot. Good man. The brigade shall advance.
They approached one more stately mansion. At least, mansion is what Leitz would have called it, for it resembled those in both Edina and Paris. A gabled, shingled, chimneyed indulgence of home. It had to have at least 6 bedrooms, and yet at the same time seemed to reflect the prototype English country bungalow of children's books. Lawns lay about it so that no building interfered with its visage, and they were greened up to an emerald hue. Like many playthings of the rich and established, it was in fact rather childish in its straightforwardness. Its symmetry expressed in units of windows spread about harmoniously, like notes on a score. Vines engulfed its front, suggesting a permanence out of olden time.
He's a writer? Leitz said. So Bora said. Of what, I don't know. Hasn't made the Sunday rags yet.
They knocked, and Miss Marple answered. Not that Leitz had ever read Dame Agatha. She had what might be called character, wise eyes, and only a slightly crinkled face under a frost of hair. She was not the sort to slobber over strangers, even heroes in uniform. She knew enough of life to understand what bounders they could be.
Madam, hello, said Tony. Sorry to drop in unannounced.
Bora rang up,
she said.
I'm Edith. Edie, if you prefer.
Ah, splendid. But as humble pilgrims to the shrine, we'll stick with ma'am. So you know we're from intelligence services and would like to borrow the professor's brain. Wouldn't be here unless it wasn't rather sticky.
Yes, she said. Tea's on. I'll get Ronnie. Hard to tear him away from his project. Silliest fool thing I ever heard of. If my mother... No matter. This way.
She led them to a comfortable living room, furnished in pillows and books, and got them seated, then went to fetch Ronnie and T in that order. He entered. No infantry bucko to him. Signal Corps, one would have thought, accurately. Gangly of body, bony of face, dressed as one would expect, in corduroy bags bagged out over brogues that looked equally as if they'd suffered a war or two, a blue shirt uncinched by tie, hair askew from much running of fingers through it in despair over the perfect adjective. Writer's hair, Leitz would have supposed, not knowing any writers.
Hello,
he sang out.
Stay put, no need to stand, no ceremony at 20 Northmore.
But they stood anyway.
We stand for the Somme, sir, said Leitz. I just got in the way in that one. No heroics here. I'm a man whose life was saved by a flea, so what do you expect?
A flea, said Tony.
Bit me, the little bugger, one of millions. This one gave me 3 bags full of trench fever, 6 months in hospital. Then judged too feeble for battle. Spent the rest of the war supervising men who needed no supervision in loading crates on lorries in Sheffield.
Being at the Somme was enough, said Leitz, and being there is far more important than leading bayonet charges into machine gun fire.
How nicely said. American young man?
I am, sir.
Yet you've spent time in Paris. I note a rogue Parisian vowel occasionally declaring itself.
10 years. I was schooled there. I speak it quite fluently.
It helped him become a hero,
Tony said. He's joking, said Leitz. Like you, I was mostly in the way. The professor laughed.
Do sit, I insist.
Edie brought tea and some kind of biscuit thing that looked beyond the strength of anyone's dentition. The Brits loaded up on lumps and cream, while Leitz used the condiments more sparingly.
We do apologize for interrupting your project, said Tony. Good of you to give us time. Not sure if it's a project or a monstrosity, the professor said. I wrote a children's tale in 37, and it was well received. I could not let it go. I decided on a follow-on, and yet dark times have turned it dark itself. It seems to be full of battles, betrayals, secret weapons, and missions. No child could stay with it, and any adult would find it silly. It only has one natural reader, otherwise totally lacking an audience. That one would be me, and I already know how it ends.
They laughed. Not stuffy, this one, nor arrogant, but neither ignorant.
Now you have a riddle, he said, and you think a philologist and folklorist could help. That's what the beastly Bora said. Something like that, said Outhwaite. I would... Please, Lieutenant, let the American explain. I find his accent so delightful. Yours I hear every day. It's mine. Brommy, Oxford, public school, touch of military. Yes, sir.
Leets ran through it, hitting all the stations of the cross in his Midwestern soda-water voice, an occasional French twist of lemon.
Minnesota, said the professor.
Yes, sir, said Leets.
I treasure accents. I'm the Henry Higgins of Oxford.
They laughed.
But this isn't Shaw, this is war. All right, then. The riddle is, whom would Czech soldiers refer to when they found humor in the word raiders in reference, you believe, to another group among their own? Correctly surmised that the subgroup would differ from the group, hence raiders would not be the Huns themselves.
That's our thought.
Whom do the Czechs remember? They've had many raiders, you see. Germans, of course, Hungarians, Turks, even Russians, all trying to nick a bit of land off here or there. Yet, possibly among the many, one has settled in the Czech imagination and lasted there through the generations. Do we have any descriptions of these Czechs? Handsome people, yes. I strolled through in 1911. If you can give me a description, perhaps it will help me understand, as one tends to note those who look like oneself and forget the others.
The GI was struck by the tank commander. He said, soldiers' memories perhaps can't be trusted, but this guy was pretty solid, I thought. He said he was large, thick crown of hair, blonde perhaps. The most amazing thing, he had a beard, a thick blonde beard. So he's a fellow who would go his own way. And he must be good at the tank business because his German bosses have seen fit to leave him alone.
Blondes are not difficult to find in Czechoslovakia. Many of that complexion, complete to the pale skin, the blue eyes, the steely temperament, are to be found in the north reaches of the country. In some ways, it's far more of Hitler's nonsensical Aryan fantasy than Germany. The dirty little beggar doesn't seem to realize that Aryan is a language, not a gene group. I doubt these boys spoke Aryan, said Tony, or had even heard of it. But yes, I can answer your question. Your tank sergeant notes what reminds him of himself. He's seen a batch of them doing something rather odd in German territory. So odd that it's become part of the folklore of his own little troop. We're baffled. That's because you have no idea, nor does the world, of how successful this group of raiders was in their heyday. They not only came and saw and conquered, they intermarried, even as far south and east as what is now Czechoslovakia. Hence the sergeant is one of them, and he was only noticing his kin. Do you see it yet?
No, sir.
Not merely did they visit as far south and east of Czechoslovakia, but possibly as far to the west as America. They certainly had their innings in Great Britain as well. I know that because both of you bear their imprint. You two, a British and an American lieutenant, are blonde, solid and brave. Why, it's all from the same source. You and the tank sergeant and the men you seek, you're Vikings.
Chapter 47. The New Friend. The little man with the cracked face was nothing if not indefatigable, and he logged his many hours on watch. He was also cunning. He would not station himself at any location twice in a row. Rather, he rotated, cutting the chances of arousing curiosity by permanence, sometimes at 70 Grosvenor, sometimes at the man's hotel, sometimes at the woman's. And he changed wardrobes and hats as well. Sometimes a Mac, sometimes a tweed Balmacan, sometimes a waterproof. Up top, sometimes a bowler, sometimes a fedora, and sometimes a derby. He did or didn't carry a brolly, but always he had a scarf, plaid, black, sometimes green, sometimes pale yellow, about the fissure that dominated his face and made it unforgettable. And always he had his little pistol. Sooner or later, by the odds, the American lieutenant would appear, the street would be empty, and the contract would be dispatched. However, this night was proving particular. Indeed, the young beauty emerged, though not with Lancelot, but with another female, this one also in uniform. Tall, angular, American by that uniform, but exotic as to face. He wondered who she might be and in what American department she might serve, but it didn't really concern him, and knowing would mean nothing as far as ultimate ends were concerned. Still, he pondered. He could not help it. Miss Fenwick, after all, was the major part of his life now. Perhaps the two women were office chums. Perhaps the stranger a newcomer to the shop needing special counseling. Perhaps an old friend from home, though the disparity in facial structure rendered that one unlikely. He tried to read body positions and found no symptom of affection, only banal professional distance. There seemed to be no attraction save via subjects being discussed, and that discussion was rather professional as well. They walked, finding a place likely not to be full of drunken, sexually aroused soldiers, and settled in for a private chat in a dark corner. He waited from across the street, thinking perhaps Lieutenant Leitz might join them. Not tonight. The two left after a bit and headed back to the hotel. It seemed odd to Mr. Raven that of the two it was the newcomer who seemed to dominate. It wasn't just the height or the 10-to-1 ratio of her words to Miss Fenwick's, but also a slight posture of control, of looming. Sexual? Doubtful. He had heard of such things, even if he'd never witnessed them, but in their style of contact, no sexual information was conveyed. It was more of a governess instructing her charge, a teacher lecturing her student. Odd, what? They disappeared into the hotel. Mr. Raven checked his watch. 10:30 British summer war time. Being diligent, he hastened via 2 alleys and a cut-through to the hotel that housed the American men, and again set up a discreet watch, shifting his weight from foot to foot every few minutes to keep them from going to pins and needles. Tick-tock, tick-tock. It went faster if one didn't think about time or comfort or circumstances. What did Mr. Raven think of? Recent professional successes? How he got in this strange game? The 3 times in his life he had had sex, all with prostitutes. 2 women and a man. A dog he kept as a boy. The way his face had driven his father out. His mother's despair. The poverty, the sense of exile as his face clearly marked him of a different species. None of that. A neighbor, Mr. Garland, had taken him to Brighton Pier in 1923. He'd seen the vast onion of the Royal Pavilion, the West Pier jutting proudly into the blue water, the throngs of bathers, the open-air cafes. Mr. Garland bought him a lemonade. Mr. Garland was the only man in the world, or woman or child also, who seemed not to notice the magenta crevice that ran from septum to lip, the teeth it exposed, the drool it allowed, the blubber it brought to speech. It was as if, in Mr. Garland's care, he was just another boy. Remarkable, so long ago. At the end of that summer, Raven's best, with an actual pal, he was told that Mr. Garland had hung himself, and overheard some neighbor women say the poor fellow had worked in hospital, in a ward for men who'd suffered facial wounds in the Great War. He'd grown used to the atrocities done to flesh by steel, and to him disfigurements were quite meaningless. He just took the young boy because he seemed so lonely, and it was so little to do to bring an extra whisper of joy to the world. Alas, the terrible depression created by haunted eyes and ruined physiognomies had become too much to bear. With his death, of course, the Brighton excursions went away. But huzzah, then, to Mr. Garland and all like him who— there he was, the American lieutenant, getting out of a little car, one of those sporty things one saw around occasionally, a boxy little sprite of a car with an open cockpit and spoke tires. Seemed to be another lieutenant, this one English, at the wheel. The 2 men were friends. They had a last laugh, the American's louder, and parted. The American turned and headed inside with an unprecedented bounce to his step. There would be no killing tonight. Chapter 48. Chafe. Sebastian drove them to Bushy Park the next morning, scooting around the occasional closed streets where bombs had fallen, pressing hard across the Thames through Lambeth, to find a southwestern tangent toward Teddington and then on to the place itself. Once 1,100 acres of green beauty, it was now home to a war town and even a short airstrip behind barbed wire and a full battalion of heavily armed MPs. But in the interim after Lambeth, when traffic as well as Sebastian's driving ceased to be a drama, and the roads and land opened some, Leitz had to use this first opportunity to ask a question. "Sir," he said, "I heard all about the, disposition of Major Tyne." "We can drop in on him, Leitz, if you want. He's in the Bushy Park stockade, as I understand." "Actually, no, thanks. But could you tell me how you—"
"Oh, that. Yeah, I needed him out of our hair."
"There must be a story."
"A little one. In 1935, when Tyne was busy cracking colored folks in the head in Harlem, I happened to pull a new second lieutenant out of a burning hut in the middle of a firefight in Honduras. He was pleased at the outcome, I'd say. But he learned from that incident that maybe leading Marine infantry patrols and jungle fights against guerrillas for a big banana company wasn't quite his cup of tea. So he left the Corps, went to law school, and from there joined the Manhattan District Attorney's office. Became a big racket buster for Tom Dewey. He kept in touch over the years. For some reason, he thought I was some kind of hero. I wonder why. Yeah. So anyway, I put through a radio telegram to him, saying a certain ex-New York cop was giving me a rough time on a temporary duty assignment in London. He said he'd take care of it no problem, because there's always something in the files on a New York cop. He did. Faster than I expected. That's all there was to it."
"Wow," said Leitz.
"I don't like people thinking I was born yesterday. Tyne and his congressmen thought they were cocks of the walk. But it turned out I had a bigger, well, you get the picture."
"That is so smooth," said Sebastian from the front.
"Keep your eye on the road, Sebastian," said the major.
Entered after a laborious ordeal of identification at the gate off Sandy Lane, Schaeff HQ at Bushy Park resembled a western town from Poverty Row movie makers. Muddy, makeshift, low, rather shabby. It was a little less populated now because another Schaeff had been set up on the invaded continent, and many had already moved there. So figure in a ghost town look to this Old West. No lean-tos exactly, but huts of cinder block and shingles, quonsets of aluminum, some larger units that appeared to be all wooden. Gene Autry wasn't around and no horses were tied at its hitching posts, but a few jeeps seemed to have been abandoned, quietly grazing at the mud and what little uncrushed grass remained. The sparse population was mostly young men with non-crucial office careers. Sebastian found Building B, which differed from A and C in that it had 8 windows instead of 6, and left his passengers off.
"You stay here, Sebastian," said the major, "in case we have to make a quick getaway."
"Motor running, sir?"
"Not a bad idea."
They reported to a tech at a desk, who promptly alerted a second lieutenant of the headquarters variety, who informed them there would be a slight delay. Hurry up and wait, of course, until the cast was assembled. He led them to a canteen, got them coffee, and abandoned them amid tables full of huddled conspirators. It wasn't long, only 2 cups worth, before he fetched them and led them to a certain room unidentifiable from any other rooms, housing a conference table and a spew of chairs, and as common as aspirin. Normandy was planned here. Well, maybe not. But something was, and they were joined by the same Colonel McBain and the brigadier from before.
"Gentlemen?"
"Sir," each OSS officer said, initiating salutes only to be waved down.
"He's landed," said the colonel. "Should be just a few minutes. He'll jeep over by himself. Believe me, he knows the way."
"Sir?" asked Major Swagger.
"May I?" "No, you may not," said the colonel. "On top of that, you are to make no report to anyone, including Colonel Bruce, of your attendance at this briefing, to say nothing of its contents. As far as anyone else is concerned, it didn't happen."
"You didn't even dream it," said the general. And at that moment the door opened, and a thin but solid bald officer entered, dressed in the jacket he had invented, and that was named after him. His tie and his shirt were the same color of OD that most would call brown. And though his accumulation of chest-displayed fruit salad was modest, the 4 asterisks on his epaulettes seemed to weigh a ton each. His face, though immaculately shaven, didn't look as if it had worn a smile in a decade. Wary, weary, maybe even sad at all the death everywhere, every day, over and over, but still crisp and hungry to do his duty, which was to finish the fucking thing. Again, Swagger and Leach jumped too, and again were waved off. "Please, gentlemen," said the newcomer in a flat Midwestern effect, as if he too had stepped out of a Republic Western, this one set in Abilene. "No ceremony. Sit and report. That's what you're here for. I will listen. I may ask some questions. Smoke if you want. I certainly will." They sat, the Schaeff and First Army fellows up front, the marshal from Abilene a few chairs back. Death-masked face aside, he was rather athletic in body deportment, eyes blue as sky, but no sign of that famous smile. He had quickly plucked out a pack of Camels, plucked one out, and was enjoying it as if it were the only pleasure left in his very long day. "Major," said Colonel McBain, "you have the floor." Earl stood. "Gentlemen, we can identify the means and the weapons of a special SS unit designed to kill American patrol leaders in near darkness in the Norman Bocage," he said. "In short order, I will have tactical suggestions, accompanied by my own request to lead the response in the Bocage. Lieutenant Leitz wants to go too, of course." This was new to Leitz, although he sure as hell wanted to go. Of course, the Major had shared nothing of this with him. "I'll tell you what you need to know when you need to know it." Evidently, this was the time at last. "The first thing you should know," said Major Swagger, "is that you can forget the fighter pilot idea of mine. I sent Leitz to talk to the 8th's leading jug aces, and they shot that one down fast. But that freed us to pursue other directions, and we have concluded that while, yes, these men are of the Waffen-SS, Das Reich to be exact, and they even have a code name, which is Sturmgruppe 1000, or Attack Group 1000. Not only aren't they pilots, but more importantly, they aren't German and they aren't snipers." Chapter 49. Escape. Everything had to be planned and prepared. It was not in Sturmgruppe 1000 to improvise. Improvising was for amateurs. The morning after all had voted to follow Sturmbannführer 1000's plans, serious work began. He sent the twins, as they were nicknamed, Matthias and Brent, who were the youngest members of Sturmgruppe 1000. Blonde, remarkably similar, rather attractive in any sense of the word. They were both the sons of clients and friends of Brix, Brix being the Sturmbannführer's nickname in his native tongue, as derived from his true name. Being not elder but second elder sons, they wanted to emulate their father's success, so that he might notice them instead of merely giving them large amounts of money to go away and not bother him. Like many second sons, they were earnest and reasonably effective at their tasks. They departed that night on a southwestern azimuth, using their superior night vision to navigate landforms and wetlands that would have halted others. Each was heavily laden, and instead of their sniper rifles, they carried the new STG-44 with 6 banana clips in the 7.92 short caliber, which offered them ideal compromise between long-range accuracy and short-range firepower. Since they were quite young, they also liked that the guns looked so science fiction-like. They seemed straight out of the Buck Rogers serials that had been making it to their town since 1934. But their hope was to avoid contact, either American or German. Their job was twofold. First, to recon the route so that it could be accomplished at speed under light pack when the time came. Second, to cache foodstuffs to a destination certain to be off the main axis of the American attack, where they could rest unscathed and unnoticed until the next phase. They more or less paralleled the front as they vectored diagonally across southeastern France. 3 times they went to Earth as patrols passed, all of them German. The Americans were still not up to night patrolling. So much the better. Some marshes were difficult and slowed progress, but at least made tracking them impossible, though in neither army was it plausible that a tracker of any skill would have been available. They made it about a third of the way across the Cotentin Peninsula the first night. They slept soundly in a farmer's otherwise untouched barn, because they knew that although the Americans were just a few miles away, between them and those Americans, Panzer Lehr, the great armored division, was in place. No American would visit them that night. The Fours and the Tigers precluded such a possibility, and Panzer Lehr, though depleted, would have to be attacked with at least a regiment-sized unit to make any headway. But what lay beyond was less enticing. Between them and the last 20 miles to a coastal village called Lassay, the territory was controlled by the 2nd SS Division Das Reich. Though they themselves were nominally SS, they knew that line units of the Waffen Corps were likely to be tough, salty Russian front veterans of the highest caliber, determination, and idealism. Moreover, they were the slaughterers of Oradour-sur-Glane, a village in Brittany they had wiped out in punishment for resistance activities on their trek to the Bocage after D-Day. They had then hung 110 villagers in another village, Toula, in retaliation for a bridge commandos had blown. They would perforce see obedience as an absolute and death as a mere technicality, nothing particularly profound. They could easily convince themselves that two fellows loaded with supplies and headed to the coast were deserters. A tree, a telephone pole, even a bridge would do quite nicely in the application of justice to such criminals, no matter the double lightning runes on their collar tabs. So the irony, not interesting to them for they were not educated in the delights of irony, was that they had more to fear from the Germans than from the nearby Americans. Using their night skills, the twins penetrated and passed through 2-Point SS, though not without a few tense moments when a patrol almost surprised them, and then proceeded to pass within mere feet of their supine positions in the brush. But they made it to Lassay, finding it picturesque and not quite on the coast, but rather on a cove that emptied into the channel. It was then no hard matter to find a barn to secure their loads beyond the eyes of anyone who wasn't looking for them. Thus, when the night of flight came, Sturmgruppe 1000 would find ample stores of nourishment to succor them on their journey home. They traveled the route in reverse to return. It was a fraught journey, as had been the first one, but they were certainly up to such challenges. They made it back to the Jagdstube, the hunting lodge, at about 4 in the afternoon, negotiating the last miles in daylight on the assurance that the Americans would still be timid. They got there in time for the evening meal, just in time for Sturmbannführer Tausen's announcement.
"Perfect timing," he said. "Word has just come. Tonight the Americans patrol en masse. They send 10 groups into the Bocage, all from the entity they call 7 Corps. They need the latest information for their big attack. Instead of information, they will find bullets. Tonight we finish the job. Tomorrow we head home."
Chapter 50. Theory. "Here's how a sniper works," said Swagger. "He finds a hide overlooking a field of fire. He ranges all the landmarks before him. If he's got time, he walks the target area, counting steps, taking notes. If not, he relies on his own judgment, which is certain to be good. If he weren't in a war, he'd dream of being a sniper. That's who he is. He waits for the targets to come to him. He's particular. He examines candidates through his scope. Officers first, NCOs next, machine gunners third, other snipers fourth, dog faces last. Having made his pick, he settles in, gathers, calms, finds the position, makes the shot, follows through. He kills one, scatters the others. Now he waits. He knows some hero will rush to the fallen man. He takes that one. Result: fear, lack of aggression, collapse of morale, sense of victimization. Every man is in the crosshairs. The sniper withdraws. A good day's work. They do it to us, we do it to them. They did it to the Russians did it to them. The Japs and the Marine Corps, same dance. It's how infantry wars are fought. He paused, lit another cigarette, and thought he had them. Maybe too much detail, but it was a story, and color and detail made it more real. They wanted more. Sturmgruppe 1000 does nothing like that. No hide, no range information, no preset escape routes. Everything's fluid, based on where the patrol is going, which the sniper can't know. But his lack of knowledge doesn't deter him. That's the game, the sport. That's why he's here. That's what he loves. Instead, he lays up close to our lines, knowing where we're likely going to cross into no man's land and are patrolling. He's usually right, because we do tend to do things the same way. He lies flat as the patrol passes him. Then he follows. His extraordinary eyesight lets him see well enough in the dark. Plus, we make noise. We leave sign. We wear helmets. We carry shovels and bayonets which bang and clank. We shit and piss. There's your smell. We smoke, throw away butts or packs. We eat our baby Ruths and our K-ration meatloaf and toss it aside. We leave a track as wide as a highway. The sniper is never ahead of us. He's behind us. It's called stalking. His fieldcraft is superb. He knows how to move in total silence, and he can freeze in a position and hold it for hours if he thinks eyes are coming his way. He doesn't rattle the brush, never coughs or sneezes. He never falls. And if by some joke of fate he slips or runs into thorns, he doesn't curse. He is sealed up so deep he's hardly there. He knows to the second when dawn comes that day. He's got a high-precision watch, wound and adjusted to inform him when that moment arrives. He'll have a window of a few minutes in which, to his eyes and through his scope, he can see what nobody else can. Possibly he's been close enough already to pick out the leader. More likely, he's figured out the tells. The leader will stand first if the boys are resting, or he'll be second in line if they're moving. He'll have a Thompson or a carbine, never a Garand. He'll have a .45 in a holster and maybe a tanker jacket instead of a .41 field coat. He might have a bar on his helmet. The shooter makes his shot. He always shoots for the back of the head, because he knows the high-velocity round he's using will go through, and the bullet will never be found. Then he freezes as the patrol panics and dissolves. What he doesn't do is equally a part of it. He doesn't continue the stalk. He goes still and closes down, knowing that nobody will encounter him. When our fellows are gone, lost, captured, or whatever, then he makes his withdrawal, carefully rubbing out signs of his presence, carefully making sure not to have made boot prints or disturbed the shrubbery in which he's hidden. He wants nobody tracking him, and he knows exactly how a tracker's mind works. Any questions? You're saying not a sniper. So he's a hunter. I see the difference, said the general. Exactly, sir. But what kind of hunter, since we live in a world full of them? I'm one, Leitz is one, and each of us and everyone else hunts different game in different ways, in different conditions, different seasons, different lands. He paused, waited, letting it hang in the air like the dense smoke. Consider the game. Big, loud, stupid, leave sign everywhere. Crashes through the brush, but very dangerous. Can unleash massive firepower in an instant. Takes a brain shot, the leader, to bring him down. That's the American Infantry Patrol, Normandy 1944. It's also the elephant. A pause came to the world. The general lit his fourth cigarette. The other two officers blinked, swallowed, said nothing. Even Leitz, thinking himself beyond it, showed surprise. Did you see that coming, McBain? The general asked. No, sir, not in a million. Please continue, Major Swagger. Elephant hunters, said Swagger. Same tactics, same risks, same demands, same thrills. It goes even to the same shot. A Scottish big game hunter developed his own methods a few decades ago. He studied elephant anatomy and learned that there was a passage to the brain through thinner parts of the skull from the rear, and it could be hit. Superb marksmanship necessary, of course,
with a high-velocity, flat-shooting round. It could penetrate and bring the beast down immediately. No need to face him with an 18-pound double-bore like a Kynoch 577 Nitro Express. You could do it with a 275 Rigby, a smaller, lighter rifle, with a magazine for follow-up if necessary. It's a discovery someone hunting the beast for meat to feed at camp or to sell ivory would use. Not something for rich safari guys guiding American millionaires.
Elephant hunters, said the general.
And sure, our guys are the elephants.
I suppose you know which elephant hunters, correct, Major?
I do, said Swagger. He turned to Leitz. The bullet, he said.
Leitz opened the briefcase, took out the cellophane-wrapped twist of copper and lead, and handed it over. The officers passed it around. When it came back to him, Swagger held it up.
I won't trouble you with the adventures we had recovering this thing and what it cost. But this is the round that killed Sergeant First Class Samuel Malfo on the night of June 19, 1944, in the 9th Division sector of Normandy. It went through the sergeant's head, killing him instantly, but quite unusually deflected downward to the earth and turned up a couple weeks later, moved by rain into a puddle in the trench. We took it to the Scotland Yard Forensics Laboratory. They analyzed the metals and the proportions and concluded it could not have been any of the 3 common rounds of our campaign. The British .303, our own .30 government, or the German 8mm Mauser. The lead was of a much purer, higher quality. They could not get a caliber off it because it was, as you can see, so mangled as to preclude caliber measurement. But I asked them to predict, given the proportions available of the partial round, the weight of the total package. They came up with 140 grains, again lighter by considerable degree from English, American, or German service rounds. Who uses a 140-grain bullet, one much lighter than the standard weight? Well, the Italians. But their service rifle is basically junk and could never achieve this kind of accuracy. So there's really only one answer. A certain army follows its own way and had picked a cartridge designated a 6.5 by 55mm round, all the way back in 1894. A long bullet for ballistic stability, but light enough to be driven at high velocity for excellent accuracy and penetration. It has moderate to light recoil, so it can be fired in practice for weeks on end without damaging or dispiriting its shooters. It's a widely used hunting cartridge, by the way, though with lead-tipped bullets, not the pure copper casing of this military round. Who are they? He tortured them with another pause. Let's cross-check. From another source, we learned that some Czechoslovakian tankers in the area made jokes about the presence of Nedzniki, pardon my Czech, in the combat theater. The word means raiders. Who would the Czechs call raiders? Look at Czech history for the answer, and wonder why there are so many blondes in Czechoslovakia or here in Great Britain or in the American upper Midwest, Lieutenant Leitz being a fine example. Same answer to the cartridge question. Vikings. That is, Swedes. The 6.5 by 55mm cartridge in its 140-grain full metal jacket variant is the Swedish military round, for the rifle they've used since 1894. Maybe the best-made service bolt anywhere, the Swedish Mauser. They're firing out of a Swedish model 1941 sniper rifle, a tuned and improved 96, with a German Ajax 4-power scope. By all reports, it is far and away the best sniper rifle in the world, far superior to the ones in our war. Adding it all together, you've got a small group of Swedish professional elephant hunters working the bocage against your people, doing damage far out of scale to their numbers. These are exceedingly capable men.
Major, any speculation on who is behind this?
Yes, sir. I believe they are led by a man calling himself, for military purposes, Townsend. The other day, while Leitz was at Oxford chasing down Vikings, among other errands, I went through piles of mysterious decrypts the Brits provided, at my request, looking for a bill of lading and shipping destination to which they attached no significance. I was looking for precision watches to the supply battalion of SS Das Reich. I found one from February 1944 for 15 Luftwaffe Fliegler chronographs, model 1941. The Brits could make nothing of the destination, which was subnotated Sturmgruppe 1000. The Brits had never heard of it, either before or since. The Germans, I'm told, named special units for their commanders, as in Skorzeny Gruppa for the Mussolini rescue at Grano Sasso d'Italia. So it seems fair to conclude the guy's name is Townsend. Townsend meaning thousand. What's the significance? He's proud of it. It's his best accomplishment. He's one of the few men in the world who's killed over 1,000 elephants. Chapter 51. The Chief. "Millie, would you come in for a while?" asked Colonel Bruce. She jumped up, of course, pulling the door closed behind her, leaving a personal letter to Harry Hopkins, FDR's closest advisor and good friend of the Colonel, unfinished. She was lovely all days, but this day she was incredibly lovely. Flaubert said, "Sometimes beauty strikes like a knife," and that's what was going on here. It just cut your throat. She came, she sat. The older man, who was of course hopelessly in love with her, although it was well hidden behind that diplomat's professional personality of discretion and understatement, took a look, finished up with a smile, and said, "You know, Millie, I have never and will never ask about your personal life."
Yes, sir. It's appreciated. Not that it's particularly interesting or remarkable.
I do, however, know from many sources that you're seeing First Lieutenant Leitz.
Jim is a very close friend, sir.
A fine officer, a fine young man. Medical school after the war. Splendid. If it matters, and if I were your father, I would certainly encourage you.
Thank you, sir.
And of course, I want you to know that I bought into none of that nonsense that Frank Tyne cooked up. We are well quit of him. I'm quite sure you'd agree.
Yes, sir. He bothered many of the young women with offers of nylons in exchange for dates. No one will miss him.
But I do have a certain concern, and though I'm hesitant, I feel I must probe something here. Again, no private details are requested or even sought by deflection.
I understand, sir.
I am concerned with Major Swagger. It seems to me that of late he's resigned from our outfit. He's gone over entirely to 1st Army G2. I thought it passing strange that he insisted on his latest briefing being held at Bushy Park, not here at 70 Grosvenor.
Yes, sir.
Quite honestly, I'm a little put out over not being included on the briefing list, and if he files a report, I'm sure it'll be anodyne. I do feel cut out. So my question for you is simply, is something going on? Has Lieutenant Leitz ever suggested there's some problem with Major Swagger's assignment to OSS? She took a deep breath.
I only know, not from conversation but from observation, that Lieutenant Leitz thinks very highly of the Major. He believes furthermore that they are onto something and making excellent progress. But I also sense that Major Swagger is very tight with information. Jim doesn't even know what the Major thinks or is planning or what the schedule is. The Major keeps it all in his head and has very emphatic ideas about how to proceed. I guarantee you that whatever Major Swagger tells the generals at Bushy Park, it will be the first time Jim has heard any of it.
I see, said the Colonel. He seemed troubled, that far-off stare signifying ships on the horizon too far to identify. Then he looked back at her. It's as if he doesn't trust the office, this office. He thinks there are spies among us. Could that be possible?
Nazi spies?
She said. Well, who else would spy on us? Chapter 52. Building 9 King. They got in the car. Sebastian jacked the Ford into gear, and they began to creep toward the exit and the drive back to 70 Grosvenor. Leitz was buttoned up solid. He looked like he'd just swallowed a doorknob. Don't leave yet, Sebastian, said the Major. Sebastian pulled over. Silence floated through the car like a vapor. Finally, Swagger said, I get it, Leitz. You're pissed because everything I told them I was also telling you. You didn't know about the watches, you didn't know about the Swedes, You didn't know about the M42 6.5 sniper rifle. You didn't know about elephants. Fair enough.
Sir, it's just that it's hard to do what I'm supposed to do if I'm always a day late, a step behind. I could have told you about the brain shot on the elephant. I went on a safari with my father when I was 14, 10 years ago, and I learned all about that stuff. It's called the bell shot, after the Scottish hunter who perfected it. Another 1,000 elephant guy. Karamojo Bell. Actually Walter Bell.
Yeah, that would have helped, said Swagger. Little details like that help hold their interest.
Sebastian knows more than I do, Leitz went on. I know he's been acting as your agent behind my back, doing things I should do.
Leitz, I've been in a military at war since 1931. I know how it operates, and I know how to protect myself from stupidities, politics, and follies. I have to carry everything in my head and not commit it to reports or schedules or outside observation. I use the resources at my reach as best I can. Between us three, I think that 70 Grosvenor is a fucking sieve. The boss is charming as hell, but as ineffectual as a clown. He just wants everybody happy. Here's a way to fuck up an operation or a war. Keep everybody happy. Do you get it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's move on. I told them I'd have a plan in 2 days. But yes, in fact, I already have a very solid tactical operation in mind. Nobody gets to hear it until I decide, and then it has to happen fast, according to certain guidelines I will set up. Do you get that?
Yes, sir.
Any other questions while I'm answering? Leitz?
Only, what's next, sir?
We have to find a guy. He would be a big game hunter of the 30s, the Africa-Kenya safari part. I'm counting on you, because yes, I know you were on safari. I need an elephant guy if possible, but maybe just big cat and plains if we can find him. I know most of the professional hunters are off playing soldiers with the King's African rifles, but we have to find a guy fast, because we need to know about the Swedes. Maybe Mr. Bell.
Bell is retired to his estate in northern Scotland, as I understand it, said Leitz. Anyway, he left Africa in 1921. No good for us. He'd only know hearsay and gossip. Sir, if I may, said Sebastian.
Sure. Kick in here, Sebastian. You'll go to prison with us if this fails. You might as well put some money in the pot.
A guy who's been there is very big on the posh party circuit here in London. The war is the best thing that ever happened to him. He's a foreign correspondent, supposedly screwing the hottest of the girl correspondents, a busty little blonde from Life. Meanwhile, his real wife is in Normandy, doing a man's work covering the real war.
Skip the gossip, Sebastian.
Well, he's been on safari, written stories and books about it. The Short Happy Life of Francis McColmer, The Green Hills of Africa. He's really a novelist, very famous guy. Big outdoor guy, boxes, hunts all over, fishes for marlin.
What's his name?
Ernest Hemingway. His last bestseller was For Whom the Bell Tolls. He was in Spain. He was also blown up in Italy in 1918. Wrote about that too.
Never heard of him, said Swagger. Not sure I want to now.
He'd be perfect, said Sebastian. Don't you agree, Lieutenant?
I'd have to say I do.
Swagger made up his mind fast.
Nope, not interested.
Sir, said Sebastian,
I don't want anybody who's written books. He'll tell the story, but fix it as he's going so that it's better. That's what they do. The simple, messy crap isn't good enough for them. They've got to fix it so things happen in a certain order. Plus, he'll find a way to make the story about himself. We'd have to sift through the bullshit for weeks to get to the real stuff. We don't have the time. Come on, Leitz. Want to telegraph your father for advice?
That's not a bad idea. My dad was a superb hunter, and he did in fact know all the... And then it struck him. Wham! Right in the forehead, sitting there in the backseat of the staff car on the muddy road out of Bushy Park. Okay, here's something. See, these guys are all rich, and they like nice things. One thing I remember from that trip is that everyone had a very nice rifle. I mean, very nice. Mostly they had these huge double-barreled short-range cannons in calibers that began with a 4, maybe a 5.
I even heard of a 6, beautifully put together, regulated so that both barrels hit dead on at 30 yards, held to be charge distance. They were called best guns. There's about 4 or 5 makers in the world capable of turning out rifles of that beauty, power, and reliability. And they're not cheap because they're built by hand one at a time. My dad had a Holland & Holland 470 Nitro Express that was a piece of art. He waited 4 years for it. "Like to see it sometime," said Swagger. "But where are you taking us?" "Most of those shops are in London. They all sent men out to Africa to hand-fit their clients to the gun. That's what 100 pounds for a rifle does for you. My thought, go to one of these places now, find the boss. He probably knows a lot of these guys. He might know of 1 or 2 in their 50s, too old for the war, who are sitting it out in London. That would be our guy." "They must have a commo building here," said Major Swagger. "We'll go there. Leets, call your MI6 friend Uthwaite, get him to pitch in, and get the Brits to open up to us American cowboys. Then we've got something. Where is this Holland & Holland?" "That's the funny part. London. The factory is northwest of Mayfair, about 3 miles from our office." Chapter 53. Nowhere. The world had emptied. Rather, his world had emptied. All the boys and girls had gone to bed, or at least to ground. Leets had not been back to the Connaught in 2 nights. He had vanished. The beautiful girl who was his paramour worked late, walked unerringly back to Claridge's, and went up to her room straight away. He never saw her new female friend again and began to worry if perhaps he'd dreamed of such a thing. But worst of all, nobody had contacted him. With the unfortunate death of Mr. Hedgepath, he was sure that Mr. Hedgepath's successor would reach out to him, if for no other reason than to maintain contact, to assure him that things were as they had been, that the job intended was still the job to be done. These things did change, he knew, depending on this, depending on that. That was the nature of the spies, and that was why he preferred straight business dealings with gamblers and gangsters and the occasional outraged husband. Their minds were so unsophisticated, their needs so urgent, that they only had one direction, which was straight ahead. Not so clear with spies. Everything was fluid. Allegiances were always in flow. Friendships came and went. Loyalties were gossamer. The need to keep it all hushed sometimes generated ruthless disposal. Regimes changed, ministers changed, policies changed, all in a blinding flash of time, fast as a telegram from Europe. Codes were broken, arrests were made, confessions tortured out of suspects. All that came to bear, or at least could bear weight, on the mission as originally contracted. They hired you as an ally, and in a trice, you became an enemy. He could only soldier on. After each night's sentinel duty, he would check for the landlady's notes, and know there were never any messages for him. That being the case, he resolved to continue the course, finish the job, and collect the second part of his fee. It was not easy. Engaged, he knew he was vulnerable. Sooner or later, someone would notice a man so singular as he emerging from the Bond Street or Green Park tube stations, or the number 22 bus, and begin walking an uncertain few blocks walk to Mayfair. Nobody would notice him casually because sensibly each walk varied. He'd loop around Berkeley Square, he'd head over to Mayfair, then veer back down and enter from the north. He'd go to Piccadilly and come up through St. James's Park. He never repeated himself within the week. But of course, the absence of pattern was pattern. If he were being watched by someone from the spies, the care with which he avoided repeating himself would be evidence of his conspiratorial intent, for no other reason would explain such wanderings, save adultery, and no one would ever confuse him for an adulterer. It seemed even the weather had turned against him. All moisture had left the air, which meant no fog arose. Fog was his friend, and with his knowledge of the city, he could penetrate and evade with almost magical ease. What a ripper he would have made if his game had been cutting tarts. And damn Jerry, he had by this late date given up dropping bombs on London. That meant the night was organized, quiet, observable, and that the coppers were all walking beats looking for something to do.
It would just be like one of them to note him using two routes to converge on the same spot, nick him and find the little pistol. Nothing good could come of that one. Then it happened. Just the littlest thing. But it arrived like a burst of sunlight from an occluded gray sky. He got home and found a note from Mrs. Pitchett Crumpers. "Call Brumley 2445, it said. Chapter 54. 908 Harrow Road. Less than 2 miles northwest of 70 Grosvenor lay 908 Harrow Road, backing on a large cemetery whose rolling greenery in the bright July sun made the old building stand forth like a single black tooth. A structure from the century before, it thrust upward as a composition of squared-up brick fronted by windows that hadn't admitted light since the Queen died, dirty as the brick itself. Dickens could have toiled at the lathe in years gone by, for the firm had been around since 1835. One presumed a loading dock lay behind, but what lay in front was nothing to be noticed by any except those of the trade. Outhwaite had beaten them there. He lounged smoking on the fender of his little green toy car, but tossed the ciggy, drew up tight when Sebastian pulled in. He snapped to, saluted the major. "Sir, Lieutenant Outhwaite at your service." Swagger threw a loose American salute back at him and said, "That'll do it for ceremony, Lieutenant, but I will take you up on the service." "I believe I can accommodate, sir. I have made some calls. The chap is called Wilson, Robert Wilson. Spent the last 40-odd years in Kenya. In fact, he was there when it was still called British East Africa. He escorted your first President Roosevelt before the Great War, sir. Quite highly thought of among the professional hunters and has guided Maharajas, film stars, and even the odd famous novelist." "I take it there's no hunting in Kenya now?" "That's right, sir. Most of the lads are off officering somewhere or other. The others have fallen back on work for the big coffee planters. Wilson was so highly admired that Holland and Holland offered him a job back here, supervising their sniper rifle contract with the Army." "Sounds like just the man. Let's go." Outhwaite led them to the door. Next to it, a much-weathered brass plaque still announced the names of Harris Holland, the uncle, and Henry Holland, the nephew, though you had to squint to read it. Outhwaite knocked, and in time a man, so bent and wrinkled he might have worked on that lathe with a youthful Dickens, pulled the door inward and peeked out. "Hello, Lieutenant Outhwaite of Military Intelligence, along with 2 others of the American Department to see Mr. Wilson. I believe we are expected." "Yes, sir. Please do follow me now. Mind the steps. Mind the machines on the dock and factory floor. We're going into the long room." He led them through a dimmed factory floor haunted by ghostly apparitions, which would have been the tooling so important for turning out rifles among the world's best and the world's most expensive. Now they were shrouded and mute, and gave a funereal aspect to the transit through. A door then led to the long room, which by contrast was brightly lit, and at a long table 5 men were bent and working on what, it was clear to all present, was the British Lee Enfield, No. 4 variation, with which the men of the Empire now faced enemies across the globe. But this wasn't just routine inspection and reassembly. This crew was hand-fitting machined parts back together after a filing to improve the fit or the trigger pull, applying a wooden cheek piece to support the shooter's face and therefore eye at the same spot with regard to the scope, attaching a rather formidable optical mount to the piece. It looked like a tractor, in fact, with 2 large screw heads that tightened it to the receiver, so big as to resemble wheels, being mightily over-engineered, as if from Victorian steel out of the Victorian imagination. And as a final touch, laying a telescopic sight to the lower half rings of the scope mount, applying the upper half rings to enclose, then tightening all these components together with screws, screwdriver, and good English muscle. The scope itself looked rather Victorian as well. Short, steel, mostly painted brass. It could cosh your jaw to splinters properly launched. It was the famous, to some, No. 32, originally designed for the Vickers machine gun. Why that scope, ancient as it was? Because the Ministry of Defense must have had hundreds of them lying about, which is the way of ministries of defense. In the back of the room, in a glass-walled cube of office, a man sat at a desk, clearly annoyed by the phone conversation that kept him anchored. As the old fellow brought them closer, the man on the phone nodded, waved, put up a finger to suggest this call was a major nuisance. They heard him say, "Yes, yes, Colonel, I fully agree, but to meet that deadline Yes, I suppose?" "Yes, sir. I'll certainly see to it. Good day, sir." He stood and rushed out to meet them. A ruddy-looking man with sandy hair and a stubby mustache, temples beginning to show silver. What you noticed was the color of a face baked in 4 decades' worth of sun. However, being light-complected, it had allowed itself to turn not brown, but instead almost auburn. "Hello, so sorry about that. Every bloody colonel wants his rifles now, you see. How are you? I'm Wilson." He smiled, and that rearranged his face slightly, opening up the wrinkled crevices around his eyes, displaying their virgin whiteness. That meant he'd never smiled in the field over those 4 decades. "Sir, I'm Uthwaite. These are our American guests, Major Swagger, Lieutenant Leitz, here to chat about elephant hunters." "Indeed, I'll do my best. Happy to chip in. Tried to join the African Rifles, but they told me I was too bloody infirm, trampled by a buff some years back, and my hips never been the same." "We sympathize, sir," said Uthwaite. "All present, then, have been wounded in one sort of way or other in action. May I suggest the tea room? I've had it cleared and nobody will bother. The chaps here don't really need me. I more or less take care of the bookkeeping and get yelled at by the various angry colonels on the phone and make sure every shipment is properly addressed." "Excellent," said Major Swagger. "Please lead on." "I've had Mr. Laughlin brew up some tea. I know the Yanks prefer their coffee, but it's hard to get in wartime." "Tea is fine," said Swagger. It was a green room, shabby genteel, with worn leather sofas and armchairs and various heads of exotic beasts arranged to look down indifferently. It was, as are most man-only chambers, a mess, with old newspapers and half-full ashtrays everywhere. The stench of tobacco filled the air. They arranged themselves. Old Mr. Laughlin brought the tea. Everyone fumbled and sweetened to taste and then got to it. "Please smoke if you care to, gentlemen. Everyone else here does. I'll prepare a pipeful myself if nobody minds." Everyone except Leitz broke out cigarettes, and in seconds the room had the added appeal of the First Battle of Ypres when the Germans unleashed mustard gas. "Lieutenant Leitz," said Swagger, "will you explain to Mr. Wilson why we're bothering him?" "Yes, sir." Leitz went through it, synopsizing vigorously, stripping the narrative to its essentials. Sniper kills targeting patrol leadership at early dawn. What appeared to be elephant hunting tactics complete to the preferred bell shot. Superior field craft amounting to seeming invisibility, silence, and no trace or track. The inevitable stasis at the front, which had to be broken. "I suppose if we were Russian or Japanese," said Leitz, "we'd just let our soldiers die and chalk it off to the cost of war. But it doesn't work that way for us." "Nor should it," said Wilson. "We learned that lesson the hard way in the first do with these fellows. But I believe you've left a lot of details out." "For a good reason," said Swagger. "We've decided the best way to do this is to play a little game with you. Lacking those details, you will confront the issue in the abstract, rather than being influenced by them. The lieutenant will explain as acutely as possible the attributes of the fellow we believe developed, organized, and now leads this operation. We'll see if you can ID him on traits alone. Actually, I already know who it is, but do proceed, Lieutenant, as this is quite fascinating." "Okay," Leitz said. "Begin with the shooting. He is a superior marksman, no doubt about it. He and most of his guys, though they are not as good, really, can hit a quarter-sized target through a scope in near darkness from 200 yards out, from a field position time after time after time. He doesn't miss, and it doesn't matter if you're standing still or moving. If he fires, you're dead." Wilson enjoyed a mouthful of hot tobacco ingest, then expelled it, bringing the scent of cherry vanilla to the room. Swagger fought this aggression with a counterblast of LSMFT, and the two vapors mingled and chemically mutated into something harsh yet sweet and simultaneously sweet yet harsh.
Fieldcraft superb, as said, continued Leitz. Plus, we infer leadership skills. He can get men to follow him. He has the gift of conviction and persuasion. We believe this makes him charming in some way, magnetic, big in personality and grandiosity. When this chap and your Hemingway were together, said Wilson, it was like Barnum and Bailey or Gilbert and Sullivan, each trying to outdo the other in the role of happy king of all men. If you know, should I continue? Do, yes. I find this really fascinating. The politics don't matter. He knows how vile the Nazis are, what crap they spew. He's beyond that. He just wants to do what he does best, for whatever reason. Maybe it offers freedom from his regrets, but now that the hunting is over, he's turned to war. He went German, we think, because he had a connection. He could just have easily ended up in this room converting number 4s to snipers. It could be either Bricks or Ernest, in fact, although their conditions are of different sorts. Ernest fears that he's a coward. Who knows? Even I don't. Even he doesn't. But he at least has his art to consume him, though I believe he'll eventually turn on himself as he's turned on everyone else. Bricks has only his hunting. Bricks, then, said Uthwaite. Yes, quite. You couldn't know his appetites, which are legendary, his sins, which are endless, and the rage he feels, which he expresses on you but means for himself. He was in love, desperately, honestly, totally, but he couldn't leave the oh-so-willing African girls and the bloody client wives alone. And thus he drove his wife away, to an Englishman and a divorce. I forgot to mention, he gave her syphilis. That's why, under it all, he's quite mad. Mad at himself, mad at you, mad at me. We were briefly partners. Mad at the world, and simply mad. Chapter 55. Secret Mission. It wasn't as if Sebastian was now off duty and could simply relax while the big boys did their business. He had a mission. It was time to go behind enemy lines. He drove a mile south down Harrow Road toward London Centre and came at last to a pub called the King William IV. It had been there for centuries, and from outside appeared not to have been refurbed since Lord Cardigan complained about the claret. The young man parked on a side street, went to the trunk, opened it, peeled off his T5 jacket, and slipped on another jacket, almost identical, except that it wore the oak leaf of a major, and its rainbow of dilly-dangles on the chest indicated a heroic careen through war localities, with distinction at every front. He popped on an overseas cap, that little envelope of a cap known to everyone who's ever seen it as a, well, never mind. It too announced a major, not a Tech 5. Now he was fully costumed in the uniform of the enemy. Apprehension meant instant execution. Well, probably not, but at least mild remonstrance from someone who frankly didn't give a damn. Still, undercover is undercover. He crossed Harrow, entered William IV's hangout, a typically dark space with typical posters urging victory, observed all that was typical for any 400-year-old beer joint and that which was not. Which was not included another American officer sitting at a table, pretending to enjoy a glass of the brown petroleum byproduct the Brits call beer. Ugh. Waves, typically American, smiles the same, handshakes even more so, then sit down. A cankled maid from the J. Arthur Rank British Frump Department approached, and he pointed to the disturbing tower of foamless, gelid aspic his countryman was drinking, and reluctantly agreed to the same. "Have you gotten used to their beer, Jack?" he asked his companion, Jack Middleton, Major, attached to OSS at Milton Hall, which trained and supplied all the hugger-mugger stuff various commando types were charged with bringing off, including Jeds. "This batch tastes like they at least pushed it through the filter down at the Shell refinery," Jack said. "So I don't think you could run a tank on it like most of the other. Better not get too close to it with your cigarette. Mystery blast kills 17 on Harrow Road, that sort of thing." "I don't think it would explode," said Jack, "but it might burp. Anyhow, got the you-know?" "You know I've got the you-know. Do you have the you-know?" "You know I have the you-know." The 12 stone 5 lass brought the glass. Sebastian steeled himself for a courtesy gulp,
fearing anti-American riots would break out if he left it untouched. It took its time allowing itself to move, but finally, propelled by the gravity of a tipped glass, an ounce or so passed into his fearful mouth. It tasted like the Battle of Culloden from the mud's point of view. "Yummy," he said. "I might take another sip in the 50s if we're still here. Now, how about some nice fish shit? They do great fish shit here." "Thanks, I'm saving room for my 243rd consecutive pineapple upside-down cake at the officers' mess tonight." "Okay," said Sebastian, mindful of the time. "Maybe now we know no MPs are around, we could do the transfer." Jack kicked a briefcase over. Sebastian pretended to drop something, maybe a piece of beer, and bent over. Peering in, he saw exactly what he needed to see. "Tell me how that stuff is going to win the war," said Jack. "I can't. I don't know." "Then tell me why the guy doesn't just requisition it out of 70 Grosvenor Supply. It's not exactly a city-busting bomb. I'm sure they've got it." "He's odd that way. Doesn't want anybody to know what he's up to." "So it's as big a mystery as who the hell was William IV, and is Major Swagger really a major?" "Can't answer the first one," said Sebastian. "I never heard of him either. As for number 2, here's your answer." With his right hand, he pushed over a folded batch of bills. Hardly the crime of the century. $100. A few more ingestions of the, beer, and it was time to go. Again it went smooth as syrup on nylon, and each went his merry way back to other duties. But Sebastian couldn't get over it. What the fuck could Major Swagger want with 10 one-ounce bottles of Lepage glue and 10 ordinary GI-issue Bulova wristwatches? Chapter 56. Bricks. "Minor Swedish aristocracy," said Wilson. 953rd in succession for the crown, that was his joke. Some, not a lot, of family money. Natural hunter. Hunting father, grew up in the north amid rifles and heads on the wall. Had killed all his Swedish game by the age of 12. Met Karen at 18. Married her at 21. Went to Africa at 22, supposedly to run a coffee plantation. That failed. He was no businessman. Odd thing here is that she herself was quite distinguished. Not as a hunter, though she did, but as a writer. You may know her by her pen name. You may have heard of her books. In certain circles, highly regarded. In certain circles, he's only her first husband, known as the Mistake. So you have a strange combination of superb hunting skill, crushed romanticism, bitter, perhaps crippling loss, all hidden behind a convincing outer mask of joviality, collegiality, and damned fun. And everybody in the circle loved Bricks. "The name is?" asked Leitz. "Yes, of course. Bricks von Osterland. Called Bricks by all. Solid, strong, handsome, but not in that prissy film star way. Handsome in solid, dependable ways. Flynn could never play him. Maybe Gary, though I'd have to see some lurking darkness in Gary." "Please proceed, Mr. Wilson," said Swagger. "Well, not much to tell. For a while as a professional hunter, fantastically successful. Everyone in the client circle had to have a safari with Bricks, then had to do gin fizzes with him at the Norfolk Hotel. Became used to being loved, admired, even adored, by both men and women. I do believe when they write the history of empires, they will leave out the true motivation. Not profit, not land, not power, but sexual license. Certain men, maybe all, but only certain have the means, yearn to escape the homeland's propriety and are drawn to the edges, the frontiers, there to pretend at one thing while pursuing another." "So there was a lot of," started Leitz, to be interrupted by Wilson's, "Yes, quite. Bricks among the worst. It cost him gravely. It cost him Karen for a few paltry orgasms with unworthy women. Hence his epic regret. However, let me press on. Major, I suspect your real and only question would be, is Bricks capable of putting such a thing as you described together? My answer without qualm of remorse is absolutely. He cannot sit in Stockholm and rot out in pain. Like any man of action, he is at his best when he has a mission. The stalk and kill would release him from memory.
He must proceed. He cannot stultify. Action is life, inaction is death. And don't forget, a certain infection is eating away at his brain, making it far more emotional, far less sensible. I saw a lot of that among the old African hands. And of course he had drinking problems already. Conceiving and engineering of this would save his life.
There are other hunters, asked Swagger. Do you have any thoughts on them?
You can see how his brand of capability, charm, and adventurousness would appeal to the young. I can give you the names of several of the younger Swedes, possibly sons of former clients, rich second-son adventurers who came to be his boys, if you like.
Probably not necessary, said Swagger.
Have you solved the mystery of his rifle? Asked Wilson. It would be a key here.
We believe it's a Swedish Mauser sniper rifle. They call it a Model 41 6.5 by 55. I'd put it the number one sniper rifle in the world, with apologies to your Enfield number 4T.
The Swede is a superb cartridge, a superb rifle. When they are finally surplused, many customs will be built on them. As for the cartridge, one cannot do better for thin-skinned animals.
I do have one basic question left, Swagger said. What are his flaws? What mistakes will he make? What can he be counted on to do wrong?
Have you hunted, Major? I bet you have.
I grew up with rifles and heads also. The heads were white-tailed deer, occasional black bear, some big mountain cats. I went with my father every year to camp. I hope to take a son to the same camp when this is over and teach him the same lessons.
Then you know the hunter's way, his patience, his need for boundaries and rules. Those make the chase ethical and meaningful. Those are so deep in us.
Yes, sir.
Bricks will play by those rules, in all except for one circumstance. It's something only the Germans have a term for. Only the Germans, connoisseur of the grotesque, would have a word for. But I've seen it, I've had it, I've defeated it. I'm guessing you have as well. The term is blutverrückt.
He drew more cherry vanilla into his throat, then expelled it into pungent, moistened, clinging vapor. He thought the concept deserved such ceremony.
Meaning blood crazy, he explained. It happens. One shoots the animal, but it does not go down. It bolts. One must pursue into the brush as honor demands. One follows, knowing that brush hunting is highly dangerous. At last a dribble of blood, then another. Each is bigger until dribble no longer applies. Finally it's a puddle, a lake. You are elated. You have lived up to the standard of the one-shot kill. You're saved from your malfeasance, lifted from your purgatory, elated with your success. You see a clearing ahead, and the blood leads you there. You know what you will find, the creature dead, or in the last stages of bleeding out, so that your coup de grace is a necessary mercy. Boldly, confidently, you step into the clearing. Of course he is there, but not down. Men's vanities preclude them from being realistic about how much blood circulates, especially in an elephant. He is no dying beast, but the fully enraged bull, and he knows it's you who've slain him. Now it's his turn.
Had it happen with a cat once, said Swagger. I saw the big pool of blood and was sure I had him. I rushed in and there he was. I got him in mid-leap, feeling his breath. When he hit me, he was dead. You think this Bricks is inclined to blood craziness?
I've seen him fall prey to it more than he should. I have to say, it was my Holland 570 Nitro Express that saved him once. Had I not fired, perhaps we would not be here, and all those boys would not be dead.
You had to fire, said Swagger. That's the point after all.
If you face him, perhaps knowing of blutverrückt and his weakness for it will be of help. I do wish you luck, said Wilson. I'm sure you're a capable man, but Bricks is the best in the world.
No, sir, said Leitz. Major Swagger is the best in the world. Chapter 57. Deceptions. Back in the car again, prowling through a fair London evening at twilight, Major Swagger said, "All right, Sebastian. You take Lieutenant Leitz back to the hotel, then you drop me at the office. I want to belt out a draft on my tactical plan. Leitz, see that girl of yours tonight. It might be a while before you get another chance."
"Sir, she's off with Colonel Bruce tonight at some shindig. I'd happily help on the draft."
"No, I need you alert. Have a drink in the bar, get some sleep. You too, Sebastian. That's an order."
"Yes, sir,"
said Leitz. After he was dropped, Swagger said to Sebastian, "You got the stuff from the Milton Hall guy?"
"Yes, sir."
"Good. Now forget everything I said to Leitz. Drop me at the office. I've got a phone call to make. Then I hope you drive me to Bushy Park. I'll be there all night. You'll have to catch your shut-eye in the car, or maybe they can find you a cot."
"Yes, sir,"
said Sebastian.
"No problem. But I have to ask, is there some reason you're not informing Lieutenant Leitz that—"
"Yes," said Swagger. "And if you needed to know, you'd know."
"Yes, sir,"
said the young man. In his office, Swagger got a card out of his wallet with a phone number and made his call.
"Bushy Park headquarters," came the answer.
"First Army liaison, please," he said.
"One moment, sir."
It was close to 10, but he assumed they were running a 24-hour shop. It was a war, after all, and it went on all the time. And they were.
"First Army, Sergeant Guthrie."
"Guthrie, this is Major Swagger, Grosvenor Street. I need to speak to Colonel McBain as quickly as possible."
"Sir, he's—"
"Wherever he is, Guthrie, find him. He'll want to take this call. I'm at London, Lincoln 5990. That's a direct line. No need to go through the switchboard."
"Yes, sir."
It took 10 minutes until the phone rang. "Swagger," he said.
"Yes, Major. McBain here."
"Yes, sir. In about an hour, possibly 2, I'm going to arrive. I would like a dictationist to take down the tactical plan I'm going to relate, and hoping for you to move it up the chain ASAP. It has to go up fast for General Bradley's approval, so that it'll come down fast. I looked at the long-term forecasts, and I believe heavy weather is due on 22, 23, 24 July. I'd like to get this done quickly, because in the rain, everything is paralyzed. Nothing happens. And I know we're getting closer and closer to whatever big operation you have planned."
"Good judgment, Swagger. Obviously the details are embargoed, but indeed something of that nature is on the schedule, and it's imperative that your operation proceeded."
"I should add, sir, that there are some things for your ears only that I don't want on paper. Some contingencies have to be planned for on a security basis, and that whole initiative is defeated if the plans are put on paper and circulated to SHAFE and all others on the normal distribution routes."
"There's no such thing as too much security," said the colonel.
Chapter 58. Wilson. Would this be the night? It felt like it. Before him, Wilson had 2 tools. One was a half-full bottle of Hague Scotch. He'd already knocked back the first half. And the other was the Webley Mark IV .455 revolver his brother had carried at the Somme, only to die in 1924 of esophageal cancer. Funny, what? The German Empire killed 20,000 that day, but it missed Captain James Morley Wilson. A cluster of insane cells, invisible to all except men with microscopes, does the job better 8 years later. Jamie was philosophical. He said from the hospital bed where his wife and brother had come to support him,
"I suppose one owes God a death, eh? He takes it when he wants it, nothing a chap can do. So do remember me around the campfires, and do now and again take a taste of something stronger than water to conjure me, if only for the second, out of the night into which I have passed. That's all one can ask."
Jamie was the bravest man he'd ever known, and he'd known many brave men. He supposed he himself was among them, for the lions that had taken him down, the buffs that had stomped him, the crocs that had ripped slashes into his leg. Thank God for Webley that day. Survived it all. And for what? That was this evening's question, to be answered in the depths of the bottle or the muzzle energy of the Webley. What has it all meant? He had reached the conclusion it had meant nothing. He was useless. Now with a war, he had so much to contribute of skills and courage and shooting, to bring the hunting imperative to the battlefield and inspire. Yet he could not. They would not let him. They laughed at him. Old man, buggered hip, muttering about Africa, even getting retired officers to call in and vouch for him. He was officially useless. If this was the night he chose the Webleys' half-inch wad of lead, the Times would give him a paragraph. Some millionaires and their wives in New York or Mayfair or Hollywood or Baghdad would say, "I say, old Wilson did himself in. Imagine that. The fellow seemed so hardy on the last hunt. Just goes to show you don't know a damn thing, really, do you?" And return to their vodka tonics or martinis or whatever. The job he had was meaningless. It gave H&H license to use his name and evoked the old Kenya in hopes that after the war, the hunting would return. And Robert Wilson worked for H&H during the war, didn't he, on their sniper rifles? Yes, good sport. Would restore some luster to the sport, and perhaps attract some of his formerly glamorous friends, on the illusion they'd still be glamorous. Wilson knew what silliness that was. Most of the rich ones he cliented about were quite stupid. They had no idea what they were doing, no appreciation for the creatures they hunted. They were only there because going safari was one of the things a certain set had to do, out of the fashion of the thing, not the meaning, to show off immense disposable income, not courage or character. This was another argument in favor of nothingness. Helping some dim cinema star or ancient banker's idle son pot a lion did the lion, the only honorable participant in the ceremony, no good. In fact, all clients were Francis Macomber, fatuous shells with wet-loined, formerly beautiful wives, who needed both of them to tell other meaningless swells at Cap d'Antibes. It had really just been a stunt for publicity, but its only true meaning was that Ernest's father-in-law was rich. So many years ago with President Teddy, it was different. Teddy was far and above the best of the Americans. Superb shot, unflinchingly brave, without complaint, the stamina of a plow horse. He shot his dreadful rifle brilliantly, the last out of loyalty to the American Mark Winchester, which had produced a lever-action behemoth of sharp corners and wretched angles and fearsome recoil in a far too powerful iteration called .405. "Mr. President, I'd happily make loan of my 570 Nitro from H&H. It's engineered in such a way as to not butcher you when you fire." "Thanks, Wilson, but one thing I mean to prove out here is the superiority of our American gun, even if it's a fantasy. I'm sworn to Winchester and told Thomas Gray Bennett, the sahib of the firm, the same. So I'll shoot the damn thing, no matter if my damned arm falls off and my damned shoulder turns the color of a grapefruit left for rot in the Florida sun for 2 damned weeks. Just have the boys bring something wet, warm, and soft, preferably not a woman, as I am married, to apply to my arm." So that one had some meaning. Was it the last? He searched but could only remember various degrees of Francis Macombers and would-be Hemingways among the Americans, and even more piggish behaviors among the damned Ferengis. No, wait. Gary was fine. More cowboy than actor. Behaved, realized his good fortune, a disciplined shot, and a chap who got the code that Hemingway only blathered about. He made another dent in the scotch. It burned. It was a good burn, going down. The blur was commendable, the way everything fell from focus, as was the further distancing of cause from effect. This enabled him to pick up the gigantic revolver. Not a good thing to play with a loaded revolver when one is mostly potted. Accidents that weren't quite accidents had a way of happening. If he were to do it, he wanted to do it hard and real, not haphazardly, cajoling himself into oblivion and pretending to be surprised in the moment the bullet entered his brain. The revolver was a stout British concoction, and its over-engineered Victorian solutions to problems others had solved far more elegantly gave it a particularly clumsy effect. It broke down the middle for access to the cylinder, and one then inserted 6 .455 cartridges, big as duck's eggs they were, into the chambers. It was snapped shut. To fire, one had to draw back the hammer until it clicked, or draw back on the strength of one finger on the trigger, which was like pulling a rake through gravel. Could be done in haste, if Zulus or Huns were upon one, but most people preferred to use the offhand for setting the hammer first, perhaps enjoying the smoothness of the rearward draw of the spur and the satisfying click as it locked into place. Thus was the revolver made ready to fire. He flicked a lever behind the cylinder, opened the revolver. 6 yawning holes faced him. From a yellowish box at least 10 years old, he withdrew, one after another, 6 of the duck's eggs and slid them in place. Again they found their position with a satisfying thump. He closed the thing. Satisfying click. His thumb went to hammer, drew it back. Solid, impressive click. Perhaps a little vibration as it locked back. Now it was lethal and volatile at once. The drama of the loaded and more than loaded cocked gun sent a buzz through him. It would take but a moment to press it to his temple, and with the slightest pressure to the trigger, let the hammer fly. 1/100th of a second would remain in the short, unhappy life of Robert Wilson, professional hunter, failed brother, useless drunk. Then the hammer would strike a primer, which would ignite the powder, which would produce a tidal wave of pressure and drive the bullet into the... What was it? A signal attempted to reach him from far off. What could it be? He could not die without knowing. He had to find the source of this last personal Nile. He uncocked the revolver, restoring the hammer to its supine situation, opened the thing, thereby ejecting one magical touch of Webley's otherwise thunderous clumsiness. All 6 deadly duck's eggs from the chamber, 3 landing on the table, 3 on the floor. What? From where? He looked at the bloody thing. What was it trying to tell him? Well, more scotch, obviously. He obliged, obviously. The revolver was broken almost totally in half, joined only at a certain low point by a hinge. It had been, for all intents and purposes, sundered. What was in that? What could it mean? What on earth? It was almost like a take-apart being a rifle that could itself be taken apart into 2 halves, unlatched and unscrewed, for the hunter's convenience in travel or other possible applications. Why was this suddenly resonant to him? Take-apart? Why in God's name was he suddenly consumed with an image of a take-apart rifle? And then he had it. A salvation. A meaning. Chapter 59. Flares. Gary was shaking him awake. "Jesus, they're here!" he was yelling. "They're coming!" Archer fought the fog of sleep, and Gary disappeared. But they were still here. They were Germans. The man shaking him was named Rossi. Archer was sleeping in a hole, wrapped in a blanket, filthy, unshaven, basically miserable. It was dead fucking night, and the fatigue gurgled through every vein and artery in his body. He was hungry, he was cold. Then he figured it out. He bolted upright, hearing the percussion of small arms fire, most of it automatic, coming at him. Fuck. Oh, fuck! He grabbed the grease gun. Somehow he'd never quite gotten around to shipping it back to battalion, and rolled to the line. He saw tracers floating in from a far hedgerow. They looked like New Year's Eve streamers sheathed in pixie dust, separating into burning blimps as they approached. He saw bubbles, sparks, embers, pinwheels. He saw ghosts, apparitions, phantoms, miasmas, haunts, whatever, seeming to float through the field. A mortar shell detonated behind him, then 3 more as the Germans diddled with the range, each blast turning his ears to ding-dong hell, each one releasing a devil wind of shock and grit. He looked up and down the dog company line. No McKinney. Then he remembered McKinney's sick bay, twisted ankle, needed to wrap it and stay off it for 48. He looked for Blickowicz, the corporal, now in command, but saw him trying to assemble a BAR he had been cleaning. Who the fuck was in charge? The lieutenant was somewhere else, wherever, but not here. Were there other sergeants? He couldn't remember. It was all messy in his mind, which was basically occupied with controlling the I do not want to die panic.
Shit, let's get out of here, someone screamed. Mortar. There's thousands of them. Mortar. Come on, for Christ's sake, retreat. Mortar. Get to your foxholes. Archer heard someone yelling, amazed next to discover it was him. Get the fuck up. Get to your foxholes. Radio, call battalion, ask for artillery. You guys, come the fuck on. As if to lead by example, he threw himself at the lip of his own ragged hole, cranked the bolt on the grease gun, felt it snap to readiness, and fired a long burst. It bucked, it flashed, it spat empty shells. It rattled the leaves of the trees in which they dug their line of foxholes. Who knew if it hit anything but air, but it cleared his mind. O'Malley, get that gun in action, he yelled to the machine gun pit nearby on the left. Have your assistant gunner get flares up. We need illumination now. God damn it, now! Get off your ass! One by one, Dog Company's reluctant warriors seemed to come to the firing line. A flare popped finally, turning all to orange, wobbly surrealism as it descended, swinging on its parachute. In its lurid glow, it seemed the whole German army came at him. He fired again, saw targets go down. Come on, goddammit! I'm up, said Blickowicz. Blick, take that gun down the line and set up. They may have run another squad down behind that hedgerow and it's going to jump us. On it, guy, said Blick, and turned, pulling his gunner along. Still the Germans came. Still the mortars fell. Still the air was alive with the sound of extremely nasty hummingbirds with Archer written on every single one of them. Dust and atomized bark flew where they connected with the natural world. It got crazy. Still smoke drifted. Still a flare popped, brighter this time. Open up! Come on, goddammit, lay down your fire! Throw a grenade! At that point, the machine gunner O'Malley joined the circus. He let off a long burst, traversing the meadow full of Germans. Counterfire drifted at him, looping German tracer, ripsawing the dirt where they struck. Close, they ran across the American 30 position, shutting it down. But O'Malley was up and back on his gun. He hit a tight cluster of dark shapes, spinning them outward like pins after a meet-up with a bowler's ball. The dogs had finally achieved some sort of coherent firebase. The smack of Garens, the snap of dink-ass carbines rolled like waves. A few yards down, Blick's BAR found targets attempting to flank. Nobody stood up to Blick. And then it was over. Another flare. Where had they gone? In this field, the sprawled or bunched bodies of Germans lay thick, like some dark, shapeless vegetable. Gunsmoke hazed the air, smelling of sulfur and burning leaves. Shadows danced a crazy jitterbug, and everything wobbled because the flare wobbled. Someone next to him put a radio phone in his hands. Dog 2, this is White 6. Come in, Dog 2. Dog 2, Archer said. Sit rep, Dog 2. They hit us in company strength. We managed to drive them back. I see bodies all over. We may have taken some casualties, not sure yet. Dog 2, get your wounded to pickup point. Keep the flares burning all night. Stay on the line. We'll come up with artillery fire mission if they come back. Wilco, White 6. Good job, Dog 2. He put the phone down. Casualties, he cried. 1 dead, 4 wounded, 2 pretty bad. Okay, 4 guys on stretcher crews, any 4. Get the bad wounded back to the pickup point ASAP. Ambulance on the way. Yes, sir, said someone. A college, said the guy named Rossi from some scary city in the east. Who the fuck put you in charge? Your dago-ass breathing air and not dirt puts him in charge, said Blickowicz. And if you don't like it, come see me and we'll discuss it. Blickowicz, 190 pounds of cast-iron coal miner from western Pennsylvania. Hands like hammers, arms like axles, full of guts to the eyebrows. Needless to say, nobody cared to discuss it. Chapter 60. Questions. They sat in the colonel's office. Late, so very late. Cigarette smoke, dead butts in an overflowing ashtray, dead mugs of coffee making rings on furniture. 2 tired men trying to finish it up, desperate to finish it up. The clerk typist sat in the next room, hoping he was done for the night. But for now, forgotten, he merely sat in the indifference of officers. All right, Major, said the colonel. I've gone through it, made some notes. I will now play devil's advocate.
as I'm sure General Bradley, or more likely certain ambitious members of his staff, will play with me when I present it." "Go ahead, sir," said Swagger. "First and most obvious, why go to all this trouble and deception? Seems easier to give a Mustang recon squadron the job of low-level photo missions over the Norman forests. Then interpretation officers could locate the site under the trees, particularly as you believe it to be between St. Gilles and Marigny, just beyond 7 Corps sector. Next step, a squadron of B-17s each with 8 500-pounders. Next step, a squadron of jugs, each with 8 50s and 12 2.5-inch rockets. Mission accomplished. Wouldn't that be faster and more efficient?" "In my opinion, sir, no, sir. I hate to keep repeating myself, but go ahead, repeat away. Consider me an idiot who needs everything explained twice. I'd rather you think me an idiot than General Bradley." "Yes, sir. To repeat, these men have spent most of their lives and all of their imaginations hunting, and all of its skills are instinctive to them. They will camouflage so effectively that no Mustang jock is going to see them, and no photo interp genius is going to pick them out. Instead, the planes will hit less well-camouflaged German field hospitals, kitchen units, logistics dumps, fuel tanks, the sort of auxiliary structure any army needs. You'll destroy them thinking you've accomplished something, and you've accomplished nothing except to alert the hunters that you've got an idea they're there, so perhaps they change their tactics. Maybe they infiltrate our positions and take out a lot of field-grade officers. Maybe they form a murder squad and go after either Eisenhower or Bradley. Think what that does to troop morale, just when you need it for your big attack." The colonel sighed. "Okay, good. Now next, weapon choice. Our experience has been that our most effective weapon against the sniper has been the rifle grenade, then the bazooka. No direct hit or skilled marksmanship needed. You, against doctrine, plan to deploy the Browning automatic rifle." "Yes, sir, with tracer. Both the bazooka and the rifle grenade have crude aiming systems, and it'll still be quite dark. Both distance and even windage, both the rocket and the grenade, being slow movers, are prone to wind deflection, are factors best handled in full daylight, so it all adds up to mean I have no confidence in their ability to get on the target. A good BAR man can walk his tracers onto it in 3 shots and continue to fire for effect when he gets there. The assistant hands him a mag, he puts another 20 there. Might as well get out of the 30 caliber all that it offers, which is high accuracy, high velocity, high penetration. It'll chew through any vegetation, even trees. Unless our bad guy's behind concrete, he's going to get tagged in the swarm of 30s we lay on him. Last, given the breadth of the problem, why launch from the 7 Corps sector? Why not more men, go wider, bring in troops from 8 Corps? I want to make it easy on them. No logistics, no travel, meaning no transportation. If we put 10 patrols out over a narrow front into the no man's land before 7 Corps, we draw the hunters. There are only 10 of them. They've never hit more than 10 targets in a single night. So I'm putting together something that's too tempting to resist. Hunters have a nose for the herd. All right, now about this other stuff. The distribution, the speed, it relates to certain realities in OSS, sir. I only want tactical plans going there via one source. Easier to control. All right, you know it, it's your call. I'm going to grab some shut-eye, then hop an L4 and see the general personally. I hope to have your authorization by tomorrow by 1500. I'd stand ready to move. Chapter 61. The Rifle.
Matthias, Brent, clean your rifles as I clean mine. Bricks, we cleaned them before our journey and have not fired them since,
said Matthias. Or was it Brent? All these months he still wasn't sure.
I don't care. Clean again. You will engage tonight, and you do not want to die because of a filthy rifle. If you die, it should be because of bad luck and enemy skill, not your own idiocy. Yes, sir. Watch me. Emulate me. I have all responsibilities on my shoulders. To you, to your fathers, to the others, to the Germans, to duty, to survival. Yet amid that, I clean my rifle. Do you see? Do you understand? Come, join me. We shall have a little party here."
Each had before him a Swedish Mauser Model 1896, though hand-selected for accuracy at the factory. It was a long, slender weapon, without the hulk of other rifles used by snipers most of the world over. It fired a bullet not of .308 or .312 or .324 dimension, as did the Garand and Springfield, the Enfield .303, and the Gewehr 98, but of .264. The physics to that reality meant that its weight much reduced. It was propelled through the air much faster. The bullet was also, compared to them, quite long, which meant the barrel rifling grooves spun it more rigorously, which made it more accurate. At the same time, all things being equal, it had a much lighter recoil signature, so that no one feared it, dreaded shooting it, grew to hate it. That was the cartridge, which, superb though it was nevertheless meaningless without a rifle with which to shoot. Hence the Mauser of 1896, said to be among the most ingenious of Herr Mauser's many variations of bolt actions over the years when the world was arming up for its first big dance. But it was also long, and in comparison to the sturdier conceits of the service rifle 1939 on, rather old-fashioned in appearance. Only the Russian weapon, the Mosin Nagant, rivaled it as seeming to come from an entirely different design aesthetic as well as an earlier century. Swedish steel, German design, German optics, 4-power Ajax, probably the best in the war. It was a rifle that was clearly intended for marksmanship from behind cover and implicitly suggested the Swedish contentment with self and lack of ambition to invade others. It was designed to shoot enemy officers, Danes, Norwegians, Russians, Germans, whichever, at 300 meters. And the long steel-cored bullet had been designed to penetrate the heavy wool layers that winter warfare would mandate, search out and puncture those juicy little bags full of blood in the dark interior of the body. The rifles having been constructed with loving care by the anal retentives of the Carl Gustav Arsenal, in business since 1812, it was a superb instrument of long-range death, though not so much fun for climbing hills under fire. As with all Mausers, the bolt slid out with the simple manipulation of a lever on the left of the receiver. No more disassembly required. The barrel was then reamed with cotton swabs soaked in solvent, which dissolved any residue from previous firings. The swab was replaced with a steel brush. Any stubborn residue was vanquished, and another swab removed all traces. Bore, shiny bright. The rails of the bolt were then scabbed with a brush, again in search of residue. No worry of burrs or cracks, for the steel was too high in quality. A squirt of oil into the trigger mechanism distributed the lubricity of that unguent to all necessary surfaces. The bolt was slid back into place with that satisfying click so seductive to the people of the gun, and the weapon was ready to do any job its agent was capable of doing.
"All screws, make certain they're tightened. Nothing can be loose. Check the elevation dial under the scope. Easy for it to slip, and then you have a miss. Check your notebooks to make certain it's properly adjusted. Check the tape on the sling so you have no rattle. Do 100 snap fires to make certain your trigger finger has recovered its discipline from the long time between shots. Do stretching exercises so that you are limber for the journey. Check your packs. Make certain you have foodstuffs for a longer trip. If something should preclude your return to the Jagdstuga, say your prayers to our Lord and Savior. Swear allegiance to our fine king, Gustav V. Genuflect, to the wonder of our extraordinary country. Sing hymns of praise to your fathers, who raised you in splendor and freedom, and encouraged you to become what you became. Save a special thanks for the fine woman who birthed you and nursed you, and to any siblings who came before or after you, and in either case helped you to become what you became."
The boys rolled eyes and shuffled to show their mild annoyance, slightly upset that they were still boys and not yet soldiers, but obeyed.
"Now sleep," commanded Brix. "It will be a busy night, and tomorrow, having done our job, we shall begin our return."
Chapter 62. The Apex. The call wasn't the one they'd been hoping for, not yet. It came at 1400 hours from Uthwaite at MI6 for Leitz, who then handed it to Swagger.
Sir?
Yes, Lieutenant.
I've had a call from Mr. Wilson. He's thought of something else and would most urgently like to see you.
It's a little late, Lieutenant. We're on standby for orders.
Actually, I suggested that he motor over. He's now at Berkeley Square, 2 streets away. West Bench. Perhaps you've time to meet him there. I know what this is about, and I do think it's of merit.
Swagger looked at his watch. Okay, I'll head over there quickly, but we may get the call out at any second.
Yes, sir.
Swagger hung up. Sebastian, if we get the nod before I get back, you and Leitz pick me up. I'll be at Berkeley Square with Mr. Wilson.
Yes, sir.
It's Wilson. Needs to see me, he told Leitz. Not sure why, but should check it out. He covered the 2 streets to the square rapidly. London, mid-July. Maybe weather was incoming, but no sign of it yet. Sky blue and mild, a sweet breeze, some sway to every branch and leaf in sight. No damage visible on the way over, so it was like the old London, the London of all that, which the First War had said goodbye to. Swagger passed a bobby, a couple of American airmen, someone who had to have been either a Spitfire pilot, a dam buster, or an actor playing either. Women, all attractive, though he'd exiled that part of his brain to China or possibly even Pluto until the war was over. He entered the park, saw Wilson sitting alone on a bench down the walk, and noted the place otherwise to be empty. He walked over.
Mr. Wilson? Major, hello. So glad you could join me, Wilson said, rising.
He was in a droopy tweed suit the color of the heather, and a bucket hat picked in its own tweed to clash riotously with the suit. A dingy plaid tie held an otherwise indifferent shirt together.
I do appreciate the pressures you're under, but possibly I have some aid for you.
When they both sat on the bench, under the splendid shade of a splendid plane tree, Swagger noted that a leather case, perhaps 12 inches by 24, had been lifted to the man's lap. By the burnish of it and the sparkle of the brass fittings, he suspected it was something at the higher end.
I believe, or so I have inferred, you are going on a hunt after the sniper.
That seems to be the general direction, said Swagger.
Well, though I've witnessed the building of 4,000 Enfield Ts, I'm not sold on it for that sort of work. It's heavy, the screws can easily slip a bit, the telescope and mount were designed for a machine gun, and R303 is not by nature any sort of target finder. Nor can I quite get on the Gerund rifle thing your chaps have come up with.
It's an abomination, said Swagger. I tried to find a scoped Springfield, but they're mostly in Marine hands these days.
I thought, if the Major is bush hunting bricks, who's already got leverage on account of the accuracy of his weapon, why make things worse? Why not make them better? And indeed, better is what Holland and Holland does quite well.
He unbuttoned the case and lifted the lid. In 2 pieces, a bolt-action rifle lay in compartments well secured against a red velvet cushioning. The raised lid displayed 3 labels, the most prominent of which bore the heraldic imprint of the maker, its shop address at 98 New Bond Street, London, W1, which actually was but a few streets away from where they sat under the Berkeley Square trees.
We call it a take-apart. You see the convenience. Instead of wearing it on a sling about the shoulder, an impediment to fast movement in tight places, and also in the way as you should surely have a Thompson along for closer matters. You can withdraw from your rucksack the stock and the action, fit them together by an ingenious hook action our chaps have invented. There suddenly from nowhere, you would have what I'm certain is the best stalking rifle in the world. Light, handy, eerily accurate.
2 red-yellow boxes of Kynoch ammunition were included in the box's treasures. Among the cleaning rod, a tin of oil, and some rags and patches. Swagger bent to read the information.
We call it the 240 Apex, said Wilson. As a man of the rifle, you'll appreciate it. Its actual caliber, 245, in shell a flanged magnum. In bullet, 100 grains of soft nose in velocity around. I think this will please you. 3,000 feet per second.
Wow, said Swagger, indeed pleased.
We came up with it in 1920 for the thin-skinned African Plains game. The heavier guns were difficult to snap-shoot well. Reports from Africa have been enthusiastic, and I've dropped and seen many drop an Impala at range with just that rifle.
What's the scope?
The scope is our own, extremely well made from German glass and Birmingham steel. 4 times magnification. As you can see, it is already locked in place, hence no need to adjust each time in and out of the box. I've zeroed in on our range to my eye. Perhaps in the field you'll have time to dial it to yours, but it can put 5 in an inch at 100 yards with the Kynoch.
Seems just about perfect.
This is what we call a best gun. Much care has been put into it by men who've been doing this sort of thing for half a century. Thus the wood is exhibition grade, with gorgeous figure running through it at high shine. The checkering perfect in execution, the metal highly polished, and every single piece hand-placed to assure perfect fit and function.
Swagger's eyes ate the thing up. He knew a fine rifle when he saw one, and with its mellow rhythms of blonde woven through the wood, its precision of construction and its perfect grace of design, he understood in a second he was seeing the extraordinary. As would any rifleman, he thought, I want to shoot it.
Far from cheap at £35 to the customer, and he's happy to wait a year for his to arrive. This is yours now, as my contribution to the war. My morale is not your responsibility, but the idea of pitching in with more than imprecations to king and country, plus checking shipping labels and dealing with the old buggered-off lieutenant colonel, has great meaning to me.
Mr. Wilson, I'd happily accept this as a loan. In certain circumstances, including the one I'm headed into, it could be the absolutely right medicine, but only on the proviso that afterwards, if both it and I are still around, you let me return it.
That, sir, said the old hunter, would be a privilege. This one is new, one of the last civilian orders the factory completed before the war. Its original owner, I'm afraid to say, has perished. North African desert, tanks. So it has been sitting in our gun vault since then, waiting for the war to end and a well-heeled American cinema star to appear. It has not yet been blooded.
I hear you, said Swagger.
Do blood it, please, Major.
Chapter 63. Pisser. Mr. Raven waited. Nothing. But he was not waiting for Leeds and the girl. He was not in Mayfair. He was actually in the Cheltenham tube station, there by order of direction from a strange voice on the Brompton Exchange. The bloke had said, Men's Loo, Cheltenham tube, red hat, between 6 and 7 p.m., urinal. Then he hung up. He had investigated the loo to find it the usual slime hole caped in Anglican squalor, complete to the countervailingly nauseous odors of urine and those chemical cakes they place in the urinals to keep the smell from overwhelming, but in actuality only magnify it. Grotesque. Seeing no red hat at any of the installations, he'd abandoned an in-room observation point for a bench outside, near the gigantic, endless-moving stairway that took travelers up and down to street level. He sat, obsequious and uncharismatic, one of London's endless accumulation of gray men with gray lives and gray pasts and gray futures. Nearby, a news kiosk was still open, and the leaderboard for the Mail announced, Yanks tangled in vines, over a 4-column shot of a disgruntled GI crouched in some thick vegetation, as presumably Jerry's snipers owned the air above his head. He looked grim, bored, doomed. You and me too, mate, thought Raven. The seconds slithered by. At one time, a doodle went off somewhere far away. Hitler was still launching them, hoping one presumed for a lucky hit on Parliament or Number 10. Sirens followed, louder, then softer. It meant 10 blokes and their missuses and kiddies had gone to vapors when the flat went up. A tragedy, of course, and all involved in the bomb flying should be hung. But at the same time, Raven felt outrage fatigue. How angry can one be for how long before it wears thin? He thought he noted the same grim desperation in the faces of others as well, even on the BBC or in the rags. When was this fucking thing to be finished? How much longer? Whatever it is, tragedy or atrocity or royal crusade for all good and holy, it had much worn out its welcome. Hello? Yes, red hat, sock-like thing. Chap wearing it along with a pale, back-belted jacket, all the rage 10 years past, headed into the loo. At last. Raven hoisted his weary legs up, weaved through the beyond early, not yet late crowd, entered, felt the smack of piss in the face. Ugh, so loathsome and filthy. Man in red hat at urinal, one next to him on left open. Raven went to it, made play it unlimbering but actually did not, simply stood awaiting. He felt the fellow's eyes pass to him. Face, please, chum. Raven dipped head, reached up and for 1 second hooked the scarf, lowered it, and exposed the fissure that cleft his lip like a rip in the wall of the universe, then re-scarfed. No faking that then, said the chap. The man with the cracked face had a moment of scalding anger, and into his brain popped the image of pulling the kukri and cutting this slithery snake hard and deep, just for the brief pleasure of seeing him die in his own blood, in puddles of stranger piss. But he just clenched his teeth. The Yank has gone back to the front, they told me to tell you. He'll be there for nobody knows how bloody long. You'd best steer clear of his digs then, on the off chance some copper gets wind of you. They'll tell you when he's back, and you've got to go hard and get it done. Raven nodded. Good fellow, said the go-between. Now, any chance you'd suck my bone for a quid? None, said Raven, took a quick look around, saw that the place had gone deserted, then cut him deep across the face with the knife, opening a long, lasting gash. Blood fell out of it like marbles rolling off a table. He went down into the piss with a splash. Raven then unzipped and urinated on him, taking his time. If anyone came in seeing the spectacle, they left in a split second. Do stay down, or I'll open you wide knob to nipple, you cunt worm, Raven said, then put himself away, turned, and headed out to the moving stairs. Part 4. Night Shooters. Chapter 64. Young Guy. They met at 1700 at the 9th Infantry HQ, about a mile behind the lines. There were about 30 of them, highest rank a second lieutenant, the rest sergeants and corporals, from 4th and 9th Infantry Divisions, that is, 7 Corps. They were either BAR men or assistants or patrol leaders designated for the evening's work. They sat, ragged and GI tired, in their folds and swoops of ill-fitting olive-drab twill. All of it the same, all of it different. Most wore the M41 field jacket, some wore paratrooper boots, some wore boondockers. All wore the canvas leggings laced tight. Straps ran across, around, and off them at various angles, and looped over various appendages running in various directions over their torsos. Some had grenades, some had bayonets, some had 45s. One had a Luger in a shoulder holster. Some had day-old beards, some week-old beards. Pants were bloused or not, depending on nothing. Since various contractors had various ideas about the meanings of olive drab and shade number 2, the variety of hues of the largely improvised khaki universe tended to devolve into a cascade. It looked like an explosion in a khaki factory. Add wear, distress, patching, multiple washings in lye soap, and it became clinically insane. Whoever heard of an army where nothing matched? Wasn't matching in some sense the point of an army? But the guys so costumed had acquired, to the last of them, the languid beauty of men who lived close to and worked with danger, even if it never occurred to them. They self-segregated by unit, but were not hostile to each other. They'd all been through too much shit for hostility, and suspected the forecast for tonight was more shit, heavy at times. At 17:05, 6 officers entered, more or less similarly dressed, though cleaner. Some creases were even observed, and fresh shaves. No ties, of course, no decorations, nothing but the foreman's watchful look. 10 hut! Came a call, and the infantry's cranked too. But before getting fully upright, a younger fellow said, At ease. Sit down, men, relax.
Smoke 'em if you got 'em. Remember to peel your butts."
He went to the head of the room, while behind him the other 5 found wooden chairs.
"My name is Collins," he said. "You work for me. I work for General Bradley. He works for General Eisenhower, who works for President Roosevelt, who works for the American people. I wouldn't be here and you wouldn't be here if those bosses didn't think it important. I, for one, think it is so goddamned important I drove myself in a Jeep through a rainstorm to get here. Are we square?"
A murmur of assent swept the audience as it dawned on them they were looking at one of the stars of the war, their Corps commander, youngest in history, Major General Lightning Joe Collins. The general's presence itself carried the message of, "Do not fuck this up." They therefore resolved to not fuck this up.
"I'll be short. You're about to be briefed on an operation by Major Swagger of Intelligence. He was on Guadalcanal same time I was. They're still talking about his work there, all over the Pacific. You listen to what he says. I think it's a terrific plan. It'll get us back in the war and pave the way for getting the hell out of the Bullet Garden. Major Swagger?"
Swagger stood.
"Thank you, sir," he said.
He turned to face the men.
"Tonight, we're going to kill some snipers."
Chapter 65. News of the World. The bulletin arrived as usual at 1600, teletyped from First Army. She opened it, read it quickly, understood therefore where Leitz had vanished to, and set to work.
"Sir,"
she said over the intercom,
"the 1600 is here. It seems to contain information about our missing boys."
Colonel Bruce came out and quickly looked at it.
"I fear we've lost them," he said. "They're now a part of First Army. They're not even reporting to me anymore."
"Maybe this happened so fast they didn't have time. You know what they say, hurry up
and wait. Except this time it's wait, and then suddenly hurry up. I also suspect that Major Swagger's usual paranoia is at play here. The fellow simply does not want anyone looking over his shoulder."
"As I said, Lieutenant Leitz says he's very capable."
"I hear the same. I feel like the father of the star football player who has no idea what football is. Well, get it mimeoed and distributed and we'll see how it turns out."
"Yes, sir."
She inserted a mimeo paper into her underwood, scrolled to find the right starting spot, and began to type. Tap, tap, tap. Top secret. By order of General Bradley. Authorized Major General Smith. First Army Strategic Summary No. 43, 22 July, 1944. The same as usual, broken down and summarized by Corps Sector of Responsibility, the news of the day on the European Theater of Operations, same as it had been since a little after D-Day. Stasis at the front, but for incremental progress as the troops were regrouping after the long-awaited capture of Saint-Lô, with German counterattacks expected. Enemy activity beginning with the usual question, where was the elusive SS Das Reich? Otherwise, unconfirmed sightings of panzer divisions moving here or there, coming and going, combining and recombining like amoeba on a microscope slide. First Army activity, same for American units as designation of corps and then division, meant less and less, while maneuvers made regrouping mandatory. Units, it seemed, were liquid, and they squirted and puddled this way and that, sometimes by design, sometimes by accident. You could wake up and find the guys the next bivouac over were completely different today. Update on deployment of Sherman tanks with improvised bocage busters, engineered to their snouts to crush through the medieval barricades with minimal loss of life. Bad news on the artillery shell shortage. No quick end in sight. Reports on Army Air Force's attacks on enemy bridgeheads and supply depots, which the USAAF claimed were going fantastically, although they always said they were doing a fantastic job. Combat reports. Routine except for a larger-than-usual counterattack near Saint-Lô, resulting in heavier-than-usual casualties. An 88 barrage near another French town, casualty figures unusually high. Shop talk. Command changes and then finally updates from the 4 Corps, 3 of which declared no activity planned. But not so for one of them. 7 Corps. Night patrol activities to resume in frontal sectors, in and around St. Gilles, 4th and 9th Infantry Division units will patrol in strength night of 22-23 to ascertain enemy artillery strength and panzer relocations. Tap, 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 tap. Chapter 66. The Sergeant. Archer sat in the 4th row. He was now a buck sergeant and would be leading his people on the deal tonight because, after all, he knew the territory. He'd learned it the hard way. He sat listening as Major Swagger, still a war god to him even if Gary wasn't around to share such amusing trifles, briefed the guys on what would be going on, called Operation Toto. It seemed easy enough, and he liked the way it ended.
"Okay," said Swagger. "That's it. Questions?"
Of course, a silence, and then somebody said, "Sir, just curious. Seen a lot of operation names, usually places, but nothing like Toto. Is there some story there?"
"Archer,"
said Swagger, who seemingly hadn't noticed him.
"Tell them."
A few weeks back, Private Gary Goldberg went with us on a patrol to develop intelligence for tonight. On the way back, he blew up a tank, but he always had a wisecrack. And when he raised his head to say a gag line, one of these guys we're after nailed him coming over the line. Gary was a good man, very good man. He was quoting Judy from Oz. "Toto, there's no place like." And that's when he got nailed. The idea is to salute him. He earned it.
"Any others?"
A hand went up.
"Go," said Swagger.
"Prisoners, sir?" "I'll take that, Major," said General Collins. "I don't want any reports, official or otherwise, of prisoner executions. That's not our policy, never has been, never will be. At the same time, the point here isn't to take prisoners, it's to kill snipers. If you have the shot on the German, you must take it. No one should die, nor should any extra effort be made to acquire prisoners. If they are taken, it's byproduct, not product. That's on patrol leadership. You NCOs keep control of your men." Another hand. "Sir, I've been on the bar since North Africa, first as an assistant gunner and now I'm a gunner. Have done a lot of shooting with it. I love it. I may marry it." There was some laughter.
"If you maintain it, you won't get a Dear John from it," Swagger said, to more laughter.
"Yes, sir. But shooting it at night always involves more or less guessing where the rounds go. Tracers help, but still we have to walk the fire into the target. That takes time. If these guys are as salted up as you say, they won't panic, but they could easily roll behind or drop into cover they're sure to have found. If we miss them, we scare them, but since they're professional, they'll just be back tomorrow night."
"Good question," said Swagger. "BAR men, raise your hands."
12 hands came up.
"Lieutenant Leitz?"
Leitz rose and with a briefcase went to the audience and gave each gunner 2 objects.
"You've just been handed a brand new GI wristwatch and a 1-ounce bottle of Lepage's glue. The watch isn't a souvenir. The Army doesn't give souvenirs. You'll have to steal those on your own. When you get back to your outfit, you take a bayonet and you very carefully break the crystal and shake out all the fragments. Then you take the Lepages and you squirt a dab of it onto your BAR front sight. Then very carefully, you may need tweezers for this. You peel off the minute hand of the watch, and you plant it in the Lepages, exactly tracing the front sight. The hands of the watch are painted in radium by the young ladies of the Waterbury Clock Company of Connecticut. The hands glow in the dark. What that means is that you'll always have your front sight marked. You put the marked sight on your target, and you dump your mag of tracers. Shouldn't take but a second or two, depending on the breaks. Your assistant gunner hands you another mag, and you dump another 20. You let the 30 tracer do its work. Anything else?"
"No." Questions answered.
"Okay," said Swagger. "Just remember the key principle here. They think they're hunting us. We're hunting them."
Chapter 67. The Stalk. The Americans were loud tonight. Perhaps it was that they were so out of practice. As Sturmgruppe 1000 had been so effective, it had all but closed down night activities. Matthias could hear them coming. He could hear them going. 6 in pot helmets. Sometimes they went in knit caps like socks, with the usual sound of a parade. Jingle, jingle, jangle, clank, clunk, crank, bing, bang, bong. It seemed like every piece of equipment they had crashed into every other piece, all the time, every step. Plus they sighed, grunted, groaned, cursed, even chided each other. It was a clown show. That was fine with the young Swede. Truth was, like many of his age, he'd gotten bored with this whole thing some weeks ago. It was fun through June, sure, and when you knocked one down, it felt like you'd done something more or less important. But still, it was an army, even if it was a Swedish distillation of a German actuality. And while he appreciated that bricks kept the actual German soldiers away and out of everyone's hair, it was still an army. He had to write up a report for each kill. He had to locate it on a map. He had to clean his rifle again and again. He had to keep his laundry in rotation. He had to watch his drinking. And while moderate in his appetites, the fact that a real blowout with aquavit was forbidden had made it so attractive. And bricks. You think this was the pinnacle of his life, but the man's responsibilities seemed to be wearing him down. So charming, so vivacious, so charismatic. But here, week 6 of summer camp in the middle of a world war, he'd been ground down out of anxiety, overwork, pressure to maneuver with or against the Germans, fears of some kind of big American counterattack, which all knew had to be coming, but not when or where. All of that had crushed the man whom everybody loved.
"I'd say Bricks needs a vacation," he'd said to Brent that afternoon before they set out for the sector. "I'd say I need a vacation," said Brent. "Why don't we just disappear now and head back along the path that we found out of here? Bricks would tell your papa. Your papa would be so disappointed. This was to teach you discipline without actually having to be in a real army. It was a fabulous opportunity. But a few more Americans, what difference could it make? You'd never know. For want of a nail, the shoe was lost. For want of a shoe, the horse was lost. For want of... I've heard that so many times I may get ill. Well, that's the official line, and it's not without its wisdom. Tomorrow, thank God, we leave. Not soon enough. I'm with you there, brother."
Now he let the Americans build a good lead, perhaps a quarter of a mile. He moved silently in their wake, on the balls of his feet. At his age, strong and lithe, with his superb vision and coordination, it was quite easy. He didn't understand why the Americans were so bad at it. What of Red Indians, all those silent creepers from the two-reelers that made it to Stockholm on a regular basis? Nothing at all like that. Instead, big, stupid men always seemed to be complaining. He spoke English, and he'd hear snatches of conversation. "Bring it up, goddammit." "No, compass says we turn left here by the stream." "I don't care what the map says." "I told you to change your socks, goddammit. Now you get a blister." "Okay, light 'em up, but stay low." "Jefferson, you take the point. When we get to the sunken road, we'll take a break and a map check." Such imbeciles. He'd been to Africa twice and had killed 9 buff and 6 elephants. That hunting was so much harder than this. It was as if these elephants had gotten drunk so they could be counted on to do stupid things, get lost, meander in circles. Sometimes they actually never went anywhere. They just got a mile outside their lines and hunkered down for the night, figuring it wasn't worth the effort to get any closer to the German lines. And when you called one of them, they panicked like children. Not so in Africa. Even the herd stayed together after a call. In fact, generally they paid it no attention and went about their business, while the boys took the ivory and what meat they could for the campfire, leaving the rest for the hyenas that moved in the shadows, waiting for the safety of dark so they could close on the carcass for the evening meal. Americans scattered, running like ninnies or little children through the night, bumping and tripping and whining. Twice, soldiers had run so close to him he could smell their perspiration as they lumbered by, more or less in the direction of their own lines. But he knew that for them, the night was a terror, an ordeal. For him, it was a bounty of possibility. Never truly dark, but just a melody of darker tones. You could always see enough. The stars or a moon made that certain. It was almost too easy. What could go wrong? He told them to bumble. But these guys bumbled even more than they had to. They sounded like a silent film comedy with a soundtrack.
"Too much noise, Lieutenant?"
asked Sergeant McKinney.
"I guess there's no such thing as too much noise. Not tonight," said Leitz. "I'm gonna have to rest them soon." "Of course, but in the rest we revoked discipline. No smoking, no noise, no moving around. Disperse them. We don't want this guy shooting until we're set up." "Got it, sir."
McKinney gave them hand signals close enough to see, and the clown parade suddenly acquired some professional style, halted and melted to earth. No cigarettes were lit. Nobody complained about the CO or how stupid this shit was. They got it. Leitz scooted back along the column of hunched and hard-breathing GIs, all tensed up, eyes outward and alert. He got to the end, where the BAR man and his assistant gunner crouched.
"You guys all set?" he asked. "No problem, sir," said the corporal on the BAR. "How's that radium working out on the front sight? Still in place?" "Looking good, sir," said the man. He lifted the big rifle, and Leitz could see at the end of the barrel just a whisker of illumination. It was enough to get a good sight picture. "You square, Private?" he asked the assistant. "Yes, sir. Got the tracer mags on the left and the straight ball on the right. Won't mix them up." "Okay. When we set up, you know you go to bipod. We want the gun secure and to hold the shots into a tight area." "I put the bipod back on this afternoon," said the corporal. "Good thing I could find it. I know they're a pain in the ass and mostly useless, but tonight it's mandatory." "We're locked in, sir." Leitz checked his watch. It was about 06:15, a quiet night in the middle of a battle. All was still, nothing was bright. Stars above, indifferent. A cool wind pressing its nose through the branches. He clapped the gunner on the shoulder. "We'll move soon. Another hour of trampling. Then time to go to work." He was surprised how hardy this bunch was. They usually went to break about every 20 minutes, exhausted and spent. You could always hear them breathe, the heavy in-out of the lungs, the occasional squeak as some air was expelled through a dry, twisted pipe, the tinkle of urination, and the jokes about urination. They thought it was so funny. "Don't spill. Watch your aim. Write your initials." He'd heard 100 variations on the piss joke. Americans. Babies. But soon dawn would crack and he'd have his magic minutes of seeing clearly when they could still see nothing. That was optimum shooting time, and it worked so much better if the boys set themselves down then. He didn't want to be moving himself, shooting a moving target. If it had to be done, it had to be done, but it was so much better if everyone cooperated. Better even for the cull, for that meant the bell shot, straight through the head. And for him, it wasn't even like death. It was just a sudden cessation of all sensation. No pain, no regret, no contemplation of how a life had been spent. No human baggage. Just sheer animal death, total and in its way merciful. He checked his watch. Its radium hands, ever loyal, ever accurate, declared the time to be 06:43, and still the Americans plunged ahead, louder than a parade of fire engines. They had to give up soon. It wasn't in them to make the kind of crazed physical effort that took them to the edge of collapse. He wondered if... Sudden silence ahead. They had halted. He heard clanking and bonging as their pieces of metal banged against each other when they went down. He saw they'd cut through some trees. Not a forest, really. More a gathering, with plenty of room between the spindly trunks. He could make out shapes squatting, some comically collapsing backwards, having chosen a slight depression that sloped down to a stream. A match signified a cigarette being lit. Then 2 or 3 more snapped briefly to light. He was too far to see the glow of the burning tobacco, but it didn't take long for the odor of it to reach him. Americans and their cigarettes. He was in open ground, about 140 meters behind them. He went flat, squirmed this way and that in the grass, found a comfortable prone off of which to build his position, looked at his Luftwaffe Fliegler watch. 07:07.15. 2 minutes until the sun cracked the horizon, turning the night to gray-blue indigo as it took its sweet time rolling on toward the brighter colors in the spectrum. The rifle came up. He looped himself into the sling, cranked it tight,
slid behind the butt. He had in seconds constructed a superb platform, steady as a boulder. He closed his eyes, tried to will his heartbeat to settle. He looked again at his watch. Less than a minute. He checked conditions. No wind, no humidity, temperature about 60. All quiet on the western front. He sunk stock against shoulder, manipulated his arm so that the rifle rested on bone, not muscle, with a thumb clicked off the Mauser safety, a milled flange at the end of the bolt. He found his cheek weld, took a calming breath, opened his right eye. At 4 power, the scope magnified the world fourfold, and the men went from blurs to shapes, recognizably human. They were at leisure and would now begin their journey homeward, having happily run into no Tiger tanks or Stuka airfields. The reticle through which he viewed the domesticity of the American patrol was steady. It was basically 3 inward-pointing bars at 3, 6, and 9 o'clock, almost but not quite intersecting dead center, allowing a gap that defined the hit. Superb optics, German, Ajax, the best, absorbed every last photon of light available and held it in perfect clarity. He watched as a man rose, turned left and right as if to address his followers, then turned to lead them out. The light broke. Nothing dramatic, as if by cinema lamp magic, just a sudden sense of something halfway between blue and indigo descending smoothly on violet, massaging its hold on detail, defining the image to crispness and precision. And at last there was perfection. The man turned away, the others not yet back in the war, some not even done smoking. Yes, perfection. As always, his finger made the decision, not his brain, and the rifle reported and jacked back into his shoulder, though neither phenomenon was particularly overwhelming, and in the return of the rifle to position, he saw the head in tatters, and only confetti swirled about. This is not as it should be, he thought. In the thin woods, Leitz watched as the squad set to work. 2 2x4s, one 4 feet long and one 2 feet long, were screwed together in pre-drilled holes. A GI M41 field coat was tossed around the shorter span, scarecrow-like and buttoned tight, while a GI sock cap, crammed with newspapers, was taped to the shorter upper strut. Someone placed his helmet atop and the thing was ready to do its duty, if only it had a brain. Fortunately, the men who'd lifted had brains. Leitz low-crawled back to the gunner. He was prone behind the BAR, had the rifle stock hard in his shoulder. The gun was supported by 2 metal legs at the muzzle that held it solidly in place parallel to the earth. Over the smear of green at its snout, the dark world of trees and fields loomed, where somewhere a man hid waiting to kill. Leitz whispered, "Okay here." Nods arrived, signifying the affirmative. "Eyes open. Look hard. Corporal, this works best if you see the flash yourself. What's your name, by the way?" "Dunn, sir. Pennsylvania." "Okay, Corporal Dunn. Let's make this work." The corporal was into the part. His eyes peered hard at the blankness before, knowing that at a certain moment, for just a splinter of a second, the unburned powder of the sniper's cartridge would blossom in flame beyond the muzzle, yielding a plumage of billowing, shapeless radiance. Then it would be gone. Leitz checked his watch. He let the second hand rotate through 0709, 15, 16, 17, 18. God, let there be light, a little at any rate. If you looked in a certain direction, you'd see the edge of blaze as a piercing announcement of day arriving. But nobody looked in that direction. 19, 20. "Raise it," said Leitz. And 10 yards behind him, 2 GIs hoisted the crucified dummy upward, held him steady at the 0-degree angle, though not absolutely still. His movement in the blur of the scope would signify life. The bullet arrived before the sound, but only by a fraction of a second. It hit under the lip of the helmet and smashed into what should have been pure brain, but was instead a cluster of wadded paper held in by knit wool. Still, it exploded, the helmet flying one way, the paper clumps blown outward in chunks like giant tufts, a vibration of velocity buzzing through the construction. All 3 of the spotters saw the flash spurt in the night, and by the time Leitz and the assistant would have issued instructions, Corporal Dunn had already pivoted the automatic rifle onto it by virtue of the radium minute hand broadcasting guidance. He dumped the mag. The BAR, Browning Automatic Rifle, was the infantry's squad automatic weapon, one of the last weapons designed by John M. Browning himself. It was solid, heavy, reliable, powerful, and accurate, like all the other machine guns the old Mormon imagined. Nobody wanted to carry it, but when the lead started flying, everybody wanted it in the fight. Nobody argued with it, as the Germans twice and the Japanese once discovered. And neither of them had a gun in the inventory that brought so much death off so much portability. The tracers flew like neon arrows to the target exactly, and nowhere else so skilled was Dunn's gun hand. They rushed outward, streaks of sheer incandescence. Leitz could see them arc explicitly into the target area and dissolve it into a smear of generic, detail-free destruction, which was whipped dust, frags of vegetable matter, grass mowed hard, bits of rock and mud, a symphony of destruction by velocity and energy in a small area. The gun ran dry. The gunner had the dead mag out and the fresh one in about 0.2 of a second. "Area fire now," said Leitz. "Soak it." To Matthias, it seemed the wall of hell had sprung a leak, so dense was the incoming rush of flame. For each of his sins, a point of light roared Matthiasward, a cluster of livid destruction, sparks of death. Then, on the power of visual association, and at a speed that had no place in time, he thought of Christmas candles, of Sweden in December, crisp and cold, of Papa and Mutti and his laughing siblings in the big house in the woods outside Stockholm. He thought he'd live there forever. He was wrong. Chapter 68. Nutmeg. The first call over the SCR-300 came into Operation HQ, the 60th Regiment 2nd Battalion G2 tent at 9th Division Headquarters at 0755. "Nutmeg Leader, this is Nutmeg 2 George 1, do you read?" The voice arrived over the blocky receiver in a soup of fogging static and blur, with odd squeaks from the atmosphere or screeches from random radio demons. Yet they galvanized the crew of operators, the clerk standing by, and Colonel McBain running the op. A tech sergeant responded. "Nutmeg 2 George 1, we have you. Proceed, over." "Nutmeg Leader, we have a good kill. Repeat, we have a good kill." Cheers broke out. Everyone there knew what was going on, and that the reports of successes or failures would now be coming in. "Ask him to summarize," said McBain. "Nutmeg 1, can you give specifics, over?" "Nutmeg Leader worked like a charm. He took his shot at the dummy. Our BAR team nailed him hard. I'm standing over him now. About 35, blonde guy, SS camo, all messed up by the fire." "Rifle recovered," said McBain, and the message was repeated. "Nutmeg Leader affirmative. Nice scoped piece, but not German. We'll bring in." McBain took the microphone. "Good work, Nutmeg 1. Now get your people back here." "Sir, that's one," said the radio operator. "Do you want me to relay to Notorious, Jayhawk, or Master?" Meaning Division, Corps, or Army. "Let's wait on that and see if—" But another radio crackled to life, this one from another 9th component. "This is Nudge Fox 2, over." "Go ahead, Fox 2, over." "Nutmeg Leader, we got one. Still alive, shot up pretty bad. Rifle all busted to hell. Don't know how much longer he'll last. Bring him in or let him bleed out, over." "Tell him to make every attempt to get the guy in," said the colonel, even as still another call came through. It went so fast. All the 9th Division ends reporting success to Nutmeg, all with kills or captures. On its own set of SCR-300s, the 4th Infantry Division patrols called in similar successes. "Sir, relay?" Yes, do it," said the colonel. So the word went up as well as out, to Notorious, then to Jayhawk, Master, and from Master to Liberty, which was Schaeff itself. "Operation Toto reports 8 SS snipers killed, 2 wounded and in captivity, though there's no optimism on one of the wounded." "Casualties?" "None, sir." "Tell the boys well done," someone very important said. "We will, sir." but one patrol hadn't reported. It was Red King 3. Major Swagger. Chapter 69. Red King 3. What wasn't right? Something, many things, one thing? Wait, what? What? He felt like the crazy man on the Norwegian Munches Bridge, hands to ears and head, a scream of dread exploding from his lips in a blue world under an orange sky, the point being the pointlessness of it all. Why should it matter? It's only me. Who am I? The answer, of course, was, I am I. He could see the officer's head in the tiny space defined by the 3 near-intercepting posts, as gray light washed across the scene, increment by increment, yielding details, such as the rakish tilt of the helmet, the stiffness of carriage, the slight apprehension expressed in the backward and forward twists of torso. Based on the size of the man, the range was 175 meters. No wind, little, though increasing light. His finger on this trigger, the reticle crucifying the officer as steady as a brick and mortar. His finger caressed the trigger, yearned to trip it and send another, his last, to hell. Not this chap himself, nothing personal, but all of them, the rich ones, the suave ones, the condescending ones, the ones who loved him but not quite enough, the ones who were not man enough to keep their wives out of his bed. Fuck them all, he thought, and fired. Except he didn't. His finger would not let him. Look again, it commanded. And so he looked again, and saw how the officer was not merely stiff through the neck, but also the torso. And when he rotated, the light just revealed this last saving detail. The jacket did not twist and stretch. It rotated exactly with him. Nobody moves like that. It's a trick, he realized. Somebody, whoever, was onto him. Swagger, next to the gun crew, used every last morsel of concentration as he peered into the dark. Nothing. Just varying shades and tones of night. Perhaps a blackness here suggesting a bush. A mellower wave suggesting a tuft of grass. Some verticals suggesting the trunks of the thin trees. And farther back, the line of a hedgerow, effectively limiting the known universe. He lifted his watch up into his line of vision. Sunset 7 seconds passed, now 8, another with each snap of the second hand as it rotated around the dial, on to 10, then 15. He's not biting, he said. The son of a bitch is smart. He saw something. He thought a second. Then he said, Gunner on my tracer, short bursts. He stood and his eyes prowled through the darkness, looking for probable hides. A density of tone had to be a knot of brush, and he peered through the peep on the Thompson and put 5 into it, the tracers flicking out to that place, perhaps devastating it. Then came the follow-up from the automatic rifle, its reports deafening in the otherwise silent night, its tracers moving faster and straighter, hitting, kicking up clouds of earth, 1 or 2 striking rock and vectoring off. But by that time, Swagger had moved on to find another possible hide and marked it, to then be purified by the Browning gun. They worked through both mags of BAR tracer that way, then hunched. Archer came up to them from behind. He never fired at the dummy, he said, perturbed. He saw through the game, said Leitz. He's probably halfway to Stockholm by now, but maybe we got him on the area fire. He couldn't have moved far, the son of a bitch. Shall we go after him? Wait a bit, said Swagger. If he's alive, he's got the advantage, both in longer reach and vision capabilities. We have firepower and manpower, but I don't want to lose any of your people stupidly for nothing. We'll let it get brighter, then move out in 2 elements and see if we can pick up the trail, if there is one. The world exploded. Had he not already decided it was a trap, he would not have rolled right as a burst of automatic fire, leaking blaze, struck into the earth he had so recently occupied, doing to it as it would have done to him. The stings of pellets of dirt, rock, organic matter made supersonic sprayed him. Abruptly, pain announced itself from 2 vague places on his body. The firing went on for quite some time. It lit the world, and where it pounced, it ruptured. Enough tracer bounced off rock to turn the spectacle incoherent, with zips of flame spinning or rushing this way or that amid the rising torrents of dust and the falling torrents of green fragment. Then, just as abruptly, it stopped. They know I'm here. They just don't know where. They fired where I could have been, and only by the grace of a second's realization was I not where I should have been to meet my death. Now, can I escape? This, however, was not only a question of will, strength, and luck. It was a question of wounds. Broken bones meant he'd stay where he was and go into some kind of last-stand effort, maybe take a few with him. But if he could move, it became a different world. He willed his senses to settle down so that he could isolate the pain. Yes, thigh, deep and painful. But when he put hand to it, no blood, no puncture in the material of the SS camouflage. This meant a ricochet, probably. Part of a broken bullet whizzing insanely through space, still packing massive energy but not quite in the killing range. No broken bone. The other, however, did in fact bleed. It was a groove gouged down his arm, from elbow to shoulder on the pure horizontal, at which point the bullet and the body parted company. Too severe to be called a graze, too deep to be called a flesh wound, yet too far from important organs to be called a fatal. Moreover, no bone broken, and judging from the quantity of the blood, no veins or arteries sundered. But it would bleed continuously until swaddled and pressured into stillness. It was fortunately his left arm, not the limb that was the core of his shooting. He knew when he had time he could pull gauze from his med pack, wrap it tight, and recover, possibly even without stitches. It would make an interesting scar to show around the safari fire in years to come. It would become part of his legend. So on to the next. Would they come after him? His thought was yes. They'd gone to so much trouble to kill him. They must be very disappointed that he hadn't fired and brought their little charade to a proper conclusion. Of course they'd come, if only to see if blood suggested wound, which suggested trail, at which point they'd pursue. Next question, how would they pursue, since pursue they would? If they came en masse, they'd make too much noise. As well, the Germans, having heard the ruckus, might send their own troops to inspect, and a firefight that nobody particularly wanted would take place over stakes that nobody particularly cared about. He concluded that only one man would pursue, if he found a blood trail. That would be whoever had worked this ploy out. Sharp fellow. Hunter himself had to be, or at least blooded by much action. Interesting to chat with such a fellow. Surely one of Brix's few peers in this game. That teased Brix, and in his mind a plan began to form. It was superb. It was wonderful. It played on the hunter's mind. It turned the hunter's instinct against him. It would be so much fun. This is what I came for, he thought. Now all I have to find is a rabbit. "Blood, Major!" someone yelled, and Swagger went to the call. There it was. Not an ocean's worth, but not a scratch's either. The dust was scuffled from where the man had rolled, risen, and started off, wounded badly or not, in what dark was left. Where would he go? Swagger looked up to the landscape. It was Norman to the bone. The rolling meadow, the scruffy occasional spurts of scrawny trees, the random clots of bush, the array of gullies where a millennium of rains had forced the land to yield. The far hedgerows, a row of larger trees, perhaps signifying a creek or a sunken road, and finally a patch of wood. "You'll go there," he said, pointing to the woods. A sniper needed cover, but he also needed escape. He was not Japanese. There was a point to survival, not a shame. All the smaller knots of vegetation or the gullies that gave the seemingly flat land the complexity of a rolling sea offered no escape. He could shoot from any, but men would come at him from all points of the compass, and there'd be no way out. Killing him would be a mess, but kill him they would. The forest, in contrast, offered a continual process. Shoot, move, fall back, shoot again. He could maneuver under cover from trunk to trunk, bush to bush, gully to gully. He could take a few, maybe more than a few, and the longer he held out and the more shooting there was, the more likely a German patrol would arrive. Swagger knelt, pulled off his rucksack, and opened it. He took out the two halves, each wrapped in towel, of the Holland & Holland rifle. Almost too beautiful for words, its highly figured wood a symphonic complexity of tone and texture. Its blue metal finished to silky blue perfection. It was meant for rich men. It would now serve in the infantry, the poor man's ultimate destiny in wartime, in a world of mud and crawling. Hence, military necessity, which in wartime trumped all, from humanitarian love of your fellow man to simple sentimentality to the beauty and singularity of the instrument. It was the creed of all soldiers. He linked the two halves, pivoted them, felt them glide together over expertly machined and polished metal joinery, twisted tightly to align the one to the other, then threw two latches that completed the operation, and made whole and potent the Holland's African Stalker in its scorching 240 Apex version. Above that, undisturbed by all the take-apart and put-together, ran the high tube of the scope, 4X, the finest German glass in the world, as amplified by British engineering, which, as the Spitfire proved, yielded to none. "Okay," he said to Archer, threading Kynoch's 240 cartridges into the magazine. "Get your people out of here. If we all go after him, he kills at least half of us. Meanwhile, the Krauts will figure out there's a game on 1,000 yards from their lines and send a patrol out to investigate. You guys could have a nice little gunfight, but what's the point? It would mean nothing. Not with a big attack coming on soon. Get him out of here. I'll go after this bastard." "Sir," said Archer, "you need another gun." "Sergeant, I said get him out of here." "He needs to be played between two men. He has the advantage of concealment, accuracy, and patience. We're the bumbling pursuers. If he thinks there's only one, that's what gives the other guy a chance." "I wouldn't ask any man to draw fire for me," said Swagger. "Sir, you are not asking. I am volunteering. We both know this is how it has to happen. Corporal Blickowicz can get the patrol back. I'll go with you. I'll make the noise. When he shoots, you'll see the flash, and you can put one of those fast movers through his eye." "At the expense of your life." "Maybe he'll miss. It has to happen." "Hasn't happened yet." "You know it's the right move, sir." Swagger paused. The reality, Archer was right. Chances for success went up exponentially with a two-man team. However, chances of the sergeant catching one also went up exponentially. He handed his Thompson to the nearest kid. "You keep that grease gun handy," he said to Archer. Then, "Blickowicz, get these boys back fast. We'll be in when we're done." With his keen eyes and keener experience, Brix had no trouble finding them. In fact, he found 4. But finding them wasn't enough. It couldn't be just any hole, but a fat old guy's. The beast who was too jaded to dig deep for protection, who no longer had any kits and dams to protect, who had learned over long years of survival that just a few feet was enough, usually. Brix plunged his hand in, was immediately bitten, drove forward despite the pain, got his hands around the buck's throat, and extracted him. People think bunnies are so cute and cuddly, for little girls to love. Not so. They are, as animals, quite savage by nature, and death fits easily into their worldview, either on the receiving or giving end of it. This old buck was huge for his species, clearly a warrior, and the scars he bore about his head and face marked him as the victor in many a fight to the death with the younger chaps for access to the old man's dose. The creature went about 6 pounds, was strong, his thighs muscled and his paws well equipped with ripping claws, as many a younger buck had learned to his regret. His 2 front teeth were yellow stalactites, engineered for pure chomping of animal, vegetable, or mineral. In Brix's strong grip, he squirmed powerfully, tried to bring either teeth or claws into play, meaning to rip his aggressor profoundly. In normal circumstances, any man so encumbered would have dropped the battling warrior, letting him scamper off. Brix did not have that luxury. Instead, he adjusted his grip slightly for leverage, then holding the thing entirely by its head, snapped it hard 2 or 3 times. Rabbits have committed many sins, but loquaciousness is not one of them. The neck went with a dry click. The animal died in the silence by which it had lived, and it hung from Brix's hand, dead meat. He stuffed it into his shirt, feeling still the warmth that would remain in its body for an hour or so. That essential task completed, he turned to consider and saw that he was nearly 100 yards deep in the Norman wood. It calmed him. He'd grown up in forests. He'd hunted in forests. He'd stalked elephants in forests, as well as buff and rhino and lion, all of them wounded and desperate. He'd spent a lot of his life in dangerous forests, where death was a whisper away, and the careless were always invited to dinner, of themselves. His thighs still signaled pain. It had betrayed him twice, giving out, tossing him to the ground. If anything, the pain had increased. The only thing that would help would be brandy and rest, neither immediately available and unlikely to be so for some time. The wound on his left arm still leaked blood, not in copious amounts but in spurts and squirts, too visible to miss. The Americans would have no trouble following such a trail, even if they were city-bred. Trees closed the light off to his benefit. He could see so much that others couldn't. Moreover, even better, it didn't look to be a bright day, with rain possibly moving through. He glanced at his watch, and it informed him that it was not yet 0700. Full light was still half an hour away, which gave him time to maneuver invisibly. He looked at the architecture of his little sector, searching for an arrangement of features that would best fit his plan. Behind him, he saw what appeared to be a patch of light maybe 200 meters out. That meant a clearing. Clearings were good. Most forest business finished in clearings, where one beast managed to lure another and settle up fast. That, then, would be the setting. To the clearing. To the quick finish. To the last shot. To the triumph. This is what I was born for, he thought. Swagger and Archer had reached the edge of the forest, but by different paths. Archer had come straight across the meadow, hunched low, dropping every few dozen yards. Swagger, meanwhile, had told him it was unlikely he'd get shot. The guy was too busy getting in deep and setting up. He wouldn't be hasty or improvisational unless forced. Taking him at his word, yet still feeling a valve of fear installed in his guts, he advanced steadily, finally making it to his destination. Swagger was already there. Swagger had taken a different route. He'd gone through. It cut, it hurt, it ripped, but so what? A hedgerow, and in the adjacent postage stamp had double-timed it to the same forest line, where he'd guessed correctly the hedgerow would abate. He reached it and slid over to the right, seeing Archer's open field run. Had Archer played football like Leets? Rejoined, the two conferred.
There'll be a path. Not a gateway, not a sidewalk, but enough room for a single man or a single file column. It was invented by cows. It's been there for 600 years. You'll see blood. Not a lot. This guy isn't gut or lung shot, but from the blood, more likely winged in a limb. He's mobile but not fast. That's why he's got to settle in, anticipate your approach, quell the hurt with concentration, and lay down one well-placed bullet. Got that? Yes, sir. That's your play. Don't rush or take stupid chances. I'll be in deep cover, maybe 30 feet inside the woods. I'll move with you, but don't be yelling to me. You'll hear me more than see me. I'll be there. You can keep up with me? I believe I can. You got the gist of the plan already. Your job is to draw his fire. When I see the flash, my job is to put one through his eye. I just won't know how it's going to play until I see the spot he's picked. Suppose you don't see it. Every July 22 for the rest of my life, I'll think of the heroic... What was the name again? Ha ha, said Archer. I'm glad you got a promotion, said Swagger. This is Sergeant's work.
Archer scooted the wood line and indeed quickly found a path. He peered into a dark tunnel, the ground worn barren, where countless herdsmen had trod to get their cattle home the quick way. He knelt. Got it. Yeah, there's blood here.
Not much, a dribble. I only see it because it's bright against the dark." "You only see it because he wants you to see it," said Swagger, not far off but invisible. "He's got to recon before he takes a shot. He doesn't yet know if it's one guy or an entire mechanized infantry regiment on his tail. As I say, he's settled in, has his shooting lane picked, and is waiting for you to step in it. But he'll be patient. Hunter's nature, sniper's nature." "Okay, I'm set." "Take a deep breath. Not too much longer now." "Got it." "All set?" "All set." Archer began his slow, cautious trek into the woods. It had worked so much better than he anticipated. Now he had made it to his shooting site and was well set, prone in undergrowth but with a clear line to the target area. All the parts of his plan were exactly as he had foreseen, all in perfect relation to each other, the distances precise and more than manageable. He had checked the rifle to see if any of the knockabout had upset it and found that it still held true. 28 notches of elevation, at 4 notches per minute of angle precise on point of impact at about 140 meters. No wind to deflect or calculate against, the rifle alive and supple in his hands. No need to go to position yet, as he knew that positions only degraded over time. When his target emerged and he went to position and scope, he wanted those muscles full of strength and energy. It wouldn't be a blue day. Ripples of pewter and silver occluded the sky, low-hanging clouds sure to bring rain shortly. That was better. He'd conclude his business, then begin the limp back, sure to run into Germans from the 353rd Infantry checking on the disturbances. They could carry him back. Then he and the boys would unite at the Jagdstube and depart by nightfall. It was almost, he heard him. Something of the dampness in the air amplified each sound. He heard the rattle of metal parts clanging. Why did they make so much noise? Didn't they learn? And, possibly this was his imagination, some dry, heavy breathing. The man was scared, and why wouldn't he be? But he was game, give him that. He would be their best man, of much experience. Brix concentrated. Then he saw him moving along, still in shadow. That ridiculous helmet they wore, so round against a nature that never in a billion or so years had produced anything so round. The details gave themselves up to Brix's hard eyes. Khaki swaddles, nothing fitting. Again, so American. Too much equipment. All those things carried on straps and belts. Baggy pants. Some kind of Schmeise-type submachine gun, presumably for spraying the suspected piece of sniper-infested forest. Grenades, little checkered ovals calling up the baseball so important to the American imagination. The rifle came up, and for just a second before the target dropped and disappeared, he saw the young, rather handsome face. Square, earnest, duty-driven, so American. As if from a cookie factory. They all seemed to look alike. But he was all soldier, at least at this penultimate point of his life. A lesser man than Brix would have fired, but there really wasn't enough time for the certainty Brix demanded. To do so would mean a lunge at the trigger, sure to throw off the shot. Brix's patience and utter trust in his gifts compelled him to rest, wait, relax. Could there be more? He hadn't seen or heard any. A patrol would have made much more noise. There was no sign of another man anywhere. No birds stirred in the forest. No low, muffled sounds of passage arrived on the cool, moist air. No sign of anything except the boy. The passage into the clearing, the hesitancy. Brix knew why he was hesitant. He had designed it as such. The boy perched on indecision, awkward, his jubilation at what he beheld in deep conflict with the sniper fear that no man at war ever overcomes. He could see the boy again. He'd taken his helmet off, held the submachine gun at the ready for fast use, its wire stock hard against his shoulder for stability. He was mustering courage. He was convincing himself. He was on the cusp of action. Brix found his position. The world leaped into clarity, 4 times the size it had been, the details more exact.
The boy had not shaven. He could not keep his left hand still on the submachine gun's lengthy magazine, as his fingers pressed the keys of an imaginary piano involuntarily, fearful of danger. Brix knew what had to happen. It was willed in the perfection of his plan. Blut verrucht. Who could deny its allure, its call, its offer of salvation? Brix cranked right a bit, to the space the boy would soon occupy. He was ready. The boy stood. He was exactly in the intersection of the 3 posts of Brix's scope. Brix's finger was faster than his mind. He fired. Perfectly. Chapter 70. SCR 300. Leitz was on the SCR 300. Nutmeg Red Leader, this is Nutmeg Blue George 1, over. Receiving George 1, let me put Colonel on, over. Leitz was in the G Company Area HQ, a rude assemblage in the hobo army crossing France, well protected by sandbags, machine guns, and soldiers. He was just in, but so was someone else. Nutmeg George 1, this is 6, over. Yes, sir. We made it back, but I thought you should know. Red King 3 just came in, that is, most of them. Swagger and Sergeant Archer are still out there. What's going on, George 1? Their guy didn't bite, never took a shot. They area fired on his proximate location and found blood traces. Major Swagger and Sergeant Archer went after him. They sent the other guys in, worried they might get bounced by a Jerry patrol. Christ, said the colonel. No need for that. 7 kills, 2 captures. We won. Another guy, who cares? Swagger cares, said Leitz. From far off, there came the dry, disassociated sound of a rifle shot. Chapter 71. Blut verrucht. Blood everywhere, red-black even in the feeble sun. We got him, shouted Archer. His voice reverbed with ecstasy. Sir, we killed him. I'm gonna— No, screamed Swagger. You hold up there, Archer. You freeze. You go still. You don't do a goddamn thing. Sir, Archer, you calm down, you hear? You just stay there, goddammit. Sir, it's— Archer, listen to me. What do you see? I can see into the clearing. There's lots of blood. Blood everywhere. He got hit in the area of fire. He got a rag on it or something. He wrapped it, then he staggered out. He kept going for what, a mile? But finally the rag slipped, he fainted or fell, he lost control, and it all came roaring out. Jesus, there's blood everywhere. He got to the clearing, dying, he staggered, he fell. He's there, he's down, he's dead. No man could lose that much blood and still be breathing. Archer, it ain't his blood. It was the first grammatical mistake he had made in 2 months. Not that he noticed, not that he cared. Major, No, he's there. We hit him. It's all over. It ain't even started, Archer. That's a dog, a cat, I don't know. Gutted, squeezed dry of blood. It's supposed to make you crazy. It did make you crazy. The second you step into that clearing to check, he puts the bullet through your left nostril from 200 meters out, then goes home to pork chops and beer. Archer said nothing. The Great War had gotten very tiny. Here's the game. I'm moving forward to the forest line, setting up. I'll check the landscape and figure where he is. When I give you the okay, you come around. You come fast looking for the body, the grease gun ready to put a mag into it. But 1 second later, you go hard, flat, prone. You cannot stand still but for 1 second. That's as he eases the last bit of wiggle out of his sight picture, even as his finger is applying pressure against the brake. If you're late, he kills you. Got me? Yes, sir. I'll zero on his flash. Suppose he shoots when he sees me. Not how his mind works. He's already seen you. He knows you're here, trying to figure it out. He wants you to see the animal carcass. He wants you to know he's fooled you. He wants you to know he's out-hunted you. Yes, sir. You hold tight now. Swagger eased forward, squirming through the rough brush as easily as possible, trying to squeeze around bushes, to slide by saplings, to move without alerting this little piece of Normandy that he was here. He made it within 5 feet of the sunlight and considered what he saw. Clearing, yellowed thatch, not grass. More like a kind of ragweed cut here and there by clumps of wildflowers, patches of low brush. A stump lay off-center, 100 years' worth of raw, dead wood, now gone gray with age and rot. Beyond the forest, its nuances hidden in shadow, its color not really green, but a riot of greens and shades and hues, controlled not by rhythm, but by nature's need of nonsense. Murky areas were abundant in the forest line. Which one? And then Swagger knew. Not across the clearing. He was behind them. He'd ripped the animal, he'd spread the blood. He'd backtracked and let Archer pass. He wanted to shoot from behind. He wanted the bell shot, into the back of the head, his favorite, his professional elephant hunter's signature of excellence. Swagger rolled, squirmed to the left, peered back along the trail that Archer had traveled. He found a pit of darkness 130 meters back. He eased this way, then that, finally finding a vantage under some bushes. He locked into his prone, the rifle so light and easy to manipulate, wanting somehow to come to his shoulder. He squinted through the scope, finding the center of the darkness. Then he moved his eye up half an inch so that he looked over the tube. "Archer, move into the clearing. Turn on that hard left as if looking for the body. Freeze. It's an animal. 1 second, then go down hard. Are you ready?" "Yes, sir," said Archer. "Count 3 and go." Swagger counted 3 internally, heard the clank of metal as the boy raised himself, lurched into the field, turned. The shot was a spasm of light, a fraction of a second's worth, a nova that was born and died faster than a blink, from the low center of the pit of blackness, and fixing it in his vision, he raised the rifle, saw exactly the almost intersection of the 3 posts at the vanished nova's site, and his finger took the relay at light speed from his brain, bypassing consciousness altogether. In the report he heard it, a kind of addendum to the months of effort, to the very long stalk. It was the punch of bullet in flesh. It was a smack, a slap, a snap. It was the meat shot. Chapter 72. Bad News. She had never disappointed him before. She had been perfect in all things and in all ways. And in fact, he was in love with her, as were all men, and he so looked forward to their parties together. But not tonight. "I'm so sorry, Colonel Bruce," she said. "I have a friend in OWI. Her name is Zora. She's big in pamphlets. She was involved with a flyer, a P-51 pilot. She learned today that he'd been shot down over Germany on bomber escort. She's shattered." "I'm so sorry," said Colonel Bruce. "When will it ever end?" "I know we were supposed to go to Maltby's tonight," said Millie. "But I just can't. I have to be with her. You understand." Actually understood too well. Maltby was some horse's ass big in MI6 via wealth, not brains or talent, and all the tribes would be gathering tonight to drink his whiskey and laugh behind his back. Wives, girlfriends, probably some crazed beauties who were weirdly drawn to the spy world, that sort of thing. Possibly an actress or two. Vivian had a nose for such events. Maybe she'd show up with that handsome dolt husband of hers. Sir Colin had pushed the invitation on him, but the colonel was convinced it was only because Sir Colin, when he wasn't dispatching cutthroats into Europe, had the woof-woof for Millie, and like so many others, knew her to be unobtainable. But nevertheless, even with his dreadnought of a wife, HMS Devastator along, he learned to look, to sniff, to brush, perchance to dream. So Sir Colin would be quite disappointed. Such is war. They also serve who only dream of Millie, but then go home to empty cots or possibly empty wives. Whoever said war is hell certainly knew what he was talking about. "Would it be appropriate to send flowers?" he asked. "She was so destroyed I doubt she'd notice. But they're quite liberal in that office, so I expect she'll have no trouble taking time off to reassemble and go forth." "It occurs to me, my dear, you have never asked for a day off.
and the pressure on you must be extraordinary. Would this be time for you to spend with your friend, who seems to need you more than I do today, or the next 3 or 4 days, perhaps?"
"Oh, thank you, sir. But I'd prefer not to. When Lieutenant Leeds gets back from the front, possibly then. We were thinking about going to Scotland for a weekend."
"Oh, wouldn't that be fun?" he said, though the mention of Leeds was somewhat depressing, since the whole Room 351 crew had vanished and he had no idea what they were up to, or even where. The front? And then there was the fuss over their driver's transfer. The name was, yes, Sebastian, Ozzy Sebastian's boy, Deaf Sebastian's nephew, wanting out so suddenly, demanding it, pulling every string he had, and he had many strings. What could that have been about? But he knew in all circumstances it was best never to acknowledge ignorance, so he made no mention of the situation. Did he know anybody at First Army who could straighten him out? Well, there was that Colonel McBain who... No, he'd gone to Europe too. Was anybody left at Bushy Park these days? "Why don't you go to her now, Millie? I'll bumble through the Maltby thing on my own, though I'm sure the entire staff of MI6 will miss you deeply."
"Thank you so much, sir,"
she said, smiled one of those I'd die for it Millie smiles, and left. Chapter 73. Felled. Silence after the shot. The forest was empty. All life had gone mute to the particle level. The flowers dared not bud, the leaves not unfurl, the wind not whisper. No birds sang, nor peeped, nor hatched. "Archer, are you okay?" He thought the boy must be. No sound of a hit affiliated with the sniper's shot. A stir, a rustle, a clank of canteen on steel belt buckle. "Sort of. Wounded?" "No, sir. But I felt the cemetery wind as it passed. He wasn't but 2 inches off. Did you get him?" "Dead solid." "Yahoo!" said Archer. "I'm moving in from the right. You move in from the left. Keep that gun ready. You may still have to dump a mag." "Got it." They rose, and an awkward tandem approached the theoretical chamber of the theoretically dead sniper through the brush on either side of the path. Swagger took the lead, his rifle on sling. He had his .45 in his hand, cocked, unlocked. Not a creature was stirring, not even a rabbit. Except for the random slosh of the leaves through which they passed, no noise. Swagger pushed ahead, but was weary of being blut-verrucht himself, and didn't want to blow it now with an ill-considered rush into a waiting gun. This prick might still be alive. He was, but just barely. He had been hurt before. He'd been thrown 3 times by Buff, breaking a total of 7 ribs. His left arm had been chewed badly by a wounded leopard, which Robert had killed with a brain shot from 150 meters with a Mannlicher Schonauer. One season a croc had broken his leg. Various husbands had socked him in the jaw at the bar of the Norfolk in Nairobi. Hemingway, one of those "I love you when I'm sober, I hate you when I'm drunk" chappies, had thrown a roundhouse. Bricks had slipped it easily, but gone arse up on a lime twist on the floor, the hotel bar again, and thrown his back out. The next morning, Hemingway apologized, but his back wasn't interested. It hurt for months. Nothing like this. The bullet hit with the force of a sledge, blowing him back into the tree, off the tree, into the path, and quite unconscious. He woke 7 or so seconds later to find himself soaked in blood and already dead from the waist down. The bullet had struck above and a little to the right of the heart, blowing through the left lung, exiting under the shoulder blade on the yaw, pulling mottled tablespoons of lung tissue through an exit 3 times larger than the entrance. Breathing, not easy but necessary, produced a broken accordion effect as wind leaked from the wound, exciting odd vibrations that were somewhere between whistle and gargle. It was the sucking chest wound. Instinctively, he crawled, the rifle sling looped around his wrist. But quickly enough, he saw how pointless that was and was realistic about his chances, which no longer existed. Death, a black leopard in a tree, watched him with yellow eyes. "Hello, old friend," he said,
Gotten around to me, have you? Well, at least I gave you a run for the money." He rolled over, freed the rifle, and squirmed, dragging the dead cargo of the lower half of his body behind to the trunk of a tree. Somehow he willed himself semi-upright, as if on a chaise lounge, and watched as two men, neither helmeted, emerged from the forest. The young soldier and, of course, the older bloke who'd bested him. He looked like he'd been alive 5,000 years and fought at Troy, Marathon, Waterloo, and Ypres. Faced the shade of lion leather on Swahili shields. His skin had the texture of the road up the hill to Thermopylae. Wrinkles twisted beyond mapping. What was it? Hemingway was always quoting it, hoping it would make him so, but it never did. The American stoic, isolate, a killer. Something like that. No surprise flickered in this fine fellow's eyes, which calmly studied the scene. He dismissed the young soldier, holstered his pistol, and approached. Swagger holstered his .45, then approached the dying man.
"I say," Bricks called in his Brit English. "Got a cigarette?"
Swagger knelt to him, pulled a Camel from his pack, put it in the fellow's blood-flecked lips, and lit it with his GI Zippo. The Swede inhaled, drawing broadly, enjoying the flavor and the slight vibration of dizziness against his other sensations. Then he exhaled, and a tiny column of smoke spiraled upward from the hole in his chest, syncopated to a slight whistle of a wheeze.
"Not exactly encouraging, is it?"
he said. "Doesn't look too good," said Swagger.
"Superb shot, old man."
H&H 240 Apex. I got it from your friend Wilson.
"Ah, Robert. He's had it in for me ever since he discovered I slept with his wife."
He didn't mention it.
"The Brits, you know, all buttoned up. They do build beautiful rifles."
"Don't they, though? This one's a beaut. I hate to give it back."
"I don't blame you. Say, old chap, sorry I'm taking so long on this bit. You really should be going. I'm sure von Klumpenklopper or whatever his name was will be sending a crew of Bavarian pig farmers after you. A shame to see your celebration ruined."
"I got time," said Swagger.
"Professional courtesy. It's rare in our profession. Alone on the hunt, alone at hunt's end, that sort of thing. Appreciated."
"Anything to convey?"
"Tell Karen..." "Well, no. Tell her nothing. God knows where you'd find her anyhow. Tell Ernest. No, he'd make it about himself. Tell Robert he was the best. If he mentions the wife, tell him to forgive her and that it was just the great Bricks being Bricks. Caught up in my own bloody legend. I think I had some other wives, but I can't remember their names. Tell 400 Kikwayu maidens to remember me well as I remember them. Tell... Oh, hell,"
he said. He looked upward at nothing, coughed slightly.
"Oh, hell,"
he said again, and died. Swagger made it in 10 minutes after Archer. Much congratulation. Leitz had come over to wait too and was exuberant. The dog company CO, Sergeant McKinney, Battalion G2 with his rimless specs, all the patrollers, all the stay-behinds, they had a little party. No one knew how it happened, as Army regulations strictly prohibit such. But somehow a case of cold French beer was produced and all enjoyed. Even the Germans were polite enough to stay away. "Shouldn't you call it in, sir?" Leitz asked. "They're waiting." "You call it in, Lieutenant," said Swagger, beer in one hand, cigarette in the other, Bricks's M41 resting against the table. Leitz beckoned the radio guy over, took up the SCR 300 transceiver, clicked the transmit button twice. "Blue Leader 1, this is Red King 3, over." Snap, crackle, crackle, snap. Then through the grid of the radio universe, "Receiving Red King 3, over." "Red King 3 reporting mission accomplished. 0 casualties, coming home, over." The colonel came on, too excited for radio protocol. "Swagger got him?" "Put him aboard the Express to Valhalla," said Leitz. Part 5. Mr. Raven. Chapter 74. Maltbys. He was an old man in a dry season. He ached everywhere, most profoundly in his soul. He took his time showering, powdering, putting on new shirt and tie, making certain Teddy had polished his shoes brightly.
"Do watch your drinking, David dear,"
called his wife from the bed to which her barbiturate habit, the melon millions were of no help, had condemned her. "I shall, darling," said the colonel, though it was a lie, as he hungered for scotch. Lots of it. The driver was late. It didn't matter. He got lost. Again, it didn't matter. New chap. "Sorry, sir, I'm nervous on the backwards driving rules." "Not to worry. You'll get used to it soon enough," said the colonel, diplomatic even to Tech Fives from Omaha. "Try not to get us hit by a buzz bomb, young man," he added, and the boy said, "Yes, sir," not getting the joke. Maltby lived not quite in country, but definitely not in town. It was the sort of Victorian monstrosity lots of new money bought. Clearly speaking, no lineage and family, but only money and power. Coal bought it, steel bought it, railroads bought it, but nobody who'd ever lived there had fought at Blenheim or even knew what Blenheim was. The driver dropped the colonel at the big house's big door, which was encapsulated in some clown's idea of a drawbridge design, and taking a breath of melancholy air, the colonel entered. Whew. It smelled of smoke like Hamburg after a night's bashing by Lancaster. The noise of chatter had reached highest buzz. While a butler bowed and scraped, took his hat, then led him to the grand room overlooking the terrace and then the grounds, the colonel charted his strategy. It involved a direct assault on Maltby's bar for a fortifying drink, a quick confab with Sir Colin and HMS Devastator, a round of hellos and handshakes with those high muckers of 6 and 5 as he knew them, perhaps a meet with a new chap who might become useful sometime or other, a nod to diplomats, a chummy chat with any high American officers who happened to be present, a few minutes scotched up again to gander at the beauties, a hello goodbye to the fool Maltby and the child actress he had married, number 3 was it, and then out before the crowd. Oh, so much easier if Millie were there. "Millie, I miss you so. We all miss you so." Why did that fool fighter pilot boy manage to get himself shot down today of all days? Why did this Zora choose to have her nervous breakdown now? Had the woman not heard of delayed grief? So inconvenient. He went into the large room, took a blink at the high drama of the lighting, a dry swallow at the wall of smoke that belted him in the face, looked about for Sir Colin, found him, waited patiently for eye contact, achieved it finally, and, "He's here! It's Bruce of OSS! Hip hip hooray!" someone else said. "Good show! Well done, old chap! 3 cheers for the US of A! 3 more for Oh So Social!" In seconds, an audience had formed. Pink-faced drunks in exotic uniforms or double-breasted bankers' monkey suits, drinks held high in salute. At each shoulder, a woman's face bloomed with admiration. He felt the love broadcast upon him as if he were having a heat wave, a tropical heat wave. "Well, Sir Colin was next to him suddenly, and the fool Maltby and someone from MI6 known only as X. Well, everybody who mattered knew his real name. And they all squeezed around him, shaking hands, patting back, clapping shoulder. "Speech! Speech! Speech!" came a chant. "You must address your worshippers, old man," whispered Sir Colin. "Really, one only gets a single night like this, and yours has arrived. Make it count." He faced them. Was he at a loss for words? Are you kidding? Thank you," he said. Could someone get me a scotch, please? Glenlivet, please." Laughter, but indeed a glass of amber fluid rotating on diamond cubes of ice, was thrust magically into his hands, and just as magically he took a calming sip. Thank you very much. I can only say that what we accomplished was by dint, first, of teamwork, of which I am merely the symbol, and second, by closely following our British uncles, masters of the game, for inspiration, advice, and can-do, will-do attitude. He raised his glass, took a rather stiff belt. Ah, the blur, the wham, so much better. And continued more or less in the same line, only repeating himself 6 or 9 times, until he felt he'd used up enough oxygen in the room, big as it was, and needed more scotch. And so, in conclusion, despite the joy we all now feel, we must understand that it is but one step, triumphant though it may be, on the trek to victory. As always, triumph will not always occur and tragedy might instead, but inevitably by spirit, by courage, by will, under superb leadership, we shall prevail. The next stage of the ceremony, obviously, was the mingle. He hated it, of course, but one had to do what was required. It was called duty. He roamed, was petted and stroked and congratulated, with squashed bubby hugs from a variety of mystery women, and pretty much passed around the room like a religious relic at a high mass, or a whore at a low one. He smiled, drank, enjoyed the bubby play, the handshakes not so much, and eventually felt he'd done his utmost. Back to the bar for replenishment. Lord Glenlivet at your service, sir. Then a straight shot to Sir Colin, some maneuvering for privacy, and finally, he got to ask, "Colin, what in God's name is this about?" "You don't know? Good God, man. What a brilliant performance. You really don't know?" "No idea." Colin reached into his uniform coat, pulled out a sheet of paper. "One of our chaps at Chafe got hold of this early and sent it over. Right now it's being distributed to the whole theater." The colonel unfolded the paper, saw it was a feeble mimeograph, letters slightly blurry and too small. He got out his glasses, hung them on nose and ears, took another bolt of the Glenlivet, and read, "Restricted. Headquarters 1st United States Army. General Order APO Number 30. Number 26, 23 July 1944. 1. Headquarters announces a successful conclusion to Operation Toto this morning. 2. Under a plan developed by a top-secret G2 entity and implemented by officers and men of 2 infantry divisions, in a sector holding in the Bocage region of Normandy, a specialized Waffen-SS sniper initiative was destroyed. 3. 10 enemy snipers were either killed or wounded and captured. The German unit, codenamed SS Sturmgruppe 1000, consisted of marksmen specially trained to operate in low-light conditions. The unit had been responsible for KIA of many patrol leaders since the invasion. 4. Destroying this unit should have great impact on enemy morale, especially their sniper program in the coming weeks. General Bradley, CO. Chapter 75. Sebastian. No, he didn't want to join Battalion G2. No, he didn't want to join Division G2. No, he didn't want to join Corps G2. No, he didn't want to join Army G2. No, he didn't want to join Chafe G2. And being asked by a General Smith, Eisenhower's hatchet man and butt kicker, was an honor, since usually only bridge players got that nod. "Thank you, sir. I hope I've been of service here. And I've enjoyed being a major. But the Corps is both my home and my future. It's my family. There's islands out there left to bust, and someone's got to lead the young guys whose job it'll be to bust them. That's where I fit in. That's where I belong." "Major," said the reedy, precise General Smith, "you won't take affront if I send General Vandergrift a letter pointing out to him that he ought to resign immediately and appoint you commandant." "Sir, I don't think the General has had a good laugh since Navy beat Army, whenever that was. I'm sure he'll appreciate it." Then there was crap that all militaries swear they hate, but are addicted to. Reports, debriefings to a variety of staffs so that nobody would feel left out, as well as travel arrangements, folding and packing, checking weapons for safe transport, returning to London standards of appearance. Swagger's last official act for First Army was to write a Silver Star recommendation for Archer. Maybe he'd get it, maybe he wouldn't. Told the Army wanted him to accept some stuff as well. He asked them not to. Couldn't wear it on his Marine dress uniform. Late evening a day after, the B-26 Marauder, The medium bomber was referred to in the colloquial as the Baltimore whore, for the city in which it was built and for the fact that, with smallish wings mounted on a fattish fuselage, it was held to be fast with no visible means of support. Took them to an AAF airfield near Milton Hall, 90 miles or so north of London, the OSS training and supply location. All combat uniforms, boots, web gear, weapons, ammunition, and knives were turned in and checked off as accounted for. Back in summer Class A's, they waited for Sebastian. The car approached. Right car, wrong driver. This one, getting out and snapping to with a smart salute, was tall and willowy, spiffy in tailored enlisted A's, but weirdly orange in the lamplight of Milton Hall.
Major Swagger, Lieutenant Leitz, my name is Spec 5 Roger Evans. I've been assigned by Colonel Bruce as your new driver and general assistant.
The two men exchanged glances.
Colonel Bruce would have come himself,
said the boy, maybe 19, obviously another Ivy League novice hand-delivered into a choice assignment by a line of connections as long as a monkey's arm. He had to be from an old family and college by the look of him. The snappy wardrobe said old money, too.
We just didn't have a car big enough, he continued. But the colonel would like to see you as soon as you get in.
He opened the Ford's doors. They entered.
Why are you so tan, Evans?
Asked Swagger as they prowled across the dark landscape toward London.
The Pacific? No, sir. I'm a tennis player, sir. Number 2 singles at Harp.
What happened to Sebastian? Asked Leitz, not giving a shit about tennis.
He transferred out, sir.
Jesus Christ, said Leitz. Was this job too rough on him?
He tried very hard to get it done, sir. You know how the Army works. He knew people.
Where is he now? Camp Beverly Hills? Fort Manhattan? Our embassy in Geneva?
No, sir.
Well?
He transferred to the 1st Ranger Battalion in Italy, sir, said Evans. Since he wasn't Ranger trained, he had to get special dispensation. It wasn't easy. He said you'd understand.
I do, said Swagger. Chapter 76. The Waiting. He was the man in the noose as it was tightened. Nothing, just the sense of something constricting his neck. He couldn't go out, he couldn't accept new jobs. He was hung up in nowhere land, waiting. He lay completely dressed in the dark of his bedsitter. The ceiling offered nothing but more darkness. The window was open. Random sounds, meaningless, of London washed in and out, leaving not a trace. The spies. Damn the spies. They were such tricky bitches, feline and cunning in their plotting, enmeshed in conspiracy within conspiracy, agenda within agenda. If you signed on with them, you signed on for a voyage into madness. At last, the knock came, proving there was a real world.
Yes?
Oh, Mr. Raven, you're there, are you, dearie? Chap has just called, wants a call back, left a number. Shall I slip it under the...
No need for under the door. He wrapped his shame in scarf as he rose, skipped 2 short steps to the door, opened, took the slip from the old lady, her overly smeared makeup especially repellent today, and walked on past.
Have a good one, Mr. Raven, sweet.
He went not to the 1st nor the 2nd, but the 3rd booth he found, checking for followers. None at all, the streets filling up as the night progressed, revelers, lovers, maids and machinists, the mad whirl. He entered the red box, folded the door shut for privacy, addressed the receiver, put in his tuppence, and waited for operator.
Hello, General Telephone, exchange a number, please.
He gave it, new to him.
Yes?
The voice was also new, male, possibly queer in its affectation. Were they all queer?
Yes.
Raven here.
That was quick. Get on with it, man. Enough time has passed.
Not our fault, old chum. Beyond control.
Fine. By the way, you rather roughed up the last lad we sent you, you naughty boy. Is he still on the floor of the loo soaking in piss? I believe he's rallied manfully. Little Toff made an indecent proposal. Had to set him straight. Such high standards we have, eh? Get on with it. Plenty of time. No need of a cab even. The tube will get you there with an hour to spare. The hero lad is back from the war, now an even bigger hero. He will meet his young lady tomorrow night, or so we are assured. Lovers reunited amid the whispering leaves of Mayfair. Seen it in the flickers a dozen times. Not so happy an ending this night. You know what to do, then, by our latest instructions? It has to be done a certain way, not with mess or spill, not with melodrama or spectacle. We are paying you for banality. This is why we came to you and pay so much. I've never failed any of my clients yet. There's an extra 50 quid in it for you if you perform perfectly. Tidy counts. About time somebody recognized my worth. Indeed. And Raven, this is our way of making sure you understand how quite important the outcome is to all sorts of people. You are being counted upon. There's a good lad. Chapter 77. The Office. They sat on the leather couches. It was close to 0400 British summer wartime. London outside was quiet, dark, secure. A doodle had landed earlier, but the fuel measure was way off, and it hit east of the city, turning an empty field into an empty crater, probably doing everyone a bit of good. Fritz was perhaps tired, too, and gave it up for the day. 3 of them, one in his 40s, one in his 30s, one in his 20s, pretending for now those decades apart in birthing years meant nothing. Bushmills fine Irish. 1 lamp, the building quiet. No dog pictures visible on the walls. No file cabinets against the wall. No wall. A fire would have made it more ceremonial, but since it was in the 70s, far too warm for fire. The lamp in a far corner had to stand in for illumination purposes. It tried hard, but came up short, leaving the room rent by shadow and dark. It had started with war stories, with Brix's rifle, which Swagger had given the colonel. "By God," said the man, "that will be on the mantle of every house I own, and my eldest grandson's as well." He wedged it on this mantle where it sunk into darkness. "Now please, do tell all." Leitz delivered a summary of how it was planned, how it was executed, how it succeeded. So impressive. If the colonel was upset at being out of the loop, he didn't mention it. He felt too good. And in fact, he moved next to a note of triumph. Colonel Bruce was almost in tears. He told them of the party. "Gentlemen, I've never been so moved, so proud. I can't say enough. Harry and the President must hear of this. They'll be pleased too, I'm sure. Now, I've heard, Earl, if I may, that you're most eager to return to the Marine Corps. I do understand, and we'll see that it happens ASAP. But I'd be remiss if—" And he launched into his own recruitment pitch, guaranteeing instant promotion to lieutenant colonel and command of the Special Operations Division, Tyne's old bailiwick. "I think when we've won," the older man continued, "they may close OSS down. It hasn't been without its controversies, as even General Donovan would admit, and perhaps I wasn't the best choice to take the London helm. But somehow, within a year or so, it'll be reborn under a different name, mark my words, and it'll be staffed, it has to be, with outstanding, experienced OSS personnel. You could play a part, Earl, especially with my recommendation. A big part." Swagger did his routine turn-down, which Leitz had heard before too often, but managed this time, despite fatigue and the lateness of the hour, to sell it solidly. "Earl, I know recruiters will come to you again. I want you to be aware of that. It's never too late. You'll always have a home among the spies. It's your métier." "Thank you, sir." "Here, some more Bushmills," said the colonel. Each took a shot. The stuff was good. The talk was low but pleasant, meandering. Sebastian's transfer came up and how many big people got involved. It consumed a whole day of office time. Millie was run ragged. Then Leitz's future. Still medical school. After all, his fine record in OSS could mean doors opening in all sorts of interesting areas. Mustn't be too hasty. Yawns. It seemed to be over. No,
Two of them didn't realize yet that it hadn't even begun. It was 0500 British summer war time by the clock on the mantel, still visible in the shadow. Swagger said, "By the way, sir, there's a loose end I'd like to tie up. Do you mind?" Well, I suppose. Actually, it's Lieutenant Leeds who'll help us tie it up. Leeds, you know there's a story you've never told me. I've never asked you. But I know that inside you something is and has been gnawing. You try to hide it, and maybe you could from the officers, but I'm a sergeant. I see stuff officers don't. So let's have it. Leeds looked most uncomfortable. Major, I don't. We have lots of time. I want Colonel Bruce in on this too. Come on, Lieutenant. I really don't. Casey, said Swagger. It's time to tell me about Casey. It took an hour. Swagger asked questions. The Brens were pulled during the firefight. How did the SS Das Reich people get there so fast? Any indication from St. Florian that Group Roger could have been infiltrated? The fat guy, the butcher who fought in Spain. Do you know who with? Wasn't POUM, was it? And in all the checking, not a word on Captain St. Florian. Did anyone mount any kind of search? Are there reports of executions after the incident on file? How about your debriefing here? Did it seem thorough? Did you confide in them as you've confided in us? No? Why? What was eating you? I must say, Major, said the Colonel, I don't see where this is headed. I suspect history will judge Operation Jedburgh quite harshly for being ill-planned, hastily implemented, rather a botch, actually. I'm sure I'll have to answer for it in many history books. Too busy at parties, not enough supervision and target planning, inept coordination with the Maquisards. But then that's what happens in war, isn't it? Sometimes, said the Major. Leeds reached the end. It was 0607 British summer wartime. Casey was betrayed, he said. I know it. They let it sit. Then the Colonel said, Lieutenant, please file a report on these allegations with Millie tomorrow. I'll assign someone from outside the office to look at them. Someone perhaps with investigative skills. I'm thinking, sir, he can't file it with Millie, said Swagger. She's the spy. Chapter 78. Somewhere in France. All right, Archer said. New guys on me. Much drama aroused in the dark, as it was clear something big was happening. Ignorant armies preparing to clash by night. A sense of large vehicles moving on congested roads. Formations of men easing through the trees. Flashlight beams slashing everywhere. Commands sharp and hard cutting the air. Just the vibration of a big parade or convoy disassembling, rearranging, smoking, and hurrying up to wait. The kids gathered before him, their tentativeness evident in the awkward stutter with which they moved. About 7 beardless warriors, new to the bocage, new to Dog 2-2, new to the war, new to the closeness of death. He saw eyes wide open, apprehending everything, understanding nothing. At ease. Smoke 'em if you got 'em, take a load off. Relax. They obeyed except for the relaxation part, which was impossible for them. For anyone actually in the 9th Infantry Division, or any of the other 11 divisions in 1st Army. I know you're scared, Archer said. His grease gun hung from a strap around his neck, and he wore a waistcoat of fragmentation grenades over his M41 field jacket. I'm scared. Everybody's scared. There's gonna be a lot of shit flying through the air in a few hours. Some guys, maybe some of you, will get hit. Some guys killed. That's what happens up here, and I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Just remember 2 things. In combat, confusion is normal, and no plan survives contact with the enemy. So no matter how many times the captain has explained it to you, it won't be like that. It'll be smoke, lots of noise and flash, and you'll quickly lose orientation to your map points. You probably won't see the steeple at St. Gilles, that's our objective, but I'm here to tell you that's okay. The main point is not to lose contact with the company. You want our guys visible to you.
If you lose that, you could get in big trouble. Just stay low, move when the line moves. No heroics, at least not on the first day. You may see Germans, but you probably won't. They come and go like ghosts. I would keep my safety on while moving, but if we are stopped, then punch it off and look for targets. It's not killing, it's shooting, and you've been well trained.
Sarge, a seemingly 12-year-old asked, what do we do about prisoners?
Let the more experienced men handle them. Give cover, keep your eyes open. You don't shoot the surrendered. That's not how we do things here, no matter what you've heard. Anything else?
Either there wasn't, or nobody had the nerve to ask, will I die?
Okay, Archer said, consulting his watch. A few hours until jump-off yet. Again, relax, grab some sleep if you can. Tomorrow, listen to Sergeants Blickowicz and Roselli. They're good men. They'll take care of you. You also take care of each other.
Maybe he'd helped them a bit. Maybe he hadn't. Who knew? But it was all he could do. The boys rose to shuffle back to their squads. But one or two looked at him with something other than the usual indifference. They had a kind of worship in their eyes. That's when he knew. He had become a war god.
Chapter 79. Berkeley Square.
The talk was all the big attack. Operation Cobra, it was called, as the boys smashed through German lines smack in the face, through St. Gilles and Marigny. Leitz realized that was why there'd been such a rush, such urgency. They wanted to get out news of success against the snipers before launching such an adventure as a last-second morale booster, telling the GIs that a night patrol wasn't a ballbuster, that the Germans were as blind after twilight as they were, now that this special unit had been destroyed.
You must be so proud, she said. Really, it all came down to an OSS major and a first lieutenant. The whole thing. And you delivered against all the odds.
He laughed. The major delivered. I held his coat. That was about it.
So modest. God, where do they make men like you?
Much to be modest about, he said. They walked. It was just after 7. He'd left her a message that morning saying he'd gotten in late, was going on 48 sleepless hours, had to crash. He'd sleep the day away and pick her up at 70 Grosvenor at 7. And there she had been, standing in front of the prosaic building as the lights were just beginning to take effect. And no cinematographer could have done a better job casting the planes of her classical face, the luster of those mysterious eyes, the lithe grace of that long body in a veil of glow. She was a goddess in the uniform of a second lieutenant of the WACs, and managed to make even that dowdy garment glamorous. She smiled. Radiance blossomed in an otherwise radiance-free world. God, he loved her. God, he hated her. They had walked a bit.
You're not hungry, darling?
She asked. No, they crammed me with Spam and pineapple upside-down cake. I think it's turned into sludge in my stomach.
Let's go to the park. Let's enjoy the twilight. Then cocktails and a slow walk back. We don't have to talk about anything. The future will take care of itself.
They held hands. Their shoulders brushed, and the tingle of flesh on flesh went through his body. That was sex in 1944. It was enough. They entered the park as the last hues of setting sun empurpled a few clouds in that sector of sky. Yes on the birds, yes on the breeze agitating the leaves of the London plains. Yes on the fragrance of the flowers. Yes on her fragrance. The vapors of a low fog began to infiltrate, giving the whole thing an over-art-directed aspect, almost unbelievable. But yes again, things like this do happen. They sat.
The colonel, she said, was out all day. I'm sure he was at Bushy Park getting briefed on Cobra. God, I hope this is finally the beginning of the end.
How's your friend Zora? He asked. Is she going to make it?
She's tough, you know. She will. I can't wait to introduce you. You'll love her.
I can't wait, said Leitz.
Poor Tom. He went down before Cobra and never knew.
Maybe he's in a POW camp.
We hope and pray.
By the way, he said after a pause, A P-51 hasn't been shot down in 14 days. And also, there's no one at OWI named Zora. It must be a code name for a spy. Another pause. She got out a cigarette, lit it, exhaled a plume of thick smoke. "We know," he said. "Millie, we know."
I don't know what you're talking about.
You're working for someone, not OSS. You're reporting to them. Another pause.
You're talking crazy, darling. Did you take some drugs or something? Has somebody been filling your mind with fantasy? Why, for God's sake, would I work for the Nazis? I loathe and despise them. I hate what they're doing. I hate the murders, the slaughter, the arrests. I hate their hate.
Not the Nazis, he said. The Russians. Again the pause. What did it signify? Astonishment? Strategic recalculation? Both?
That doesn't even make sense. Jim, they're our allies.
In the current war. But they know they've already won it. They've known since Kursk in 43. They've already moved on to the next war. The one against us that we haven't even thought about. Hot or cold, they're fighting the war of 1984. They know France will be in play when Berlin is taken. They control hundreds of guerrilla groups there already who are stockpiling arms for that battle. And they want our efforts in France to be a mess. They want us blowing up churches, bombing bridges and railways, razing villages, killing civilians, burning forests. They want something they call the people to hate us. It's the fastest route to 1984. It's realpolitik.
Jim, you haven't a shred of proof.
We have all the proof we need. It was the Major who—
That man hates me. Maybe he hates you too. He'll twist and distort and—
No, actually, he doesn't hate you. You just think that because he's the only one you know who isn't in love with you. Unlike me or the Colonel. Or that poor idiot Frank Tyne. That's your greatest weapon. You use it brilliantly.
Jim,
please shut up and listen to me. When we went on our first patrol, the Germans had no idea we were there. That's because it was never reported in those summaries you do. That's how Swagger knew the Germans wouldn't have sentries out. They thought they had the night off. Then a few days ago, to test the thesis, he arranged through First Army that you were given a Schaeff theater summary to distribute to the office. It was like all the other theater summaries you've been doing at 1600 every day since you got here. Except this one didn't go anywhere but to you. You typed it on a Mimeo, gave it to a tech to crank out and distribute. Sebastian got it from the tech. It never went anyplace. You were the only one who saw it. Yet all the snipers of Sturmgruppe 1000 were in place and waiting. They were using your information. You got your info to Zora, who got it to her NKVD contact, who got it directly to the Germans. In fact, the Germans have always known where and when we were sending out night patrols. NKVD told them, and NKVD ordered the butcher to pull the Brenz at Tula. The NKVD source got SS Das Reich to send trucks ahead. That's how they arrived so fast. The trucks were on the way before we even hit the bridge.
I didn't know, Basil. I didn't know you. It wasn't personal, it was political.
Tell me, Millie. Tell me about it. Tell me how you killed Basil. Chapter 80. Millie again. Enter Millie Fenwick again. Millie from Millicent, from the Fenwicks. You know, the Fenwicks of the North Shore. Millie was a lovely girl, clever as the devil. She graduated with high marks from Smith, but never bragged or acted smart. Got her first job working as a secretary at Life in Manhattan for the awful Luce and his hideous wife. Spent some time on a Senate staff. Her father arranged it. And then when the war came, she gravitated toward the Office of Strategic Services, just as surely as it gravitated toward her. People knew where they belonged, and organizations knew what kind of people belonged in them. So General Donovan's assistants fell in instant love with the willowy blonde who looked smashing at any party, smoked brilliantly, had languid, see-through-anything luminosity in her eyes.
Everyone loved the way her hair fell down to her shoulders. Everyone loved the diaphanous cling of a gown or blouse to her long torso. Everyone loved her yards and yards of legs, her perfect ankles well displayed by the platforms of the heels all the girls wore. By 43, she'd transferred to London Station at 70 Grosvenor in Mayfair under Colonel Bruce, one of whose assistants she'd become, and wore the uniform of a second lieutenant in the WACs. She was in charge of the colonel's social calendar. She answered his phones or placed his calls, but it was more than that. She also knew the town, and so was able to prioritize. The colonel was hopeless and said yes to every invitation in the days before she arrived on station. She was indispensable, she was ruthless, she was efficient. She was beautiful and brilliant at once, and she was the ranking NKVD agent in OSS, the star of INO, Foreign Intelligence Section, who had been trained at Szkoła Osbogo Naznaczenia, the Special Purposes School in Balashka, 15 miles east of the Moscow Ring Road, when everybody thought she was rusticating in Cap d'Antibes. Millie sniffed something up at 3 p.m. that afternoon, when Colonel Bruce's mood immediately brightened. The issue of the day had been Operation Jedburgh, by which 3-man teams of OSS, SOE, FFI agents had parachuted behind the lines to wreak havoc on German communications and transportation lines in the immediate wake of the Normandy show. So far, no good. No teams had hit a target. Many had drifted apart in the descent and failed to link up with Maquis units, whom they were supposed to lead. Several had never acknowledged arrival by radio and were considered combat lost. It was looking like a washout, and Colonel Bruce knew he was meeting with Sir Colin Gubbins, head of SOE, and that Gubbins would blame the muck-up on the American third of the units. It was so important that the teams did well. But around 1800, the SOE liaison informed the colonel that radio intercepts strongly suggested one team was in position and would strike that night at midnight against a bridge on Das Reich's route to the beachhead. "Millie, do you see? This is what we needed." The great issue with OSS was that it was considered immature, inferior and amateur in comparison to the far savvier British intel outfits, and it drove both General Donovan and his factotum Colonel Bruce mad.
"Yes, sir."
"Oh, the boys," said Colonel Bruce. "Those wonderful, wonderful boys. They make me so proud. Here's to Casey at the bat." Millie, of course, was not privy to code names and didn't know which groups were operating where. She just scooped up all available information and turned it over to her NKVD control, a fellow named Hedgepath, who'd been big in WPA and then network radio PR before the war, and was now big in the Office of War Information, reporting directly to Mr. Sherwood. She adored Hedgepath because, of course, he was one of the few men on Earth who didn't yield to and couldn't be budged by her blandishments, charms, and beauty. She had no way of knowing he was a sexual deviant and therefore immune to such, from any gal. She called him from a phone in the accounting section, feeling utterly secure because no one monitored internal calls between American entities such as 70 Grosvenor and the London OWI headquarters nearby. It was Kate Jess's phone, and Kate thought Millie used it to speak to a secret lover, an RAF bomber pilot. Kate's problem: she read Red Book magazine too earnestly. "Hello?" said Hedgepath.
"Millie here."
"Of course, my dear." She reiterated what she had learned that day, the colonel's schedule, his incoming calls, reports, office tidbits, expenditures, the nuts and bolts of it. Finally, she mentioned some kind of show that was set for the evening, and the colonel's curious explosion of glee. Casey at the bat. "Oh, baseball," said Mr. Hedgepath. "I loathe baseball. It's mostly standing around, isn't it? Awfully boring. Who's this Casey?"
"It's from a famous poem. Mighty Casey, they call him. A sort of Babe Ruth figure. All hopes are on him. It's very dramatic."
Who knew there was drama in baseball?
At any rate, Casey at the bat is about a hero's chance to win the big game. As I recall, he fails. It's regarded as a tragedy. I think Casey has to do with something they're calling Operation Jedburgh.
Jedburgh? Said Hedgepath. He knew from Moscow NKVD Center that the terrible Zborny had sent a flash to GRU earlier, but the center wasn't completely able to penetrate the GRU code, and only knew the subject of the message was a Brit-Yank-Frenchy thing called Operation Jedburgh, some silly blowing up of structures that would have to be expensively rebuilt after the war. But NKVD did not want GRU operating with impunity anywhere, and the two agencies cordially hated each other. NKVD Center was suddenly interested in Operation Jed, not as part of the war against the Germans, which it knew was won, but in the war against GRU for post-war operational control of the intelligence mechanism. Urgent you penetrate Jed, NKVD Center had ordered. "My dear Miss Fenwick," said Mr. Hedgepath, "can you focus tonight on this Casey? There's a lot of interest in it. Possibly flirt it up with one of the cowboys and get me some information soonest. I'd like to pop a line to our friends before bedtime if possible." Millie sighed. She knew exactly what she had to do. Drinks with Frank Tyne, a horrible New York Irisher and former cop who was all swagger and bluster. He'd been in and out of France for 2 years now, or so it was said, and it was rumored had actually killed several Germans. More to the point, he adored her and had been asking her out for weeks. That night, his dreams came true.
"They must be so brave,"
said Millie to poor, hopelessly in love Frank Tyne. Frank's Irish heritage, or so he claimed, made him a special favorite of General Donovan, whom he routinely referred to as the General. He was not above using such information to advance himself. He was crude, direct, horny, stupid, supposedly a hero, but utterly full of himself and other noxious substances.
"Good guys. See, the deal is, it was time to show Jerry some action. The general knew that. So these teams, I put them together as an opportunity for the outfit to show its stuff."
She knew he hadn't put 1 and 1 together to get 2.
"And tonight's the night?"
"Tonight's the night,"
Frank said, with a wicked gleam in his eyes that suggested that maybe he was assuming tonight was the night in more ways than one. They sat in the bar of the Coach and Horses, amid smoke, other drinkers, and tristers.
"Frank, you should be so proud. It's your plan after all. You're really doing something. I mean, so much of it is politics, society, canoodling, and it has nothing to do with the war. I just get depressed sometimes. Even Colonel Bruce, he tries so hard. He's such a darling, but he's ineffectual. You, Frank, you are stopping the Nazis. That is so important. Somebody has to do the fighting."
She touched Frank's wrist and smiled radiantly, and watched the poor Mick melt. Then, fighting the sudden rush of phlegm to his throat, he said,
"Look, let's get out of here."
"Frank, we shouldn't. I mean—"
"Miss Fenwick, Millie. May I call you Millie?"
"Of course."
"Millie, it's the night of the warrior. We should commemorate it. Look, let's go back to my office. I have a little stash of very fine Pikesville rye. We can have some privacy. It'll be a great night, and we can wait for news of Team Casey's strike to come in and celebrate."
Millie played up the "I'm considering" look, going through several yes, why nots and several no, it's wrongs, before seeming to settle on the yes, why not.
"Yes, why not?"
she said, but he was already pulling on his raincoat over his uniform. It was spread out before her on Frank Tyne's desk. Operation Jedburgh. It was a facsimile of the map in operations 2 floors below, now staffed and busy, but it was close enough to actuality for government work. She could see all the locations for the teams and all their targets, laid out across the Cotentin Peninsula and southwestern France. All the boys who'd gone in with darkened faces and knives between their teeth. Teams Frederick and Hugh, Harry and Ian, Willis and Felix, Francis and David, with the mission to set Europe ablaze.
"Oh, Frank," she said. "And to think you thought it up. That's your plan. Those magnificent men fighting and killing, and all under your direction." Frank swelled a bit, then turned modest.
"Sweetie, you have to understand it was a true team effort, and it involved logistics and liaison between 3 entities. I just conceived and organized it, that's all. It's my bit, nothing dramatic. I don't want you thinking I'm a hero. The kids are the heroes."
Her eyes scanned the map with incredible intensity, and if Dumbbell Frank had a whisper of sense in his brain, he would have noted how inappropriate her concentration was. But of course, he was way gone. He was over the edge. His dick was as big as a wine bottle.
"Oh,"
she squealed girlishly.
"What's this one? Casey."
"You must have heard the name in the air. Casey's on for tonight. There's a bridge right smack in a German Panzer Division's route. Casey's gonna hit it. Kaboom. No tanks. Not on my watch."
"Such heroes."
"If there's room for heroics. First, you have to get through the bullshit. Oh, excuse me. The bullcrap about politics. France is not only fighting the Germans, but the French themselves are always trying to skew this way or that for political advantage after the war."
He wanted to show her what an insider he was.
"Casey was hung up for some reason because a commie guerrilla outfit wouldn't give them support. But I was able to make certain phone calls. Can't say to who, you understand. And the commies were ordered to pitch in."
He smiled smugly, loosened his tie, took another swig of rye.
"And it's happening tonight?"
He looked at his watch, worn commando style upside down on his wrist.
"Real soon now. We should know by dawn."
"It's so exciting."
"Millie, why don't you come over here on the couch and we'll relax for a bit, have a few more drinks. Then I'll wander down to operations and see if anything's come in on Casey."
"Oh, Frank,"
she said. She sunk down on the old sofa that constituted his office furniture, beside the desk and the battered filing cabinets and the safe, and snuggled close to him, and felt him groping to get his beefy arms around her.
"Oh, Millie, God, Millie. If you only knew, Jesus, Millie. I've had the same feeling for you that you have for me. I'm so glad the war has brought us together. Oh, Millie."
She smiled, and when he closed his eyes to kiss her, she brought a handkerchief full of knockout drops, chloral hydrate mixed with alcohol, to his nostrils and felt him struggle, then go limp. She got up quickly, went to the map, marked the coordinates for Casey's operational area, and then realized, of course, they would know all this. The big info was that a red group had agreed to assist the Jeds, which meant assisting the FFI. She knew Moscow would go through the roof on that one. It felt so wrong to her, so unjust. If you helped the FFI, then the war would have been for nothing. When it was over, it would just go back to what it was, with big money ruling everything and the little guy squashed to nothingness, and all the bullies and all the rich scum, and all the boys who'd pawed her at Smith, brutal, smelly, drunken Frank Tyne. All those men would be triumphant. And what would have been the point? The only hope was the Soviet Union, the greatness of Uncle Joe, the justice of a system that didn't depend on exploitation, but that enabled man to be all that he could be, noble and giving, generous and loving. That was a world worth fighting for, and if she didn't have a gun, she had a telephone. She picked it up and dialed, knowing that nowhere on earth would anyone see anything suspicious about Frank Tyne of OSS calling David Hedgepath of the Office of War Information at 2214 on the night of June 8, 1944. Chapter 81. The Raven. The fog was most helpful. Across the street, he was secure in the bushes, standing in the darkness of one of the great residences surrounding the park, and yet awarded a solid view. The vapors rose, not much at first, then to shoe level, then up, heavier to the waist, and finally a fine scrim on all of the park, all of London, really. He could see them through the circle of plane trees that defined the center of the park, sitting on a bench, lost in conversation. He hoped they'd stay. A few other walkers roamed the park. So much easier if they departed.
Then a bobby on foot patrol, lamp in hand, whistle and tunic, wandered by and seemed to utter something. Raven heard the hero lieutenant answering, "Same to you, officer." The policeman completed his rounds and headed off, and Mr. Raven, who had a prodigious memory for police routes and times, knew he wouldn't be back until nearly 11. It was but 8:30 now. He waited. The park's last visitor, a single gentleman with a Scottish terrier on a leash, left by the far exit, and the two Americans were alone. It was time. He felt the pistol heavy in his hand in the folds of the coat. At this point, so close to action, he found himself tumescent. It was not unusual.
"I had no idea who Leitz was until the colonel took me to see you in hospital. I saw this large, handsome man trying so hard to deflect praise from himself. I also saw the pain on his face, but more, the weight of the loss he'd experienced. I knew I was responsible for it all. And I suppose you think the love I feel for you is a fraud, part of my red half. But it's not, Jim. No matter what happens, it's not."
A policeman wandered by. Decent fellow, friendly.
"Evening, sir and madam,"
he said, and Leitz answered, watched then as he drifted away. He turned back to her. "I could be cynical and say you used the charm and beauty on me as part of your cover. If I loved you, and damn it to hell, I do and always will, I'd never see you for what you were. I could never be realistic. I could never force myself to look at the evidence. I would keep my suspicions to myself."
"I swear I never thought of that. Yes, I manipulated that idiot Frank Tyne, and I suppose I did the same to the poor colonel. I knew I'd last until a realist came along. He came sooner than anybody anticipated. But none of that is about you. Everything I have said to you, I have meant."
God, I wish there was some other way.
"There is, Jim."
Don't.
"Just listen. You could come with me on my journey. You could have a big career ahead of you with your record in the war and find yourself in high places. There you could work for a new world. You could do so much good. The whole point is to find meaning and worth in all the slaughter and destruction. If we just go back to the way it was, it's all been for nothing."
I doubt Private Goldberg would agree.
"Private Goldberg?"
The late Private Goldberg. He thought he was dying for his country and was willing to do so. True also of Captain St. Florian. Despite his cosmopolitan ironies and sophistication, a believer. And all the French kids shot down by Das Reich on the slope at Tula. It's not America or the Allies. It's them. I owe them, much as even right now I'd like to take you in my arms.
"Poor Jim,"
she said. Here's my pitch. We go to the FBI tomorrow. I know who the guy is in the outfit. You confess. They'll get you on a plane out the next day. You go to Hoover, you spill everything. You tell who recruited you, who you met, how and where you were trained. You give up Zora. You give it all up. As you say, the Russians are our allies, at least formally, and the FBI knows a lot of good-hearted Americans have fallen for the line about a better tomorrow. Maybe that'll cut you some slack and keep you out of jail for life. Then, well, we'll let then take care of itself."
"Jim, I can't. You don't understand. I believe. It's not about getting my father to pay attention to me or getting revenge on my drunken mother. It's not because I was seduced by a red professor at college or am striking out at a world that has ignored me while noticing my face. I believe."
A small man emerged from the fog. He wore a derby, an overcoat, and a scarf over his face. His eyes seemed odd.
"Evening, sir and madam," he said. "Hope I didn't startle you."
He had a pistol in his hand. Now at last. He was so close he could hear them. It was a conversation of some urgency. Earnest he judged on both their parts, driven by emotion that was nevertheless, as it is among people of their sort, held in. And for the first time in his life, he felt sympathy. Am I really to do this? Must I do this? Suddenly it seemed wrong. They were so perfect, so in love, so beautiful. It was a scene from a romantic painting, something from before the Great War, something from a myth, a medieval tale, an old book, a collective folk memory. Lancelot and Guinevere, Eloise and Abelard, Tristan and Isolde, Romeo and Juliet. To interrupt seemed impolite, to destroy blasphemous. He yearned to walk away. It would be his end, of course. His reputation shattered. What else could a man with his face do? He scared children. He made women turn away and men wince. There was only this life. He stepped forward.
"Evening, sir and madam," he said. "Hope I didn't startle you."
He broke their intensity. Both stared intently at him. He presented the pistol. They did not panic or cry. They did not scream. They simply looked on, waiting, accepting what must happen. The woman uttered something to the man and took his hand. He followed his orders. He did what he must. He fired. The report was loud in the quiet of the London park, shrouded in fog. He turned. He walked away, cursing himself and his duty. The man had an almost sheepish look in his eyes, for his eyes were all that was visible. He had come to kill, almost embarrassed by the nature of the mission.
"Jim, I do love you," she said, taking his hand. "But I also know the revolution is sometimes cruel to the few in order. Someplace else in time, to be kind to the many."
The little man fired. The bullet was kind to her beauty. It punctured her above the right eye, destroying nothing, ruining everything. She toppled to the right, to the bench. Chapter 82. RAF Horham. Evans drove Leitz and Swagger to RAF Horham in Suffolk, home to the 8th Air Force's 92nd Bomb Group. After being ID'd at the gate, they pulled in next to the administrative office in the control tower.
"Evans, go in and see if the major needs to sign in or something."
"Yes, sir," said Evans, departing. They watched him go. Young asshole who knew nothing. So beautiful in his tailored Class A's.
"So what does the colonel have for you?" Swagger asked. "Has he told you?"
"It's not really for me. It's for Evans, so he'll have his afternoons free to give tennis lessons to various London big shots. Meanwhile, back at 70, I'm heading up something called SWET, Small Weapons Evaluation Team. It's a huge unit consisting of me and, when available, Evans. The idea is to evaluate new generation German small arms as they come into our possession and to write technical reports. The more technical, the better, because it'll eat up time and keep anybody from ever reading them."
"Sounds like you'd get some range time."
"If Corporal Evans' schedule permits."
"Are you okay about the girl?"
Well," he said. "I suppose a few more sleepless nights or weeks ahead. Regrets, yeah. Sorrow, of course. Pain, but there's always pain in a war. Not as much as Basil, not as much as Goldberg. She believed in what she was doing, and that means whether she knew it or not, she had to accept the outcome. Her choice, no one else's.
She was the girl who knew too much. They couldn't let her be taken."
Had she figured that out, or was it just as much a surprise to her as to me? We'll never know. Suicide or murder. I'll wonder for the rest of my life. Evans knocked on the window. Leitz rolled it down. "Straight to the flight line. It's the number 2 ship, Duffy's Circus. They're ready to go." Leitz nodded. The kid got in, only checking his watch once to see if he'd have to cancel on General Lehman at 1600, and drove them. The car passed along a row of huge warbirds canted upward on their landing gear. 4-engine behemoths with proud tails reaching skyward, plexiglass and silver gleaming, guns jutting, bullet holes patched, folks around them busy loading the bombs that looked like gigantic rusted sausages for the day's run to Berlin or Munich or wherever. B-17s in Excelsior. Aviators in A2s and crushed 40-mission caps. soon-to-be targets at 24,000 feet for the entire Luftwaffe, stood around the giant tires and ladders into the fuselage hatches, joshing, laughing, smoking all of them. They arrived at Duffy's circus. "Earl, damn it, are you sure you don't want to take that commission? It's not too late. It kills me to think of you shot to pieces in some jungle shithole in a place I can't even pronounce. It's such a waste." "I think it'll be pronounced Peleliu if it matters. Worst kept secret in Washington. A waste? Maybe. I don't know. I'm not cleared for discussions on waste. That's for generals and politicians. To me, we're fighting so we can stop fighting. If it has to be done, it better be done by someone who knows what he's doing. Less dying that way." "Then take a Marine commission. You could have one in 30 seconds. "Believe it or not, when it comes to fighting Japs, sergeants are more useful than majors. It's sergeants' work." They shook hands. "Take it easy, Lieutenant. You're the best." The older man turned and went to meet his aircrew. From the observation deck of the control tower, Leitz watched the flying fort taxi to the runway, orient itself, pause a second, rev, tremble, and then launch. It sped across the English tarmac, gathered enough speed, and left the earth behind. It banked, its landing gear folding into the inboard cowlings, and headed out. He watched all the way. It seemed to be headed toward Valhalla, or Olympus, someplace more majestic than ultimately a scrap of coral which would come very high, called Peleliu. It climbed amid towering castles of cumulus, a big bird serenaded by the sun. It became a profile, a blur, a silver speck. Then it disappeared into the blue. He was thinking, where do we get such men? And what do we do if we run out of them?
The Bullet Garden, an Earl Swagger novel, was written by Stephen Hunter and read by Eric G. Dove. Editing and post-production by Common Mode, Paul Fowley, Technical Director. This has been a presentation of Simon & Schuster Audio. The Bullet Garden is available in print from Emily Bessler Books, a division of Atria.
The following is an excerpt from Stephen Hunter's Front Sight, 3 Swagger novellas, read by Eric G. Dove.
The bickering got so bad finally that the director called both Sam Cowley and Mel Purvis to Washington to talk out the command difficulties in the productive but messed up Chicago field office of the Justice Department's glamorous Division of Investigation. A good airing out was called for under the director's prodding. Rumor insisted that the director also wanted to have a come-to-Jesus meeting with Melvin, whom he did not want to lose. After all, Mel was widely, if vaguely, credited with getting Dillinger, but also whom he did not want to be giving unauthorized press conferences and leaks, and taking credit for work that had been done by the whole field office. As far as Charles Swagger was concerned, none of this had anything to do with him, and he bore no grudges for attention denied him, or celebrity he was owed as the man who actually killed Dillinger. He had just done the job. He bore down, continued his duties, particularly teaching new agents firearm skills, tracking their talent, skill, and dedication, so that the office could put the best shooters in the firefights and not end up with somebody who'd never fired a Thompson facing off with Thompson master Babyface Nelson. As well, he worked long hours checking out the odd tip that came in and running down sightings and so forth, as did the other younger agents. In Sam's absence, who took over but Hugh Clegg? And again, that was of no concern to Charles. He'd do the work as it arrived, no matter who assigned it to him. His only orientation was to the task before him, ultimately finding Babyface, and that was all he cared about. It drove out many discouraging thoughts and the disturbing memories that any man-killer might have. One afternoon, however, one of Clegg's people came by his desk and told him the inspector wanted to see him. Charles went quickly, wanting not to be the source of any friction or behavior for which Clegg, Mel's man, not Sam's, could find cause to criticize him. And as it turned out, Clegg was entirely reasonable. Perhaps he too wished to dial down the rancor a bit.
"Please sit down, Sheriff. A little something has come up."
"Yes, sir," said Charles. Clegg couldn't help the Old South style he had. It was natural to him, as, of course, he was Old South. But that Old South, New South, Georgia-Arkansas gap was between them and always would be, as the one mistrusted the other's foppishness and aristocratic airs and longueurs, while the other detested the boot-poor pig-state origins of the other, and the fact that talent, not breeding, had brought the man before him. That's the way it was and would always be.
"I have reports from 3 sources that Babyface Nelson is working as a cowboy at the Chicago stockyards."
"Yes, sir."
"This is not the first time such reports have come in. We've had batches of them twice before, once just after Little Bohemia and once 2 months before in February. In both those cases, we sent large, heavily armed teams, combed the place out, kicked in a few doors and roughed some folks up, interviewed aggressively, and found nothing. The Union Stockyard and Transit Company police who run the place raised bloody hell with the mayor, and we were much criticized for it in the newspapers."
"Yes, sir."
"Since Dillinger, we have been getting largely positive press. I think it behooves us to keep that situation going."
"Yes, sir."
"So I'm not going to raid like the last time and give the papers cause to laugh or mock."
"I have it."
"I'm not even going to send 2 agents as I would normally, for exactly the same reason. Do you see where this is going?"
"I think so."
"Of all the men, you're the most prepared to work on your own, as you've proven. You don't seem to need anyone backing you up, and of course I'd prefer to keep the other men on their assignments."
Charles seriously doubted Nelson could be at the stockyards. Too many witnesses, too many guns, and people who knew how to shoot them. Too much, if other stockyards were any guide, mud and shit. Someone as dapper as Nelson wouldn't be able to put his shiny Florsheim's into such glop.
"So what I want you to do is go down there and nose around. See what you can pick up. If he's there, there'll be a buzz. With your Western Arkansas accent, you'll fit in and attract less attention than any of these law school kids with the dainty fingers and the Boston Brahmin tonalities."
"Do you want me to dress down?"
"Don't go full cowboy. I don't see the point. But I'd wear work or field boots, as you know what cattle produce in abundance. No need for a tie, as it'll set you apart and maybe give the cowhands pause. On the other hand, have no reluctance to pull badge if someone braces you, but I would think you'd avoid announcing yourself from a tabletop and demanding cooperation. If something comes up, I'm sure you can handle it, whether it's Babyface himself or helping a sow give birth to cow quadruplets."
"Yes, sir."
"It may take several days, a week even, for them to trust you and for you to see into this thing. That's fine. Though, of course, if something that requires your gun skills comes up, we'll get in touch. I've called in the 4th District station on Cottage Grove near the yards. Will know you're in the yards, and their switchboard will take care of you. I've also called Chief Mulrooney of the Railroad Yard Police to tell him you're coming and ask him to assist as necessary. That's by way of making up for the previous turmoil, so you'll have to get along with the railroad detectives."
"Yes, sir."
"Be forewarned. They're not the most cooperative. Most are ex-cops who lost their jobs over dubious enterprises and came to rest with Union Stockyards and Transit Company. They basically answer to no one except big shots in New York, so they tend to be heavy-handed. Lots of rough stuff. Tough guys. They deal mostly with road hobos and thieves. Their answer to every problem is a billet to the head."
"Yes, sir."
But at the end, we want a report for the files. If by God it turns out later he did go to Earth down there, we have to show we took all the reports seriously. Yes, sir. And needless to say, if you strike gold, either kill the bastard or call up here for troops, so that the division gets the credit. Leave the Chicagos and the railroad detectives out of it. That was the division. Yes, solve the crime, but that was only the beginning. The next priority was winning the publicity contest.